Man in the Pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 51. Oops, so scary. Let's break out. Little Universe. 69 book bar. Chapter 51. Oh, it's so scary. Let's explode. Little Universe. Bai Shan, who had been entangled with Huang Yuan for a long time, had begun to grit his teeth uncontrollably, although he knew that the yellow monkey was still paddling. But when he saw that ironic and wretched smiling face, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Oh, it's so scary. Huang Yuan turned his head sideways, dodging a flying sword aura, and continued to hail. Damn it, I knew this bitch was paddling all the time. There were a few times just now, when Bshan was caught off guard. Bshan almost touched the yellow ape. As long as it can be touched, the power of the prison-suppressing divine body can quickly suppress the movement of the yellow ape at the speed of light, turning the yellow ape into a fish on the chopping board. But it's a pity that the speed of the yellow monkey will suddenly explode every time it approaches. After coming down 2 or 3 times, Bshan understood. The speed of light kick with normal emotions is actually still in power-saving mode. Azalea is fully capable of faster light kicks and can move at higher speeds too. Bai Shan guessed that the real strength of Huang Yuan may have reached 10 times the speed of light. As long as you exceed the speed of light, you can span time. So, the yellow ape that burst out with all its strength started to dodge before you made a move. This way of moving and dodging back in time makes it absolutely impossible for any attack to hit him. How do you attack an enemy that can dodge before you even make a move? Black system. Give me some strength. After fighting with this guy for a long time, I can't even touch a hair. What's the matter? There was no other way. After the battle was fruitless, Bai Shan had no choice but to ask the system for help. Time fragments are accumulating energy. Current progress, 99%. Already 99%? I don't even know what I did. How do you count as accumulating energy? Absorbing the energy of light can store energy for time fragments. Good guy, it seems that the beatings I have suffered these days are not in vain. Bshan was stunned, and was directly bombarded into the ground by a ray cannon, causing a huge explosion. Amidst the explosion, Bshan heard a voice. The energy has been stored at 100%. The blackening system has successfully repaired the time fragments. The power of time has been blackened, and the host has obtained a small universe. At this moment, Bai Shan felt that everything around his ears, eyes, and surroundings had completely stopped. Shards, flying debris, dirt, rarely avoiding the explosion. The yellow ape with a wretched face, frozen in this space. In front of Bshan's eyes, it seems that there are many kinds of substances, intertwined, aggregated and scattered. They are constantly changing in nothingness, evolving and changing, disappearing and reconstructing. Is this the universe? This is the small universe, the power of birth of all things in heaven. Beside Bshan, a little girl came out from nowhere, wearing a black dress, holding a nebula-shaped object in her hand. Huh? Question mark. Who are you? Why, the host can't even recognize Xiao Hai. The little girl wrinkled her nose with an aggrieved face, and recovered quickly in the next second. As expected of the host who came to me and cried when he couldn't beat me. Hey, I'm not crying or anything, I'm just asking for help. Bai Shan probably understood. No wonder the system often likes to ridicule itself, it is because of the existence of this personality. So how did you show up? I am incompatible with the laws of this world. Only when the host successfully opens up a small universe can I appear in the small universe. In the small universe, all laws are determined by the host. Bai Shan wanted to ask more questions, but Xiao Hai pushed him lightly. Okay. Let's go and defeat the opponent. Let's talk about other things when we are free. The next moment, time continued to flow, the soil flew out, and there was an explosion. After everything subsided, Rawley had already dodged to the side. You just... What was that? Bai Shan raised his head, and Huang Yuan unexpectedly showed other expressions, which were a little dignified and puzzled. As expected of a yellow monkey, Flash people, when time is suspended, can still glimpse a moment. You can actually see it. I can feel the flow of time a little bit, and I don't know why. Bai Shan thought to himself, this is because you haven't studied the theory of relativity, and you haven't even had basic physics education at the high school level. That I can't explain it anyway, so keep fighting. Since the explanation doesn't make sense, let's not explain it at all. As the saying goes, villains die because they talk too much. Although I am not a villain, there is no need to explain so much. Hearing that the two chatted about the time inexplicably, Lee was stunned. What does this have to do with time? There are also scientists in this world, but the level of science popularization is not high, and many phenomena are difficult to explain clearly, such as devil fruit or domineering, so no one is serious about time and space science. So, Kizaru, are you ready? Huang Yuan's combat instincts keenly realized that something was wrong. Smash Varudo. Bai Shan opened the small universe and directly pulled the yellow monkey into it. The two big living people disappeared in front of Li in an instant. It was the first time that Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, had crossed the sea in the first half of his life, encountered such a thing. While Bshan, together with the yellow ape, has been floating in a vast cosmic starry sky. What's this? This is the universe. You have been trapped by such a small sea for too long, and you have completely forgotten the starry sky in the sky. The entire planet is the cradle of mankind. Even Fujitora's gravity fruit has never really reached the universe. Huang Yuan may be said to be the first person in space in the pirate world. It is not impossible to turn back and let the Navy seal the historical status. Universe. What are those? Really? The yellow ape showed genuine curiosity. Stars, planets, and various celestial bodies. The stars emit light, which is somewhat similar to your light. Bai Shan took the trouble to explain. Oh, what about that? Kizaru points to the trail of the comet. Comets, most are actually big chunks of ice. Big. Where are the little ones? Asteroid debris belt. Meteors flashing over there. Hiss. How do you understand so much? After the excitement passed, Huang Yuan finally realized, how did Bshan know the names of these things? The answer is actually very simple. Because I'm from another world. A world called Blue Star. Bai Shan swallowed the second half of the sentence. There, One Piece, is just a manga. Everything about you is just a story in the painting. Man in the Pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 52. You really did what I expected, boy. Unlock the laws of the world. 69 book bar. Chapter 52. You are exactly what I expected, kid. Open the law of the world. Blue Star. What is that? Huang Yuan looked puzzled. As an admiral himself, he had never heard of such a place. Well, who knows? Bai Shan scratched his head, and it was really difficult to explain for a while how he crossed over there. Also a planet after all. Planet. Is our world a planet? Huang Yuan, who has never considered spaceflight, finds it difficult to understand these concepts. Yeah, as long as you fly out of the atmosphere, you can see other planets. Wait, I'm not sure if your world is the same as ours. If the yellow ape really flies out and finds that the situation is different, it will be embarrassing. Well, I probably understand. No wonder you are so young and so strong. Huang Yuan was thoughtful. His face completely lost the previous wretchedness. So, here, people outside should not know what we talked about. Bai Shan had a thought, and saw that outside the small universe, Li was spinning around in place, scratching his head at a loss. It's weird, why did those two people disappear suddenly? There is no trace at all. What the hell? It seems that the passage of time inside and outside the small universe should be almost the same. Just thinking about this, Xiao Hai's voice suddenly sounded in my ears. And I will tell you how to use the small universe later. The double speed of time can be adjusted. Yes, the outside should not know where we are, what we said, and what we did. Bai Shan nodded, confirming Huang Yuan's question. He vaguely understood what Huang Yuan was going to say. There is only a thin layer of window paper between the two of them. Then, the special cadre of the Revolutionary Army, naval spy, Azalea Peluslino, send my greetings to the Special Chief of Staff. Hearing this, Bai Shan showed a smile of your boy is not what I expected. However, before the joint is trusted, there is still a necessary confirmation. So how are you going to prove your identity? I haven't heard of the existence of your spy before. Well, I know the true identities of all the cadres within the revolutionaries, as well as Dorag, Luffy, etc. Huang Yuan told the vast majority of the cadres in the Revolutionary Army in one breath, including their various abilities. Not only are the Navy's internal public information, but also many activities that are completely hidden, and Huang Yuan has spoken out. And, when you arrived at Baldigo, the island of White Clay, you boarded Sabo's boat, right? Later, you went to see the leader of Dorag alone. Since you talked, the leader of Dorag said that he found the direction of the Revolutionary Army. Hearing this, it is basically confirmed that Huang Yuan is indeed one of his own. No wonder you put your foot in the air for a long time, but you didn't step on it. Since it is confirmed that they are all from our own family, there is no need to speak from such a distance. The two simply sat close to each other and started talking. Rayleigh didn't come for a long time. I was so anxious. How did you know Rayleigh was coming? Luffy is going to have an accident, so can the old man not come? Rayleigh probably knows that he and I are putting aside acting. Look at him coming slowly. He doesn't seem to be really in a hurry. You have been lurking in the Navy for so long. Have you got any internal information? Huang Yuan gave Bai Shan a blank look. Why do you think bears can get in touch with Vegapunk? Although bears are about to be transformed into pacifists, we have also successfully caught the line of Vegapunk. Besides, the various other Revolutionary Army activities, even if they are discovered by the Navy, can stop losses in time. What do you think they rely on? Hiss. No wonder there are so many activities of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy only found out after the work was over. It turned out that you were helping. But you are a majestic Revolutionary Army. How did you become an admiral of the Navy? Why do you think Kima can become Shikibukai? I don't have any help for the route of Kima becoming Shikibukai. Just to avoid suspicion. As long as you start from a pure newcomer, there will be no problem. Understood. You have contributed a lot, right? Bai Shan patted Huang Yuan on the shoulder. Since the connector is connected, then you don't need to fight? Then let's fight again. Why do you still want to fight? It's unnecessary. Bai Shan raised a finger and shook it. I want to try something. Since this is his own small universe, in theory, all the laws of physics can be at his disposal. Xiao Hai's voice sounded in his ear. Open the laws of the world. An invisible energy, with Pshan as the center, spread out to all directions of the universe. Okay, let's try. Huang Yuan picked a random direction and flew out. He also wants to see what is in this so-called universe. I can come out when he is gone. Xiao Hai suddenly jumped out from one side, with a trace of distortion in space fluctuations, and quickly disappeared. How do I change the laws of the world? Just think directly in your mind. Bai Shan tried to gather his willpower, but he found that an ever-changing image of the universe appeared in his mind. Looking closer, a yellow figure was rapidly moving away from him. Yellow monkey, the fruit ability is invalid. Waited for 3 seconds. Nothing happened. What's the situation? Because the current small universe is still not strong enough, so it can't completely follow the law. It can change the laws of the universe itself, but it can't directly affect those outside the universe. Other people or things in the original pirate world are considered invaders for this universe. Yes, although it cannot directly affect the yellow ape, but meteor destruction. The next moment, Huang Yuan, who was thousands of miles away, suddenly felt something was wrong. Various other celestial fragments around him suddenly seemed to come alive, rushing towards him directly. I rely on popular fragments passed through the elemental body of the yellow ape, smashing the ball of light into pieces. Fortunately, these physical attacks can't hurt me. The light clusters gathered again, forming the body of the yellow ape. So, do you want to try this? Suddenly, Bai Shan's voice came to my ears. How did you catch up to me? Don't forget, This is my world. Bai Shan nodded, and then pointed to Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan turned his head, and behind him, he saw a huge hole that swallowed everything. He really couldn't imagine what it was, as if there was a hole in the space, and everything around him was sucked in. What is that? One Piece, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 53. Father, do you want to come in and play? Let's exercise first. Don't think about going wild. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 53. Grandpa, do you want to come in and play? Exercise first. Don't think about going surfing. Black holes, natural enemies of light. In Bshan's plain voice, Huang Yuan actually heard a sense of awe. No, the natural enemy of everything. Bai Shan shook his head. Forget it. Maybe this thing will really kill Huang Yuan. Forget it. It's not interesting. Let's go out. With a wave of their hands, the two returned to the previous midair. Under the feet, there was a bewildered Li, who was at a loss when he saw two people in the air, disappearing and reappearing suddenly. You two, I entered a wonderful place. Father, do you want to come in and play? Huh? Why do I feel that your words are weird? Forget it. Forget it. Stop making trouble. Huang Yuan slapped his hands, returning to his usual wretched face. Since there is nothing wrong here, what should I do? The three of them have a good understanding, and they are all of us anyway, so there is no need to say anything. Kabi flew to other places. Rayleigh went to find Luffy. Only Bshan was sitting there, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have nothing to do. Next, Luffy and others will be photographed by the big bear and fly to the place where they have experienced for 2 years. I seem to have nothing to do in 2 years. Thinking that Luffy and the others would reunite after 2 years, Bai Shan was thinking, or he might as well take advantage of these 2 years to start new century again. As a result, when Bai Shan was about to leave, Xiao Hai's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Host, don't even think about going wild. Your small universe is still in the remodeling period. In the past 2 years, just stay and exercise. What is the remodeling period? The small universe is still in the initial stage of chaos. The laws of space and time, as well as everything in the universe, need to be constantly repaired. Oh, what should I do then? Find a place and practice the prison-suppressing God body. Your small universe space is essentially based on the prison-suppressing God body. The prison-suppressing God body claims to be a space inside, so it can suppress hell. By training the prison-suppressing God body, you can stabilize the small universe. Well, I have something to do. So, Bshan simply returned to the 20th island of the Chambord archipelago. Islands 1 to 29 here are all illegal areas such as human trafficking. That is to say, there are all kinds of gangs here. Waiting for Bshan to land, not long after walking, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Hey, this kid looks pretty. Those rich women will definitely like it. That's right. The skin is tender and the meat is white and clean. Last time a rich woman bought one for 1 million Baileys. I think this one should be able to sell higher. These kidnappers and human traffickers simply surrounded Bshan without any concealment, talking wantonly about what price Bshan should be able to sell. Who are you guys? We are the second largest gang here, the subordinates of the Gus gang, the second hunting team. Are you so arrogant? Bai Shan was a little helpless. Huh? What did you say? The wretched and short leader in front of him took out a machete and pointed at Bai Shan's nose. It's weird if you don't want to bleed. If you are injured and disfigured, we will sell it at a low price, and you will still suffer. Okay. You chop. If you can chop, then try. Hey, this kid is so stubborn. Has he never been beaten? Several other subordinates are gearing up. Be careful when you hit. Don't hit your face. There. Leader waved his hand, motioning for them to come on. I saw a strong man with bright eyes, stepped forward excitedly, and punched Bai Shan in the lower abdomen. Only a crisp sound was heard, and the leader showed a strange expression. Don't give him a broken bone. We still have to spend money to find a doctor for treatment. I know, I will be careful. A voice answered him. Well, it's good to know. Subconsciously answered the other party, A few seconds later, the leader realized something was wrong. This voice seems a little strange, but also a little familiar. Ah, but I haven't hit him yet. Bai Shan spread out his hands. Only then did the leader realize that it was Bai Shan who answered him. Jack, what's wrong with you? Other people around saw Bai Shan's indifferent face. Jack who hit him on the lower abdomen, but his face was blue and sweaty, and he couldn't say a word. Nothing. He just has a broken bone. Oh, shit. What the hell did you do? Bai Shan casually took Jack's arm away from his lower abdomen. I just got punched by him. Damn. This kid seems to be a little bit tricky. What should I do, Captain? The short captain in front of him was also a little panicked. He could become this captain only by relying on his flattering skills. He has no fighting power at all. Get on the gun. Take out all the weapons. This kid has a problem. However, in case you are beaten to death or your face is damaged, it's okay. Some rich women like scars. Hurry up. Seeing Jack lying on the ground twitching, and Bai Shan with an indifferent expression, they were completely panicked. Good. Shoot. Quick. A round of random shooting. Dozens of bullets pierced through Bai Shan's coat, and then stopped on the surface of his body. Have you played enough? Bai Shan walked forward with a smile. Playing enough master, sir, we are also forced. You just hold your hand high and let us go. Huh? How many people have you captured as slaves? Not much. The leader touched his head embarrassingly. I'm relatively timid, and I don't really dare to do those things. Most of the time, I go to the street to find a beggar or something to kidnap. They also starve to death on the roadside. If they go to be slaves, there may be a mouthful. If you eat, you will die a full ghost. Yeah? Bai Shan smiled but wasn't smiling. Then why did you dare to rush up and surround me with people just now? It's actually because our leader's birthday is approaching. I thought I had auctioned off $1 million jerk before. If I don't grab a jerk and give it to the leader as a gift, he will definitely like it. My lord, wrong. Seeing that Bai Shan's face was gradually gloomy, the leader led the others to kneel down directly. Don't kill me. We can be your men. Get up. Bai Shan raised his hand, motioning for them to get up. It's not impossible to accept mine. Shan has decided that he will stay in Chambord Islands during this period of time. Then, by the way, clean up the slave trafficking issue here. Go, take me to find your leader. I would like to see how many people there are in his second largest gang. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 54. Do you want to climb up? If you want to beep 69 book. Chapter 54. Do you want to climb up? Beep less. Hearing that Bai Shan was going to find their boss, the group of people looked at each other, bewildered. Uncle, let me ask you first. What are you planning to do with our boss? Finally, their leader stood up and asked in a low voice. You guess. While walking forward, Bai Shan took the leader's arm and walked forward together with his arms around his shoulders. Well, let me ask you. Do you want to climb up? Climb up? Who wouldn't want to if they could? Bai Shan smiled, and pointed to the roofs of tall buildings that were faintly visible in the distance. Do you want to live there? Look, who owns the most luxurious and tallest house? It seems to belong to the Tanlong people. Bai Shan froze for a moment. He thought it was from their gang leader, just no room. Sure enough, I thought too much, and these gophers still couldn't get on the stage. The Draconians might be troublesome, but it doesn't seem to be a big problem. All in all, I need a little better order here. Do you know what I mean? I don't really understand. This is not just an ordinary gang organization. Behind them are all kinds of Tanlong nobles, rich businessmen, big pirates, and even high-level officials within the navy. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The leader's face was full of fear and entanglement. You know, once there is a conflict with them, the power behind them will be activated. No one wants to conflict with those big men. Bai Shan nodded, his expression remained the same. The big pirate. How big can it be? Many people behind them are not afraid of Kyuhai at all, and even dare to fight against the Navy. Oh, Bshan prolongs the ending sound. I'm not afraid of Shikai Bukai, are I? Bai Shan took out a newspaper from his arms and stuffed it into the leader's hand. Check it out. The leader took the newspaper that Bai Shan handed him, and took a look. The youngest Shikai Bukai in history. In the name of the purple god of death, Hakazn, it is carried all over the world. In an instant, cold sweat began to break out on the leader's forehead. His whole body trembled involuntarily. His eyes widened, full of horror and disbelief. How about comparing the photos? In the photo, Bai Shan's smile is exactly the same as the young man in front of him. I heard that they are not afraid of Qiu Hai. I want to try it even more. Let's go, lead the way. Okay, uncle. I will listen to you. Now, the leader finally understands that Bai Shan came here on purpose to find trouble. Neither the former boss nor the current Bshan is a role he can afford to provoke. If the two factions were to clash, he could only listen to Bai Shan, hoping to save his life. Don't worry. I heard that your boss will celebrate his birthday in a few days. Yes, tomorrow is. That's good. Let's go. Let's buy some gifts for your boss first. Tell me about other things on the way. Behind him, a group of people looked at Bai Shan with his arms around their leader, and gradually walked away, standing still at a loss. Should we go back and report to the boss? Report a fart. This kid is Qiu Hai. The people behind the boss probably won't kill Qiu Hai easily. At that time, they will turn around and squeeze us to death. It's easy. We might as well follow Qiu Hai. Maybe it really does. Do you dare to follow? In case he loses, then let's. If you can't fight, you'll just run away. Anyway, I've had enough of this kind of life. Finally, I have such a chance to make a difference. I will definitely seize it. Finally, the crowd behind them began to gradually move. Most people chose to keep up with Bshan, who was taking a leisurely walk, but a few people chose to report to the original boss. Seeing that most of the people behind followed up, Bai Shan stopped in place. Very well, you guys made a good decision. The next moment, a gust of wind blew across their faces. Bai Shan's figure swayed slightly, as if standing still and not moving. However, there are suddenly a few more heads at the feet. It is those who have just left to report. The various expressions on their faces are still vivid. Some people are worried about the upcoming conflict, while others are happy that they will be rewarded for tipping off. At the moment of their death, they didn't show any painful expressions at all. It's their choice. Bai Shan's words are meaningful. People can make any choice by themselves, but they must first learn to be responsible for their own choices. Let's go. Take me to the island. Before entering the downtown area, Bai Shan specially found a cloak to hide his face and figure. So, during the whole day, the news that the second team of the Gus gang spent a day shopping with a mysterious man spread throughout the underground gang. What's up with that brat Rossi? I heard that brat walked around the street with a little boy all day. The boss of the Gus gang, Gus himself, asked his subordinates impatiently. Yes, we sent someone over to ask, and he said he was picking out gifts for your birthday tomorrow. He knows something. If he didn't value his ability to come and talk, why would I give him that position? Forget it. Leave him alone. This kid used to flatter his beard and give gifts, and Gus knew it very well. So for today's matter, I didn't pay much attention to it. On the other side of Bshan, they have also chosen a gift, a coffin. There are similar burial supplies in this world. For example, in the royal mausoleum of Alabaster, there are coffins of former emperors. Bshan directly picked the most luxurious coffin in stock. The outside of the golden coffin was inlaid with gems and pearls of various colors. This coffin, the material cost Bshan a full 500,000 Baileys. Mom, this coffin is worth more than a human life. Seeing Bai Shan take out a large handful of banknotes casually, Rossi's throat moved slightly, and his eyes didn't even blink. I am born to be useful, and if the money is gone, it will come back. Let's go. Holding the wrapped coffin in one hand, Bai Shan happily walked out of the shop, and found a random hotel to live in. Just wait. You just need to bring me to the position tomorrow. You don't need to take action on other things. Rosie nodded, feeling extremely heavy. Whether it is life or death depends on tomorrow. The next day, on the site of the Gus gang, there were lights and festoons, and gongs and drums were blaring. Report. The captain of the second team, Rossi, led the team to come to congratulate the big leader, Boss Gus. During the announcement, Bai Shan stood behind Rossi, walked into the venue with a smile on his face holding a coffin. People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 55 Bshan, a congratulatory coffin. Happy birthday. Chapter 55 Bshan, a congratulatory coffin. Happy birthday. The entire venue was empty. Obviously, the Gus gang's territory is very powerful, which is why they can occupy such a large area. Directly in front of you is the recorder receiving congratulatory gifts, who is busy recording various gifts. There are all kinds of gifts piled up around, ranging from statues to treasures, and even other gang bosses simply sent a piece of land deed. Boxes and boxes of treasures are piled up on the ground. Compared to these things, the box full of Baileys on one side is completely worthless. The other members entered the room and arranged their seats according to their social status. Of course, the master of the Tanlongrun, the big pirate, etc. behind the scenes, I will not come to attend. Those who come here are all kinds of spokespersons. Because of this, almost no one dares to be presumptuous here. Maybe a humble, inconspicuous little guy. Behind him is a big man who crosses one side. Next one. Hurry up. Slow down. The congratulatory team finally arrived at Bshan. Bshan, here is the gift. Bai Shan pointed to the gift box in his hand. What's in here? I'm going to open it up and see. Please go ahead. When the presenter reached out to open the gift box, he saw an extremely luxurious coffin. There is a sword blade inserted into the coffin, which runs through the entire coffin. What is this? Seeing this strange thing, I subconsciously thought of it. This kid is here to make trouble, right? I'll help you write it down. Bai Shan walked in and shouted loudly, Bshan, congratulate the coffin. Then, he walked into the room without looking at it, and went straight to the top seat, and Heng Dao sat down immediately. Everything around seems to be still. Bai Shan was looking around, and when he turned his head, he realized that Gus was beside him. Well, Gus was talking to someone else, and before he finished speaking, his seat was taken. Sir, who are you? In order to prevent offending some important person's subordinates, Gus first suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked humbly, maybe this is some important person who came to joke with me? I am Bshan. Bai Shan touched the armrest of the chair. Well, the chair is nice, and it cost a lot of money, right? Yes, thanks for the compliment. Gus responded subconsciously before reacting. Wait, her cousin? The new Kyuhai? Yeah? What's your job? People around also quickly took out various newspaper arrest warrants, and soon confirmed Bshan's true identity. What is Shikibukai doing here? The visitor is not kind. I guess I took this opportunity to get a share of the pie. Chibuhai has his eyes on the business here. It is possible to come here in person. Hearing these discussions, Bai Shan patted the table to silence the noise. Everyone. Then, Bai Shan stood up and walked to Gus. This is the second largest gang in the area. The leader of the Gus gang. I dare not dare. You should sit down please. Since it is Shikibukai-sama, it is better for you to sit on the head seat and compare better. Hearing that this is the youngest Shikibukai, no matter what to do afterwards, we must stabilize the situation now. Otherwise, what if someone gets angry and cuts himself off? Well, not bad. Very good at talking. Bai Shan nodded in satisfaction, and sat back in his seat. Then I'll just say it straight. Everyone here is more or less involved in the grey business here. I declare that starting today, you will count as one, and you will all be fucked. From now on, Chambord Islands, number 1 by the 29th, it's all my territory. Whoever refuses to accept, stand up and speak out. After a few seconds of silence, a cold snort sounded. It's all Chiyu High. you are a kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. In the new world, there are countless strong people who are much stronger than you. Bai Shan didn't say a word, raised his hand with the sword, and directly split the man. Blood spattered everywhere. No matter how many masters there are in the new world, they can't save you. Next one. Seeing Bai Shan killing people so confidently and directly, with a stunned and mad face, the others suddenly dared not make a sound. After a long silence, someone continued. Hakazn Shikai Bukai, I'm from the Navy. My backer is a naval colonel and I'm about to be promoted to brigadier general. You also need help from the Navy, right? Bai Shan sneered. Standing behind him were Red Dog, Garp, and Kizaru, and he was afraid that he was a small colonel. Raise a sword and send the second person back to the west. Enough. The people behind me are the Tanlong people. We are the slave hunting team of the Tanlong people, serving the master of the Tanlong people. If you dare to kill me, you are against the Tanlong people. Someone also slapped the table and stood up, with a look of anger, as if he was the one who was in control of the situation. Dragon people. I don't like them. A long time ago. Bai Shan waved another sword, and the third ghost appeared. Seeing that Bshan didn't give face to the pirates, the Navy, or the Tanlong people, the others were finally dumbfounded. This stunned young man didn't come here to take a share of the action. He came to overturn the table, intending to let everyone have nothing to eat. Yes, the situation is stronger than people, and the most important thing is to save your own life first. After that, consider finding the backer behind you. Bshan, you also want money, right? The Chambord Islands have Tanlong people and a navy. It is impossible for you to occupy the entire 29 islands. How about we cooperate and win-win together? If coercion fails, someone will soon plan to lure you. I think it's more refreshing to kill you all. Money is of no use to me, but killing all these unsightly things will make me feel happy. A chill filled the entire room. They finally understood that the name of the purple god of death was not blown out. This man, with his purple knife, really symbolizes death. Okay, it's meaningless to kill you. Go back and tell the people behind you, either let the slave business completely exit the Chambord Islands, or let everyone do it. I will go island by island and clean it up. Yours. To your will. Under the threat of the three corpses, the others finally had to bow their heads and give in. Of course, these people will not let it go when they go back. Bai Shan was so happy, it was just a matter of cleaning up a wave of rats and pests. Not a big deal. As for the real conflict with the celestial dragon, if you can't beat it, kill the celestial dragon and run away. Blackbeard dared to set Marijoa on fire, and killed a few celestial dragons himself, so why not? Finally, Gus was the only one left in the room, his face pale. Then, Rosie walked in with his men and stood beside Gus. Hey, happy birthday, Boss Gus. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 56. Go and gather your men! Exclamation mark. He's scarier than death. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 56. Let's gather your men! Exclamation mark. He is scarier than death. Looking at the other subordinates who were also trembling like him, and Rossi who looked pale but seemed to have made some important decision, but seemed very firm, Gus realized one thing. He seemed to have no choice. Well, a birthday present from you. Gus struggled for a while, and squeezed out a smile with a twisted face. Very good, I like it very much. Okay, Boss Gus, look away. Bai Shan hugged a few people, and everyone formed a circle and buried their heads together. Now, gather all of you who are willing to follow me, and then prepare to take over a large number of sites. The war was over from the moment it started. And you don't need to worry about these things. Got it, boss? Bai Shan looked at Gus. Yes, at your will. It's all like this, what else can he say? Okay, go. Gather your men, lads. Bai Shan patted Gus and Rosie on the shoulders, then pushed them out of the room. Then, Bai Shan opened the drinks in the room, ate and drank, and waited for them to finish their work. The two were pushed out just like that, and when they looked back, the gate had already been closed. Bai Shan didn't seem to be worried that they would escape at all. "What should I do, boss? Do you want to do what he said?" Although thinking of the terrible consequences of escaping and being caught, and seeing the fate of those people with his own eyes, Rossi still couldn't help but have the idea of wanting to escape. Although this thought was weak, it quickly connected with Gus' inner fear. Gus was silent for a long time, and then began to ask Rosie how he met White Mountain. After listening to the whole incident, Gus stood still and struggled for a long time, finally gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and said viciously, "Let's go. Gather people." "Damn it, I've never done such a big deal in my life. Whether you lose or make money, it's all up to you." For his boss to make such a decision, Rossi was surprised, but also a little excited. Just if, there is such a 1 in a million possibility that Bshan really occupies the entire island, and they don't need to be as large as 29 islands, their status will rise rapidly. Rise to a position that they will never be able to reach in this lifetime. The price is also obvious. Once Bshan fails, they will surely die. But now that a decision has been made, the actions of the two of them have also begun to unfold vigorously. Rossi swore he had never worked so fast in his life. Even when he was trying to please the boss, he wasn't in such a hurry. However, they still delayed some time more or less. What happened in the entire room was quickly leaked from various channels, and many people have already smelled that the wind is about to come. Some middle and higher level members of the gang have already run away with money, and some outside gangs have suddenly launched an attack. There are more people, just wandering around, ready to be ready at any time. Seize an opportunity to open a hole, and tear off a large piece of meat. By the afternoon, Gus and Rossi came to Bshan with a lot of fatigue and wounds on their bodies. The entire Gus gang, the remaining number 97 personnel, and a total of wealth worth about 1 million Baileys are all here. After counting manpower and financial resources, Gus let out a long sigh. Many people have left, and many things have been robbed. Some people have even begun to deny our land deeds. In just half a day, less than 5% of the entire Gus gang's power remained. The tree fell and the monkeys scattered. Bai Shan, who had expected it for a long time, did not show any surprise, and put down the glass full of whiskey. "Okay, you don't have to worry about the rest. By the way, what's the noise outside?" At this moment, there were already noisy voices outside the square. Some came out of nowhere and claimed to be our creditors. "That is to say, they are all young people?" Gus nodded. "Kill them, and the big boss will appear." "Well said." Bai Shan snapped his fingers, then slapped the table with a bang and stood up. "Go out in 30 seconds. However, close the door and leave." Rosie and Gus, standing by the door, silently counting 30 seconds. When it was only half heard, the noise outside was gone. "Wait until 30 seconds have elapsed." They open the door. The air outside is filled with the smell of blood. Sticky, sweet, bloody smell. They are certainly no strangers. But it was the first time they had encountered a massacre that was so thick that even the blowing wind was full of bloody smell. Vomit. Several people couldn't stand such a scene at all, and vomited it out. "Remember to clean well." Bai Shan turned and walked into the gate, and continued to lie on the chair. "Instead of looking for them one by one, it's better to sit here and wait for their main force to come." After Gus and Rossi took their hands and cleaned up the outside, they felt an inexplicable confidence in their hearts. A day later, a lot of people gathered outside the door. Compared to the previous one, the number of people this time is much smaller, but from the aspects of momentum and appearance, it can be clearly seen that the people here are all strong. Good Guy, Red Knife, White Wolf, and those black gloves, mice, smoke dogs, all of them are here. Gus discovered that on the entire island, thugs from other forces had gathered. Still 30 seconds. Bai Shan pushed the door out, and 30 seconds later, the door opened. "Sweep away. I'll clean up the other his place." When Gus walked out of the room, he saw Bai Shan flying out of the air. "Get to work." The two looked at each other and called on the others to start sweeping the floor. Bai Shan flew out, and he didn't do nothing during this time. In channels within the Navy, He has secured positions as leaders of other gangs. Since the thugs have been killed, the leader deserves to die. Bshan didn't even intend to give them a chance to surrender. Facing these villains, there is no need to give so much mercy. It is enough to subdue the Gus gang by himself. The remaining leaders can be used to establish their prestige. So, within a day, the entire island and other gangs were all cleaned up. Except for Gus, none of the leaders survived. In order to establish a new order, Bshan deliberately collected the heads of some prominent figures and put them in the luxurious coffins he bought earlier. Looks good. Baishan looked at Jingwen in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Not far away, Gus and Rosie are bowing their heads and whispering, "I finally understand why this young man is called the Purple Death. He's scarier than Reaper." At least Reaper doesn't laugh at the Tower of Human Heads. Among the pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 57 Our Jong Meeting. Cheers to a bright future. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 57 Our Jong Meeting. Cheers to a better future. Anyway, Island number 20 is about to change. This is the consensus of all. In one night, Gus men announced that they had occupied all the hot spots, gang blocks and black markets, and they even took down the assets held by the dragons, which made others think that Gus was really crazy. But, on the third day, it quickly became clear who was behind Gus. Bshan? How dare he? Claims to occupy the entire Chambord Islands from the 1st to the 29th. What is he? While the turmoil caused by Bshan was brewing, Bshan came to Aunt Xia's rip-off bar alone. "Hey, have a cup of tea." Baishan beckoned, asked for a cup of tea, then walked over and sat beside Lee. "Old man, you are safe. Did you gamble to export your pension?" "HMPH, why are you coming to see me?" "During this period of time, you are the most popular on the island." Baishan pulled out a set of mahjong tiles like a magic trick, "looking for you to play." "Come on, try this." Rayleigh can tell at a glance that this is some kind of board game. After so many adventures, Rayleigh has already played most of the gambling games in the entire One Piece world. Facing this brand new game, he was also very itchy. "You boy, where did you get such a weird thing?" "Don't come here to tease me on purpose." "Of course not. I will teach you the rules later, and you will know." Mahjong is a game specially played by Bshan to target and please Lee. Riley sometimes loses out of money from gambling, and even sells himself to a slave trader, and then sells himself in exchange for gambling funds. Mahjong is the most intelligent chess and card game in China for 5,000 years. It is too easy to use this brand new game to build a good relationship with Rayleigh. However, Mahjong requires 4 people to make a table. Therefore, Bshan brought in Huang Yuan and Gus. "Humphrey, Admiral." "Oh, the old man is so scary." Facing the 3 big guys playing Mahjong together, Gus said that he was pulled to make up the number. However, Bshan didn't intend to just let Gus fish and paddle easily. "This is Gus, my subordinate, the current leader of the Gus gang, and the gang spokesperson for the entire number 20 island." Baishan introduced Gus with a stiff smile on his face to Kizaru and Rayleigh. Baishan also had his own intentions in promoting Gus. "I will definitely leave here in the future, and it is impossible to stay in the Chambord Islands all the time. Therefore, Rayleigh is the secret Zanshan, and Gus is the person in charge on the bright side. One light and one dark. It will be very convenient to deal with things at that time. To do, just to be the greatest." Bshan has completely made up his mind to reshape the Dark Order here and abolish some trades that should not exist. "This is your plan?" "Sounds good. But it doesn't solve the problem." While playing Mahjong, the 3 chatted. Rayleigh pointed out the shortcomings of Bshan in one sentence. "The slave trade does not only exist in the Chambord Islands, but is widely spread throughout the world of One Piece. A large part of them are related to Tanlong people. If you can't kill the Tanlong people, no matter how many things you do, it will be a drop in the bucket." Sometimes, The mighty navy is used by the Tanlong people as a slave hunting team. Carp quarreled with other lieutenant generals many times because of this matter. Draco people, I will deal with them. Bai Shan stretched out his hand to pat, and took a look, for barrels. Hey, it's scary to say that you want to kill Tanlong people in front of me, a general. Huang Yuan hesitated after finishing his cards. 30,000. Is it called this? After a few rounds of mahjong, there was not much talk about the matter, but really quickly got started. From being a bit jerky at the beginning, and gradually getting familiar with the gameplay later on, Shan was able to win a lot at the beginning, but later he lost more and won less. Lily even learned the ability to memorize cards without a teacher, which made Bai Shan wonder whether the old man was cheating with domineering. How about it, is it fun? After Gus lost 300,000 Baileys, Shan asked Rayleigh while shuffling the cards. Well, it's not bad. Then, what do you think about my matter? Give my people a backer. If it doesn't work, just run away. Rayleigh stopped, and looked solemnly at Shan. What do you think of the celestial dragons? It doesn't matter what happened in those 100 years, what the King of Heaven is, or why they are looking for the surgery for immortality. As long as the privileged class exists, ordinary people will suffer. The era of great pirates is just a facade, the real storm lies in the revolt of the oppressed. What about you? Who are you? Me? At first, I didn't know either. Bai Shan, who leaned back on the chair, recalling the confusion when he just crossed over. At first, I was just a teenager who didn't know anything. Later, all the way to the present, I probably understood some things. Perhaps, I am an angel sent by heaven to save the people, subvert the world, and change the situation. This is really a bit too boastful. The three people on the table laughed at the same time, although Gus couldn't understand. He also laughed when he saw it. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll make a fuss with you guys. Rayleigh squinted his eyes and looked good. A new generation is growing. D's will bloom. Did you just say D's will? Do you know something? Shan still hasn't forgotten that he also has a D in his name. It's not only D's will, Joey Boy will also appear again. Rayleigh muttered to himself as if falling into a nightmare. When power is like a spark, it can start a prairie fire. Huang Yuan suddenly interjected, with a solemn tone. Bai Shan knew that he was speaking as a Revolutionary Army cadre. I just hope that the Gus gang can become the biggest gang in the area. Gus suddenly felt that at this historic moment, he had to say something, otherwise he would regret it for the rest of his life. One Piece's deputy, high-level Revolutionary Army, leader of gangsters. To the wonderful world to come, there are also travelers from another world. On a mahjong table, the Navy pirates, the Revolutionary Army and the people, all forces mixed together, finally ended with the sound of mahjong. Before leaving, Aunt Xia stopped Shan. Aunt Xia, what's the matter? Be safe. Bai Shan nodded, don't worry. Also, settle the bill, a total of 500,000 Baileys. Please, dear lords, please click reminder below, and then give a 5-star praise. The fat man will give you a role here. Man in the Pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 58. The Purple Devil, White King, and Shan appear, and their whereabouts are unknown. Bai Shan was silent for a few seconds. Should I say that it is really worthy of being Aunt Xia's rip-off bar? A cup of tea charges me 500,000 Baileys. No, I'm not that dark. Aunt Xia shook her finger. It's not just a cup. When you guys were playing mahjong, that little guy drank a lot of tea. Following Aunt Xia's fingers, Bai Shan saw Gus smiling awkwardly. Hey, I thought those were free tea. I was too stressed at the poker table just now, I was sweating all the time. Bai Shan had no choice but to take out a handful of Baileys, put them on the counter, turned around and took Gus away. Remember Rayleigh just now, from now on, he will be your biggest backer. People in the Navy and the Revolutionary Army will secretly cooperate with your expansion. In the past few days, you go to clean up the people on the surrounding islands. I will kill their high-level people first, and you will take people there afterward. Remember, those who indiscriminately injure innocent people will die. Those who take advantage of the chaos will die. Those who take advantage of the chaos will die. Those who do evil will die, and those who bully others will die. As soon as Bshan's 5 deaths came out, Gus only felt a chill behind his back. There must be rules in the dark. Bshan made the final summary. So, from that day on, Yedao village has never stopped. The blood-drinking purple magic sword, as well as Shura's purgatory here and there, all appeared on the surrounding islands along with the expansion of the Gus gang. Finally, the expansion stopped suddenly. By that day, Bshan had occupied 15 islands. The reason for stopping was the news from within the Navy. Ake Ainu sent a secret letter to Bshan through the CP group. It's almost enough to do it, whether it's the world government or other pirates. It's impossible to see your family dominate and occupy the entire 29 islands. So, Bshan finally determined the territory on 10 islands, and then took out 5 islands as a buffer zone in the middle. These 10 islands prohibit the capture of slaves, theft, murder, arson and other crimes. Thus, tourists call these 10 islands the White Kingdom, symbolizing the territory of Bshan. Under the guidance of Bshan and the help of the Revolutionary Army, various tourism projects have been successfully carried out on these islands. Although everything is thriving, the pressure from inside and outside is still not small. The biggest voice of opposition comes from the Tanlong people. They feel that Bshan's actions have seriously damaged their interests. However, in order to avoid direct conflict, Bshan has been restraining others from conflicting with the Tanlong people. Therefore, the Draconians have no evidence to directly question the world government. Secondly, there are also many people in the Navy. Seeing the dominance of the Bshan Kyuhai, they began to attack Bshan. Many of them were middle and high-level people who participated in the secret meeting at that time. They began to feel that the pirate life had made Bshan lose himself, from a navy to a pirate. Ake Ainu held a special meeting for this, and then told them with iron facts. The White Kingdom under the governance of Bshan. The security is more than several times better than before. So, Bai Shan simply began to practice in depth the prison-suppressing god body in the base of the Gus gang at the beginning, supplementing the laws of the small universe. 2 years passed in a flash, and the entire White Kingdom became orderly under the governance of Gus and Rossi. By taking advantage of Dongfeng, the two of them also became well-known local figures. One day 2 years later, Bai Shan was practicing with his eyes closed. In order to cultivate the prison-suppressing divine body, he has been using the power of suppression, so that the material density in the entire room has become extremely high, and the material structure has changed. When he used the power of repression again, suddenly there was a feeling of breaking the shackles in his heart. Afterwards, a gust of spring breeze swept over the body. The Ling Tai was clear, and the heart was clear. Beside his ear, Xiao Hai's soft voice sounded, "Congratulations to the host, successfully opened up a small universe. The small universe has completed the first blackening, and the host has obtained the world tree." What is the world tree? Bai Shan lifted the state of unlucky power. His eyes were dull, and he looked into the void. The world tree is a tree that carries 10,000 worlds. One flower is one world, one leaf is one body. The small universe claims to be a world, but it is just a leaf of the world tree. The current world tree is just a seedling, which can only carry one universe. What if I have many universes in the future? Each universe can have its own special laws, and these forces can also be embodied in the real world of the host. If I create a high-tech universe that opens up Gundam, can I also summon Gundam in the world of One Piece? Yes, it only needs the host to successfully complement the world's laws. Hearing Xiao Hai's sure voice, Bai Shan opened his eyes excitedly. If you say that, do you have a chance to create an original world? The law of the small universe has been completed, providing the host with planet's power. What is this? Bai Shan scratched his head. There are too many bells and whistles now. The power of the planet can provide the host with a planet-level energy for outbreak or recovery. My good fellow, this is a true pioneering power. Bai Shan tried it, and he really felt the tremendous power in his hands. It seems that as long as it is released, the earth will shake and the mountains will shake, and the sky will collapse. Whenever I find a chance to try it, forget it, just go to Kaido directly, that guy can't be killed. When he thought of Kaido, who had given himself a prison-suppressing god body with a stick, Bai-Shan felt hot. Of course, Hakuzen doesn't have any weird ideas about Kaido, he just simply wanted to try. After retreating and practicing, he should be able to fight against Kaido, right? Hearing the door of Bshan's closed room opened, the gatekeeper outside froze in place. It's been 2 years, 2 full years, and there is no movement inside. Others thought that Bai-Shan had disappeared, only they knew that the demon was always in that room. Some people even speculate whether that room leads to hell. Bai-Shan came out. After 2 years of cultivation, his face lost some childishness and became more calm. Tell Gus I'm leaving. Can't say when I'll be back. Just let him do it. Oh, okay, okay. White light flashed across the sky, piercing the sky. The power of the planet erupted with a surging driving force beside him, and the huge energy drew a white wave in the air. At the same time, secret letters were received within the Navy, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army. The Purple Demon, the White King, and Bshan appeared, but their whereabouts are unknown. Man in the Pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 59. Dare to fly in the sky here? Is it Bshan? -69 book bar. Chapter 59. Dare to fly in the sky here? Is it Bshan? Bshan is constantly flying towards the new world, viewing the different scenery of the sea and sky in the air. Then, suddenly found a small dot in the sky ahead, which was getting closer. Sky Island doesn't seem to be here, and the height is not right. Go and have a look. Bai-Shan quickly approached the small dot, and after a while, he found that the small dot was getting bigger and bigger. How dare you fly in the sky here? Suddenly there was a loud roar in my ear. You are that disappeared Shikibukai, Hakuzen, right? When Bshan approached, I finally saw clearly that there was indeed an empty island in front of me. The difference is that this empty island is made up of various messy things, and it is not as big as before. Just a brat. Ha 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 ha. The era when we roamed the world has passed. Is the successor this kind of little guy? The arrogant tone, the floating island, and that blonde hair. Bai-Shan instantly understood who the person in front of him was. Flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiji, the first pirate to escape from the prison of Advance City. He was also a pirate who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard back then. Ha 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 ha. Why did I freeze when I saw the uncle? Shiji laughed wantonly. Boy, do you want to hang out with me? You must have heard of my famous name, right? Well, I did hear a little bit about it. Bai-Shan nodded, lowered his head and held his sword. But, old man, your time is over. What are you talking about? Hearing this sentence, Sheik suddenly became furious. Roger is dead. Bshan smiles. Aren't you going to go down with him? HMPH. I can't even be locked up in City University prison. No one in this world can take me in. Boy, you are so crazy, but you will die a miserable death. The angry golden lion, with its hair erected, and the rudder above its head also looked angry. Then let's try it. Drawing out his sword casually, Bai-Shan gave up all his moves and slashed straight at it. Possessing the power of the planet, the huge force erupted, no longer needs the assistance of Yufeng swordsmanship. With a single sword strike, the wind howls and the world shakes. Gold the lion raised his legs, and his legs were the famous swords Seriten and Deadwood. He slashed out several sword chi, and collided with the village of Bshan. Die. Just try it. The two fought several times, testing each other's depth. After Bai-Shan basically determined the power he could control, he stopped suddenly. What's the matter, little thing? Are you going to kneel down and beg me for mercy? No, I meant to say. Hakuzen inserted Muramasa back into the scabbard, bent slightly, and assumed the posture of the AI. Are you ready? What? Before the golden lion could continue to react, Bai-Shan made a move. Planet crash. Bai-Shan shouted out the name of the move he came up with. DSK. I'm far behind Zora's ability to name names. I'll ask him for a few names some other time, so I can decorate my moves. However, the power of this sword matches the name given by Bai Shan inexplicably. Golden Lion tried his best to avoid this menacing sword, and watched Bshan smash on his empty island. Then, his men made Sky Island instantly split into two halves. What's this? Even the Golden Lion has never seen such a scene several times. Whitebeard. Is it the shaking fruit of Whitebeard? He even thought that it was the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit, which shattered half of his Sky Island. No, this is my Zan, old man. The world will always be a young man's world. Bai Shan laughed wantonly. This is the eruption of planetary power. My own sword is just the biggest explosion in the normal state. In other words, this kind of power battle can continue without feeling tired. And if necessary, Bshan can launch a higher level of energy explosion. Golden Lion. Do you want to continue fighting? Your sword can't stand my sword. Bai Shan unhurriedly put away the demon knife, and looked at the Golden Lion. With that sword strike just now, the Golden Lion lost half of its space. If I remember correctly, there are a lot of animals on his island that ate plants containing IQ ingredients and went berserk. These things are used by him to rave about Dong Hai. If you chop it, you will chop it. Damn it. How dare you destroy my floating island? Enraged, the Golden Lion activated the ability of the Devil Fruit. The surrounding soil suddenly rolled up, turned into the shape of a lion's head, and attacked Bshan. Lion majestic roll. At the same time, the Golden Lion danced with both feet, and the sword energy radiated. Lion Chikai Raya. Bshan didn't dodge or dodge, standing in place. Yedao village was sweeping out a huge sword aura. This sword energy covered the sky and the sun, and directly scattered the Golden Lion's attack. 10 times the planet collapsed. This is the tenfold explosion of Bshan. The Golden Lion was beaten to the side, spitting blood. Well, you can't beat me. As I said, it's young people's world now. Don't underestimate the big pirates back then. A sword chi came quietly, and directly struck Bai Shan's body. Bai Shan's eyes froze. This was the first time he felt such exact pain since he was cultivating the prison-suppressing divine body. HMPH, a simple masking trick, can't you see it? Bai Shan lowered his head and touched his chest, only to find that there was no blood, but a dull pain in his internal organs. Using the power of the planet, Bai Shan felt a warmth in his chest, and the pain just disappeared quickly, and the painful place became more comfortable. The power of repair is also very powerful. Bai Shan nodded, and turned to look at Shiji, who still had blood at the corner of his mouth. Do you want to continue? Shiji froze in place suddenly, thought for a while, and slapped his thigh. That's right. Why did I fight with you? It seems useless if you win. Did they all come from the Tira with such an offline personality? I just split half of your island. Oh, then hit. But you won't come back to my island even if you win. Oh, forget it. But if you sink the island now, maybe you can collect the falling debris? I saw Shiji was silent for several seconds. Just when Bshan thought he had deceived Shiji, Shiji suddenly slapped his thigh again. That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Then, the whole island actually started to sink. Bai Shan covered his face and was at a loss. Just now he was beating his life to death, but now he stopped doing it all of a sudden. Man in the pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. In order to determine whether the Golden Lion really went down to fish for his island fragments, Bshan flew down and took a look. As a result, Bshan really saw the Golden Lion floating its own island fragments one by one, and then piled them up on the island. Fortunately, there is a sea area below, so no one was hurt. Otherwise, it is possible for a large area of various things to suddenly fall from the sky and destroy the entire island. Bai Shan sat next to him, watched Shiji busy for a long time, and finally collected most of the fragments again. I'm exhausted. Ski sat on the island, exhaling lazily while fanning the wind with his hands. Yeah, it's hard to see, there are so many places. Bai Shan sat next to him, nodded, holding a cup of hot tea at the same time, and then took out a bag of donuts. "Would you like one?" "Ah, thanks." Golden Lion took the donut subconsciously, and didn't realize it until he ate half of it. "Wait, why are you still here? Huh? Can't I stay here?" Shan tilted his head and continued drinking tea with a confused look on his face. "Ah, not at all. Just." Golden Lion thought about it for a long time, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have no reason to drive Shan away. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slammed the ground viciously. "Wait, no. You just smashed my island. Bastard. Die." "Well, I'm sorry, I apologize to you." Shan remained unmoved, still drank the hot tea, blew on the steam, and drank it all in one gulp. This is the magical setting in the world of One Piece. No matter what kind of bastard and villain, when facing a polite person, he will always subconsciously freeze for a while. In short, get out of my territory. You are not welcome here, boy. If this island is not very important to me, I must fight you for 300 rounds today. Well, good point. Let's sit down and talk. I'm very interested in your past. Shan looked familiar, took out another cup of tea, and placed it in front of the Golden Lion. "I heard that you were imprisoned in the Propel City prison to confirm whether Roger was really caught." "Well, I don't believe that Roger will be caught by the Navy of the East China Sea. Because of this, I want to destroy the East China Sea." Sure enough, this kind of old monster is crazy and paranoid for his own goals. Shan didn't bother to tell him anything about the innocent people in the East China Sea. The Golden Lion was a real big pirate who broke through the siege from the ferocious age, and he wouldn't care about those things. Jinqing City Prison, a few of my friends are still imprisoned in it. Shan raised his head, thinking of the human demon king, Lausch and others. "I have to go see them when I'm free. Then kill the bottom bastards." By the way, Shan is now not sure whether Blackbeard will attack the prison of Advance City. After all, his strength has been damaged too much, and there may be major changes in the future. However, Shan still didn't intend to leave him that chance. A villain at the level of Shiliu of the Rain, once he seizes the opportunity, will go out and do harm to one side. Shan intends to clear away all hidden dangers in one go, and then start to confront the world government. Ha 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 ha, Jinjin City Prison. Your identity as Shikibukai may not necessarily let you in. The strict defense inside is far beyond your imagination. Even I had to cut off my legs to escape. Really? Then I'm more interested to take a look. What are you doing in that kind of place? Don't you want to rob a prison? Who knows? It's not impossible, just rob it and deal with some people. The two chatted for a long time while drinking tea and eating donuts together. Shan has heard many adventure stories. In the era before Roger, the sea was actually quite barbaric. The Locks pirates, Roger pirates, etc. The people who survived on their ships all have considerable strength and status. Ha ha ha, boy. After talking so much, we are quite speculative. We call it not acquaintances without fighting. Yeah, well said. Are you interested in hanging out with me? Golden Lion actually started to solicit. DSK, forget it. I still have my work to do. Ha ha ha. The next time we meet, maybe we will be enemies of life and death. A man in the sea, grievances are just that. Seeing that we have chatted for a long time, it is time for Shan to leave. It's not interesting to continue wasting time. After bidding farewell to the Golden Lion, Shan continued to fly, and it didn't take long to find the next island. After such a long journey, I can finally go to rest for a while. Shan pushed open the door of the tavern, planning to drink something, and then asked what kind of island this was, and then asked if there was any big news recently. Then, a sudden newspaper disrupted all the arrangements. Ace was caught by Blackbeard again. The great pirate Blackbeard uses Whitebeard's second team captain Firefist Ace to exchange the position of Shikibukai with the world government. Wait, why is there still the position of Shikibukai? Didn't Lao Sha fill the vacancy by himself? Could it be that after 2 years of retreat, the world government cancelled its Kibuhai position? Shan frowned, and looked at it carefully for a long time, only to realize that Blackbeard had replaced the bear's position. 2 years later. Could it be that the bear has been completely remodeled, so this new Shikibukai position is vacant? Bei-Shan slapped the table, stood up, and quickly left with the newspaper. No, I must prevent the top war. Ace and Whitebeard can't die, I said it. With such thoughts in mind, Bei-Shan quickly flew into the air and rushed directly to the city prison, just in time. In order to execute Ace, the world government is also summoning Shikibukai, and Bshan's past at this time is not particularly abrupt. It's just that I didn't expect that I had to rush over thousands of miles just after chatting with the Golden Lion about being pushed into Chengda prison. This matter is indeed strange, but Bei-Shan had expected it in addition to being unexpected. It is impossible for a person like Blackbeard to remain anonymous. It is nothing more than 2 years of preparation for the event 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, it must have cost him a lot of thought to recruit manpower and restore strength, right? Bei-Shan touched the Yadamuramasa, and could vaguely feel the power of darkness contained in it, as if there was a trace of activity. Blackbeard, after many years, when you see me again, will you recall the scene at that time? Bei-Shan not only wants to kill people, he also wants to kill people. Use Blackbeard to tell all the conspirators, I'm in control, you can't turn the sky. Man in the pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 61, Because of him, Roger's son, Uxia World. Chapter 61 Because of him, Roger's son. By the time Bei-Shan flew back to the prison of Advance City, there were already many high-level personnel in the Navy here. Seeing Bei-Shan coming back, the other high-level executives were stunned. They also didn't expect that the Kyuhai Bshan, which expanded wildly 2 years ago and then fell silent for 2 years, would come so actively. It's really rare, you are the first to come. Ah, I thought that if I don't show up again, you may deprive me of my Shikibukai position. I heard that a big guy has been arrested. Yes, the captain of Whitebeard's second team. The bounty is 700 million Baileys. How could it be so high? Bei-Shan thought about it. Yes, 2 years later, Ace's strength is also rising, and it is normal for the bounty to increase. What's the to show off? You didn't catch it. Warden Magellan looked sideways at the Navy who had just spoken, and then continued to deal with other prison affairs. Cough. All in all, we need to wait for the headquarters to confirm the time of execution before sending Ace there. I don't think it should be too long, and the headquarters is also worried about long nights and dreams. Whitebeard may already be accumulating strength. Bei-Shan randomly found a chair and sat down, knocked on the table, and looked deeper. Then why must Ace be executed? I heard that there are many prisoners here, and many of them are even stronger than Ace. Yes, but Ace is a very influential character in the new generation in recent years. We must execute a new big pirate in order to weaken the influence brought by Roger. He is Roger's son. This identity is enough to suppress most pirates. However, even if you successfully executed Ace and killed Whitebeard, you did not suppress the era of the great pirate. Whitebeard said the great secret treasure really exists, which actually pushed the era of the great pirate even further. It's up to you. Then I'll wait here? Well, the other Shikibukai should be coming soon. Within a few days, Jinbei also came. It's a pleasure to meet you, I have admired your name for a long time, Brother Jinping. The Murloc in front of him is the legendary 4 emperors, Lao Jinping. Whether it is combat effectiveness or popularity, Heimi are very high in their hearts. He is righteous, chivalrous and courageous, and a master of Murlocs. Well, me too. I heard the name of the youngest Chiyu-Hai a long time ago, but unfortunately I was lucky enough to meet it until today. The two hit it off right away. Hakuzen already had a good impression of Jinbei, and Jinbei heard that the Chambord Islands under Hakuzen's governance banned the slave trade. You must know that a large part of the victims of the slave trade are Murlocs. So, because of this incident, Jinbei saw Hakuzen as a good person. The two hit it off right away, and chatted for a long time before waiting for the arrival of the other Shikibukai. Hawkeye and Bai Shan also knew each other, and when they met again, Bai Shan patted Muramasa on the waist, raised his chin at Hawkeye, and signaled provocation. Hawkeye smiled, pointed to Haidao, and said, "When the wait is over, find an open space." He could see that the current Bshan, both in terms of momentum and state, was completely different from before. "Okay, it's a deal." The other Shikibukai, such as Moonlight Moria, Amayashimingo, and Hokuzen have nothing to do with them. Hancock is indeed very good looking, but Bai Shan didn't feel the charming heart of ordinary people facing her. "It must not be because I am not interested in beautiful girls, but because I have stabilized my mind." "Okay, now an order has been sent from the headquarters. Send Firefist Ace to the headquarters, Marlin Vander. Depart immediately without delay." Thus, Ace was escorted onto the Navy ship. Bai Shan followed Ace to the cell in the cabin. "Shikibukai Hokuzen, you are not allowed to be alone with Ace. Please get out of here." As soon as he entered, other navies surrounded him and forbade Bshan to enter. Navy is also worried about Shikibukai's rebellion. If Shikibukai kidnaps Ace in order to get Whitebeard's help, it will be troublesome. Now that the publicity has been overwhelming, Ace was robbed by his own Shikibukai. Isn't this a slap in the face of the world government? You're right. So, let me in. In order not to let these people make a sound, Bai Shan directly opened the small universe, sent these people in, and then turned around and closed the door. In the small universe, the navies suddenly found themselves transferred from the cabin to a house in an instant. They pushed open the door anxiously, only to find that there was actually a passage outside, leading to another house. Bai Shan smiled. The inside is actually a huge maze, only rooms and passages. "You guys play slowly." Then, he walked to Ace, who looked tired. "Ace, okay." Ace looked up and saw Bshan. "Hokuzen. You are high now." Ace smiled, showing no expression of being betrayed at all. It seems that in his eyes, his friend becoming Kibukai is also something he should be proud of. "Thank you for cutting off one of Blackbeard's arms." "Unfortunately, I still couldn't catch him." "What happened? How did you get caught?" Ace was silent for a while, his face bitter. He knelt on the ground, begged me to spare his life, and then asked me to take him back to the old man with white beard, saying that he was willing to accept his trial. I don't know why, but I believed him so much, and I didn't have any defenses. Sneak attack. Believe him without defense. Bai Shan narrowed his eyes. He thought of Blackbeard's only escaped subordinate. Damn it. Laffit. He has the ability to hypnotize 100 secrets and sparse. At that time, only Laffit, because he was helping Blackbeard to request the position of Shikibukai from the world government, ended up escaping unexpectedly, and because of this, Ace was arrested again. Blackbeard's strength is still very strong, and he has recruited his men again. Bshan, you have to be careful. He didn't come here today, he must be planning some kind of conspiracy again. Ace still thinks of telling Bshan to be careful, and never mentions asking Bshan to let him out. I probably know what he wants to do. Don't worry, if I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. Bai Shan reached out and crushed Ace's handcuffs, and then took out all kinds of food. Eat something first. Don't worry, you stay here for a few days, and I will rescue you when you are executed. Letting Ace go too early, Blackbeard didn't dare to show his face. Bshan intends to use this top war as an opportunity to kill Blackbeard and the villains in the city prison. Good. After eating and drinking enough, Ace came back to life. I'm waiting for my father to rescue me. Well, Whitebeard will definitely come. Man in the pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 62. I seem to have forgotten something there. Chapter 62. I seem to have forgotten something over there. After eating and drinking with Ace, Bai Shan thought for a while, picked up the broken Heilashi handcuffs, and then reconnected them. What is this for? It's already broken like this, and it probably can't be repaired. Just wait a moment. Bshan launched a suppressive force, chose to suppress the energy in Heilashi, and at the same time restrained Heilashi together. Put it on first, I will wrong you for a few days. Ace took the handcuffs with a puzzled expression, and found that his devil fruit ability was not suppressed. How did you do it? Bai Shan raised a finger. Secret. Then, he turned and walked out of the prison. When he reached the door of the room, Bai Shan waved his hand and released the Marines. Just chatting with Ace. Don't be so scared. Ace's sea stone handcuffs are still on him. Bai Shan turned his head and walked away with a stern expression on his face. What? Ace? Several Marines rushed to Ace and found that Ace seemed to be in better spirits, but he was still wearing Heilishi's handcuffs and anklets. Confirmed again and again that the person in front of him is not someone who has been replaced. The Navy is still not at ease, and plans to report to the superior to prevent Bshan from doing anything. At this moment, Kizaru happened to make a phone call, asking about escorting Ace. Several Marines took advantage of the situation to report the escort operation to Huang Yuan, and Bai Shan and Ace were suspected of being alone for a short period of time. Well, the headquarters knows. Be careful, and there must be no mistakes in escorting Ace. On the Bshan side, we will deal with it. Hung up the phone, Huang Yuan chuckled and walked away, not planning to report or do anything at all. So, except for the Navy and the Yellow Monkey, no one knew about the meeting between Bshan and Ace. Then, the boat escorting Ace quickly set sail and headed straight to Marinfanda without stopping. Well, 2 years later, Luffy and the others have become much stronger. If they go to attack the city, there should be no major problems. Bai Shan thought for a while. It seemed that he had nothing to do by staying on the boat at this time. Moreover, he has fully grasped the distance from the city of advancement to Marinfanda. Thinking of this, Bshan took the boat all the way, and when he was about to reach Marinfando, he suddenly expressed that he wanted to go back to the city prison. Ah, I seem to have forgotten something over there. The captain frowned. But there is no room for mistakes in escorting Ace. It is impossible for us to turn the bow and drive to the city of advancement. Okay then, I'll go back and get it alone. You guys go to Marinfanda first. Damn it. Can Shikibukai act recklessly like this? The captain and the Navy could only watch Bai Shan fly out angrily and helplessly, but there was nothing they could do. Before leaving, Huckers finds Jinbei and Hawkeye. Help me take care of Ace. Don't let him die. The Navy is going to punish. We have nothing to do. The two of them had no reason or need to break up with the Navy in order to prevent the Navy from executing Ace. Well, I know. It's okay. I will come back when it matters. So, Bai Shan flew all the way back and pushed into Chengda prison. Just came not far from the prison gate, and happened to see Luffy knocking down the guard when he entered the gate. Rubber machine gun. Let me fly. Stop playing, Luffy. Find where your brother is. Bai Shan flew in the air and shouted, Hey, Luffy, stop fighting. Ace is not here now. Ah, it's Brother Bshan. Why are you here, idiot? Brother Huckers is Shikibukai. Is there any problem with appearing here? Nami next to him punched Luffy's head hard, and then looked at Bshan. Brother Huckers, where is Luffy's brother Ace? Can you tell us? Stop messing around. Come on, Luffy, let me try the results of your 2 years of training first. Hearing that Bai Shan was going to start a war with Luffy, the others stood there, at a loss. Oh? Do you want to try? But I still have to save Ace. Let's talk about it after I rescue Ace. I said, Ace is not here. Hit me, otherwise, you may not be able to wait for Ace to be executed. Nami frowned, while Zora and Sanji glanced at each other. One bent down to draw a sword, and the other lit a stick of incense a cigarette. Come on then. Second gear. Rubber jet punch. First meet. Tornado. The three of them launched an attack at the same time, and instantly attacked Bshan. Ha ha, good momentum. Facing the attack of the three, Bai Shan didn't even block it, and directly propped up the prison-suppressing divine body. Zora divine power, prison-suppressing divine power. When the three of them approached, they only felt an unrivaled force that slowed down their attacking momentum. When they approached Bshan, in the eyes of outsiders, their speed was extremely slow. What's the situation? Bai Shan smiled. and lightly flicked his fingers on Luffy's forehead. A figure burst out, smashed directly into the sea, and shot out a huge column of water. "Go get your captain." Sauron's blade had already touched B'Shan's neck, but he couldn't make an inch of it. Damn. Why? Because you are not strong enough. It's as simple as that. The powerful force of suppression directly eliminated all their strength. Bai Shan shook his shoulders. A sudden burst of momentum knocked the two of them into the air. On the surface of the sea, two more water jets exploded. There are people beyond people. There is sky beyond the sky. Take your time, boys. After the three of them were caught, they finally realized how big the gap between them and the real strong was. Okay, Ace has been escorted to Marl and Vander. If you want to go there, you can leave now. Hookers touched Luffy's head, then tapped lightly. You still have to work hard. You probably can't even beat Ace now. Hey, what about you, Brother B'Shan? Aren't you going to rescue Ace with us? I'm Shikai Bukai. What's the point of robbing the execution ground with you? Bai Shan shook his head, then looked at the sea level in the distance. I'm going to stay here and wait for someone. Wait for someone? Who's coming here? Blackbeard teach. He will definitely come. I will give his head to Ace as a long-awaited reunion gift. When he said this, Bai Shan narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and his eyes were sharp and cruel. The temperament of the whole person changed instantly, from the big brother next door to the executioner. Okay, let's go first. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 63. Long time no see, Tiki. Chapter 63. Long time no see, Tiki. At this moment, Blackbeard, relying on Shikai Bukai's identity and Laffit's hypnotic ability, has acquired a naval warship. In any case, if you want to get to the prison, the Navy ship is the best choice. She can prevent being attacked by Sea Kings, and it is stable and fast, and will not cause other troubles. Bai Shan returned to Jinqing University Prison, and sent all the wounded to other places to recuperate. Then, I went to the 5.5th floor, which is located in the gap between the 5th floor and the 6th floor, the Shamal Paradise. Hey, look who's here. My dear B'Shan Candy, what's the matter? Bai Shan also walked to the side of the Monster King Ivankov very relaxedly, and found a place to sit down. I have been in retreat for 2 years, and I didn't care much about the affairs of the Revolutionary Army. It's nothing to do today. I just passed by here and wanted to see you. Oh, what's going on? You're going to push into City University Prison? Ace is caught, and the Navy is going to execute him. Ivankov grew his mouth. Ace. That Firefist Ace. He is the son of Whitebeard. How could he be caught by the Navy? Because of Blackbeard. All in all, this matter is very complicated. Moreover, Ace is not only the adopted son of Whitebeard, but also Roger's son. Luffy is already going to save him. Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy? Yes, Sabo's two brothers. Luffy is the son of your leader Dorag. Hearing shocking news one after another from B'Shan, Ivankov couldn't sit still, stood up and walked back and forth in front of B'Shan. Why did so many things happen suddenly? He smelled the wind and rain coming. The war on the top, a melee that brings together the three major forces and multiple factions in the world of One Piece, and will eventually even affect the entire world. After all, it will explode. Even without Ace being caught, another war will break out. When the conflict between the Navy and the pirates, and between the pirates and the pirates intensifies to a certain extent, this war is inevitable. War itself is just an appearance. What is really hidden under it is the undercurrent of various contradictions and conflicts. The causes of war are far more complicated than any one person understands. At least the thing that B'Shan imagined by cutting Blackbeard and killing most of his men, which would allow Ace to successfully defeat Blackbeard, did not happen. I far overestimated the lower limit of Blackbeard's integrity. He really deserves to be a man with a D in his name. No, our Revolutionary Army must do something. We can't just watch the war break out. Bai Shan nodded. If Whitebeard really fights with the Navy, many people will die. Damn. What should I do? Ivankov scratched his hair. looking a little irritable. But it's not a big problem. I've already arranged it. Baishan stepped forward and patted Ivankov on the shoulder. Ace's Hyalashi handcuffs have been dealt with by me. When I solve the matter here, it will pass quickly. Don't worry, Ace will not die, and Luffy will be fine. Really? That's good. Hearing that Bshan had already made arrangements, Ivankov breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to the 6th floor. There are many bastards there. The big prison may become chaotic later. Remember to protect yourself. Yeah, we're hiding here, but no one will find out. That's good. I'll go first. Saying goodbye to Ivankov, Bshan successfully reached the 6th floor. Then, Baishan didn't enter either, but simply sat at the door, holding the demon sword Muramasa in his arms. Blackbeard is definitely going to come here, and in that case, I might as well sit on the sidelines and wait. Waiting left and right, Baishan didn't know when Blackbeard would arrive, so he simply went inside first and successfully found Laosha. Yo, Laosha, why are you here too? Long time no see. I took over your class and became Chiyu High. Baishan walked over and leaned against Laosha's prison. Why are you here, kid? A lot of things happened outside. Ace was arrested. I saw it before. Whitebeard is probably going to be furious. The two chatted for a long time, and Laosha would not feel that Baishan was here to release him, so he treated it as a boring pastime while in prison. Not long after, there were some faint and noisy sounds coming from above. Huh? Is there anything up there today? Isn't Ace transported away? The other prisoners who heard the movement also raised their heads with different expressions. Those imprisoned here are all strong men. Although their abilities are locked up, they are all powerful. Let me lie back quietly. Baishan's eyes changed. His left foot landed on the ground, and the power of Juru unfolded, instantly suppressing the prisoners of different shapes. It seems that Blackbeard is coming. Blackbeard? I heard that he captured Ace. What is he doing here? Who knows? However, I came here early to wait for him. Baishan thought for a while, raised his sword and smashed Laosha's cage, as well as Hyalashi's handcuffs and shackles. Seeing that the two of us are still destined, let me let you out. You ran out on your own while taking advantage of the chaos, and it has nothing to do with me. Old Sha froze for a while, then slowly got up, shaking off the fragments on his body. I knew you were also a restless student. Aren't you in a hurry to leave? Stay here. If Blackbeard doesn't come here, you will be arrested and locked up again. Hey, you are already here? Blackbeard is definitely coming. Don't worry. I'm waiting to see the show. Old Sha smiled, raised the golden hook, and walked to the edge of other prisoners' cages. Please, let me out. I will repay you. Suddenly, seeing the prisoner approaching by the sand crocodile, he began to pray. Hey, you forgot the day I came in. How did you get ridiculed? Old Sha hit the hook hard and hit the prisoner in the face. Go away. If I don't kill you, it's your fate. Baishan's eyes were slightly closed, and he could feel the gradually active and excited aura on the knife approaching here quickly. And the Blackbeard above has reached the 5th floor. The prisoners here are still not strong enough. I need the strongest manpower to kill that guy. One of his arms has been turned into a prosthesis. Go. Next floor. When they came to the 6th floor, Blackbeard first felt a familiar aura. Then, the chills stood on end, and the alarm bells rang out in my heart. Long time no see. Don't be in trouble, Tiki. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 64. Today is the day of your death. MTL novel. Chapter 64. Today is the day of your burial. When Blackbeard, full of revenge ambitions, walked into the 6th floor and saw a familiar figure, all thoughts in his heart turned into panic. Why are you here? Huh? Can't I be here? Baishan took out the reward order that he had asked for on the boat before. Kibukai Blackbeard. What a famous name. On this level, we are colleagues, so you still have to call me senior. Huh? Bshan. How did you know? It's the Navy. They notified you so quickly. Seeing that Blackbeard looks like an enemy, it is the first time for his newly recruited companions to see Blackbeard in this state. Huh? Just this little guy? Is he Shikibukai Hakuzen? A large man with a scar on his face stepped out. We can go in after defeating him, right? It's really the 6th floor, and the gatekeeper is actually Shikibukai. While speaking, he drew out the big sword behind his back. Pirate of the North Sea. The shark-slaying sword with a bounty of 90 million Bailey. Balilk. Bai-Shan quickly recalled the photos in the reward list and matched them with the person in front of him. Die. A gigantic sword directly blocked the narrow space. With a powerful blow, Shan was inevitable. No one can stop my sword. It's just that you are ignorant and ignorant of heroes in the world. Bai-Shan raised his hand and stretched out 2 fingers, gently clamping the giant sword. The strength of 90 million is nothing more than that. What? Is this Kyuhai's strength? The other team members behind them finally started to look at Shan squarely. Before they followed Blackbeard, they never put Kyuhai in their eyes. However, now that Bai-Shan took the sword easily, he undoubtedly slapped them in the face severely. Are you ready? Before Blil could speak, Bai-Shan approached him in an instant and hit his chest with a palm, sending him flying and embedded in the wall. When he was flying in midair, he asked that sentence, what to prepare? Then, he could no longer speak. Too weak, not worthy of my sword. Bai-Shan glanced at it and confirmed that his entire lungs had been completely destroyed. A powerful palm pierced through the entire lung lobe, and now there is more air intake and less air output in the wall. Occasionally, you can hear the coughing sound of blood clogging your throat. He is hopeless. With Blackbeard's personality, it is impossible to separate people to save a half-dead person under such circumstances. If you want to leave here today, you must kill him. They all saw Bshan's speed. If they turned around and ran away, leaving Bshan behind, it was very likely that they would be the next one to be embedded into the wall. Crocodile, who had been standing in the shadows, spat in disdain. You guys should save some effort. Sand Crocodile? Why are you here? No, why aren't you locked up? Blackbeard looked at the Sand Crocodile, then at Bshan, with a look of enlightenment on his face. Don't think too much, I have always been alone. Bai-Shan shook his head, and the Sand Crocodile also smiled. Don't look at me, this is a conflict between you, I will not interfere. Suddenly, Blackbeard shouted, go together. From the narrow space, 4 or 5 figures jumped out in an instant, using different weapons to attack Bshan in different directions. Moreover, there was a sound of shuttle piercing through the air in the dark, and a bullet covered with knowledge and domineering, quietly attacked Bshan from the blind spot of the attack. You should understand one thing. Bshan thought of himself who was shot by Kaido before. At that time, I also wondered if I could use various abilities and skills to at least play around with Kaido twice, and have a fight or something. It turned out that I was completely overthinking. Kaido's speed and strength far surpassed his own. Fortunately, he hit a thunderous gossip with a hammer to create a prison-suppressing god. Now, it's my turn to abuse others by flat A. In front of absolute strength, everything is false. 100 times the time, the power of Shura. During the time after deceleration, even bullets become slow and incomparable. Bshan flashed thousands of blows, and the entire space was instantly filled with dense purple evil spirit and silver knife light. The next moment, the illusion was shattered, as if it had been chopped into pieces by Bshan. The besieged people were all turned into pieces of flesh and bones. Passing through their bodies, Bai-Shan found that there was only one sniper standing behind him, aiming at himself with a weapon. What about Blackbeard? Bai-Shan was not worried about Blackbeard escaping. He could clearly feel the power of darkness on the demon knife was still ready to move. Where's your captain? Where did he go? Bai-Shan wasn't in a hurry to kill the sniper. His bullets couldn't touch his prison-suppressing divine body at all. The captain asked me to tell you. Seeing that Bshan looked down on him completely, the sniper put down the gun in his hand helplessly and approached Bshan. He told me to tell you. A cold light shone in front of Bai-Shan's eyes. I'm actually a killer. Then, sneaking up with a ferocious face, he heard the sound of his own dagger breaking. The refined mixed venom quenched on it did not even enter Bshan's skin at all, and flowed directly down. "Thank you, I know now." Shan gently placed a hand on his head, and then activated the prison-suppressing divine body to suppress it with all his strength. A poor head was pressed directly into the floor tiles, and then merged with the entire ground. "Tiki, isn't it showing up yet? Hiding in the dark, is it fun?" Shan had already guessed that Blackbeard hid in the darkness in all likelihood. His dark fruit can turn him into a dark elemental body. In theory, he can hide directly in the shadows. Ha ha ha, Bshan. Do you know why I would rather hide than run away? In the entire space, Blackbeard's voice suddenly sounded. "A few seconds is enough for me to reach a cooperation with this group of guys." The next moment, most of the surrounding prisoners, the cages collapsed, and the Hailu stone was also shattered. Dark reincarnation. Behind Bshan, a small black hole vortex suddenly appeared, sucking Bshan's demon sword into it. "Ha ha ha, now that you don't even have any weapons, what are you going to use to fight me? Didn't you expect that I can still use the dark power on your knife?" The other prisoners shook off their belongings, moved their ankles and wrists one by one, slowly stood up, snorted each other, and then looked at Bshan together. "You can't stop me." "No one can stop my ambition. Today is the day of your death. One Piece. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 65. I am the man who wants to surpass One Piece. Is this your strength? -69 book bar. Chapter 65. I am the man who wants to surpass One Piece. Is this your strength? Shan's mentality is indeed a bit relaxed and careless. Since he has mastered the small universe, he no longer has to be afraid. The prison-suppressing divine body plus the power of the law of the small universe can even completely eliminate all the abilities of a person. Shan has not tried it on other ability users, but he has experimented on some other creatures, such as birds. All of its abilities, flying, walking, breathing, and eating, were suppressed and sealed. However, it is still alive. As long as the suppressive force is released, it will return to normal. Devil fruit is essentially just a special kind of energy. Someone can continuously develop and even awaken the ability of devil fruit through cultivation and practice. At least Doflamingo, who Bshan has not fought yet, is a strong player in this regard. Brother Ming's thread fruit is definitely not a powerful fruit. However, Brother Ming developed very powerfully, and even developed tricks such as bird cages and shadow riding lines. So, Shan really doesn't know whether he can completely suppress these powerful ability users. But Huge Battleship, Wakazuki Hunter, Evil Government King, Big Wine Tycoon, and Shilea of the Rain, only by these? Shan clicked his lips in disappointment. "I heard that the legendary Barrett is imprisoned on the 6th floor. Why didn't you recruit him?" Deep in the prison, a voice suddenly came to mind. "I will not be anyone's subordinate. I am the man who wants to surpass One Piece." DSK, Blackbeard's son, it seems that your level is still not good. HMPH, whatever you say. Anyway, you are going to die here today. Then, I will take this knife of yours and conquer the world. Speaking of this, Shan showed a slightly weird smile. He is not worried about Blackbeard snatching the demon knife, because that thing, he may not be able to hold it down. The ferocious aura in Yedao village has been condensed to the point where it can be seen with the naked eye. When it was in my hand, there was Xiao Hai pressing it down, and the demon knife had no negative effects. Now that it is in the hands of Blackbeard, it is hard to say. Xiao Hai, what will happen if the master is killed by the demon sword? The knife puppet who will become a demon sword, loses self-awareness, will always be controlled by the demon sword, and will kill endlessly. It's still a bit troublesome. If Blackbeard really loses control and runs away, he has to go a long way to hunt him down to prevent the demon knife from making trouble. So, Blackbeard, don't mess with that knife. After finishing the kind reminder, Shan waved his hand and made a probing gesture in IP Man. After waiting for so long, let's go together. The huge battleship rammed directly, ready to grab Shan and throw it to the ground. Snort. However, when he grabbed Shan's shoulder, he realized that Bai Shan seemed to be one with the entire prison, standing still and weighing as much as 1,000 weights. "Is this your strength?" Bai Shan grabbed the hand of the huge battleship with his backhand, and broke off his fingers one by one in front of everyone. The sound of pain and splashing blood covered the face of the huge battleship. "Damn. Do it. Hurry up." In the face of a serious opponent, these bastards quickly form a united front. "Sand Crocodile, won't you come with us?" "No, he came to let me go." "You continue to fight. I will go to the top to have a look first, and I will be back later." The Sand Crocodile waved his hand and walked away without looking back. "Bshan, hurry up, or the Navy will come." "If the Navy comes, you go first." "Leave me alone." "DSK, yes, you and the Navy are unclear." The Sand Crocodile obviously tried to gather information about Bshan. After Lao Sha left, several villains attacked together. Bai Shan just used the simplest fisting, pick and roll and the power of the prison suppressing god, and he was inseparable from several people. "Damn it, Blackbeard, Shiliu of the Rain. Do it all. Don't stand behind and watch. How many of you can't beat this kid?" Blackbeard faced Bshan again, and subconsciously recalled the pain of the broken arm before. Now, in a corner, there is still his mechanical prosthesis. He installed a lot of weapons for sneak attacks, various poisonous back arrows and so on. However, he understood that those things were of little use to Bai Shan. "Damn bastard, I'll cut off your arm too." Dark Blade. Blackbeard still held his previous saber, and slashed at him. Shiliu of the Rain remained unmoved, watching with cold eyes. If neither these people nor the Blackbeard captain can solve Bshan, then their strength is too weak. Such a weak person is not worthy to be his companion. "Ha ha, let's go together." Bai Shan exerted his strength suddenly, shattering the dark sword energy with a punch, and then holding the head of the huge battleship, he slammed the head hard, causing a concussion. Throwing the huge battleship aside, Bai Shan and the other three quickly started working again. The walls and other things in the entire prison were smashed to pieces. The three of them also discovered in the constant battle that Bshan's physical strength seemed to be flowing continuously, and there was no sign of fatigue at all. The three of them fought for a long time, and there were more or less wounds on their bodies, or purple bruises and swelling, also began to pant gradually, breathing heavily. However, with such a high-intensity battle, Bshan is almost exactly the same as when he first came in. There was not even a trace of sweat on his face. The power of the planet, how can you compare it? The power of the nine-tailed fox. Finally, seeing that the fight could no longer continue, Hunter Wakezuki launched his fruit ability. The fruit power of the phantom beast species. The evil government king and the big wine tycoon also burst out with new powers. The battle just now was actually just an ordinary trial stage. "Ha ha, don't you think it's too small here?" Bshan one hand. "Let's go to a bigger battlefield." Then, several people disappeared in an instant and appeared in the small universe. This is where White Mountain appeared behind them. This is Minecraft. Outside, Blackbeard saw that Bshan had disappeared, and in surprise, he appeared. "Where are they? Have they disappeared?" Bai Shan subconsciously thought of the transparent fruit of Shiryu of the Rain. However, his knowledge and arrogance are completely imperceptible. "I don't know either." "No, but can I have a look at Bshan's sword for you?" Blackbeard can't trust Shiliu of the Rain now, but he can't trust Bshan either. He felt that what Bai Shan said before was defrauding him, but he didn't dare to gamble. What a good sword! When Shiryu of the Rain was admiring the demon sword, Bshan suddenly appeared again. The other three people have disappeared. Please, leave some comments. Please. Pang Pang is really boring and powerless. Woo woo woo. Man in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 66. This is just my clone! Exclamation mark. Ready to die? Minus 69 book bar. Chapter 66. This is just my clone! Exclamation mark. Ready to die? Seeing Bshan appearing in front of them almost unscathed, Shiryu of the Rain stuck the demon sword on the ground casually, and then gripped the weapon tightly with Blackbeard. They haven't figured out where Baishan and the three disappeared together, and why they disappeared suddenly. Facing unknown abilities, the best way is to observe first. There are so many devil fruits, maybe they really have some strange abilities. They just don't know. Where did the three of them go? What? Are you going to see them? Oh, I forgot that you are their captain. I will send you to reunite with them later. Hearing this, Blackbeard stepped back half a step cautiously, and whispered to Shiley of the Rain. He just disappeared when Hunter Oyu, the evil king and the Great Wine Tycoon approached. This ability should have a distance limit. Be careful. Don't let him get caught. Huh? Why do you speak to me in such a tone? Hearing Shiley of the Rain's cold snort, Blackbeard's face became ugly. But he soon realized that he was indeed a vulnerable person now. All of his subordinates were killed. Of the 4 newly recruited, 1 is still in the wall, and 3 have disappeared. Okay, Shiley of the Rain, let's cooperate. Let's get out of here together, otherwise it will be uncomfortable. Do you still need to say? Facing Bshan, the two stood apart on both sides, forming a corner. However, they are also wary of each other. Originally, the relationship between Blackbeard and Shiley of the Rain should be more trustworthy than it is now, because in the original plot, Blackbeard had the upper hand and could take away Shiley of the Rain, and used this as a bargaining chip to subdue Shiley of the Rain as his subordinate. But now, Blackbeard's subordinates have been slaughtered, and they have to seek help from these people. So, when the identities of the two changed, the relationship between the two also became subtle. If the two of you are going to face me like this, then you'd better wait for death obediently. On a battered battlefield, the three fought together again. In order to avoid being taken away by Baishan and disappearing again, Blackbeard played extremely cautiously. Shiley of the Rain and Baishan fought close to each other, while Blackbeard was only using various dark forces to interfere with Baishan's movements. Has anyone told you to pay attention to your own safety when you shoot cold arrows? Just as Blackbeard picked up his prosthetic arm and was about to launch another sneak attack, Baishan instantly appeared on top of his head, and then he slashed down with his palm. As a result, the Blackbeard in front of him was actually chopped, turned into afterimage debris, and disappeared into the shadows. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. This is just my avatar. Many Blackbeards stood out from the shadows around them. This is your new ability? Baishan didn't remember that Blackbeard had this move. It's interesting to use shadows to create clones. You should worry about yourself first. Suddenly, Shiley of the Rain pierced the back of Bshan with a sword from behind. The blade easily pierced through the clothes, and then got stuck on Baishan's skin, stagnating. How many times have I said, Muda? It's useless. Baishan turned around in an instant, and punched Shiley of the Rain in the chest with an old set of punches. In an instant, both fists were thrown out, drawing dozens of afterimages. Accompanied by the fist wind, was the blood spit out by Shiley of the Rain when he flew out backwards. Why do some people always think that his sword is harder than my body? Baishan looked helplessly at Shiley of the Rain, who fell to the ground, then turned to face the Blackbeards, showing a sunny smile. Ready to die? What he said came out cold. No. There must be some opportunity to seize. Watched helplessly as Baishan killed his shadow clones by himself, but he was powerless. His shadow power, whether it is gravitational tearing or direct attack, has no effect on Bshan. Blackbeard, don't hide. The only way out has been locked by me. Could it be that you plan to dive into the sea and drown? The entire city university prison was built on the seabed. Devil fruit users cannot go into water, so they cannot escape easily. The only exit is already filled with the suppressive power of Bshan. Once Blackbeard intends to go out from there, he will be instantly suppressed and lose all mobility. Blackbeard also sensed an unfathomable and strange force in that direction, so he would rather face Bshan here than run away. What scares Blackbeard the most is not how strong Bshan is. He has been the son of Whitebeard for so long, and he has seen the level of a real strong man. Bshan's current strength is not the strongest in the world. However, What frightens Blackbeard is that Bshan's motives and origins are unknown, but he seems to know everything well. Both times, he got stuck at the most critical moment. The first time before, when I was still an unknown new pirate at the time, and I had just recruited a manpower, and I was going to catch a big pirate and become Chibukai. Bei-Shan suddenly appeared, killed most of his own hands, and cut off an arm. It was this time that Blackbeard had to gather strength again, hide his name, and push back the whole plan by 2 years. He almost died at the hands of Ace. If it weren't for hypnotism and deceit, he would have been judged by his father now. But this time, I planned carefully for a long time, took advantage of the opportunity to escort Ace, pushed into the emptiness of the guards inside the city university prison, and lacked defense against my identity as Shikibukai. Only then can you successfully reach the 6th floor of the large prison. Originally thought that he could successfully recruit a group of strong men, but suddenly a white mountain appeared, pushing Blackbeard to a desperate situation again. All the men who worked so hard to gather died, and the newly recruited criminals disappeared. The huge battleship was embedded in the wall, and Shiley of the Rain fell to the ground. Why are you against me, Bshan? There doesn't seem to be any enmity between us, right? Blackbeard really couldn't understand this. If I have to say, your name is Blackbeard, I'm Bshan, and our names are the same. Bei-Shan can't explain that. I read the script, so I know what kind of person you are. Blackbeard subconsciously thought of another person with white in his name, his former father, Whitebeard. Well, maybe you're right. People who sail on the sea are more or less superstitious. So, Blackbeard accepted the statement that the two are born to be mutually exclusive. But, Bshan, I want to tell you, it's now. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 67 Prison Suppressing Divine Body. Hell here, give me the town. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 67 Prison Suppressing Divine Body. Here in hell, give me the town. Bei-Shan unfolded his knowledge and domineering, and saw Shiliu of the Rain behind him, who had disappeared. And at his position, a huge purple evil spirit burst out. Wait, why is the future picture like this? Icho, Yada Muramasa. Bshan turned around and found that Shiryu of the Rain had indeed completely pulled out the demon sword Muramasa. His expression was extremely distorted and painful. His face was covered with bulging veins, his facial features were crowded together, and he was gnashing his teeth, as if his brain was experiencing infinite pain. The purple evil spirit quickly spread from the blade to Shiliu of the Rain's body, and Bshan could even see quite a few strange figures. It's like the undead who were killed by the demon sword, and their souls were imprisoned in the village. Now that the village is going berserk, these alienated souls are seeing the light of day again. Wait, those are... Blackbeard also found that something was wrong. Just now, taking advantage of the opportunity to break up with Bshan, he separated a clone and gave the demon sword to Shiley of the Rain on the ground, allowing Shiley of the Rain to take the opportunity to attack Bshan. Originally, I just planned to try a sneak attack, but if it didn't work, I ran away at the speed of light. The result is now. Uzixi, why do you look like you're going to die? Blackbeard, you bastard. The purple monster energy has been completely poured into the body of Shiryu of the Rain, and the bewitching purple monster energy is sprayed out from his mouth, and he can no longer speak. Then, like infinite voices overlapping, Bei-Shan and Blackbeard heard a strange roar intertwined with countless voices, howling, hissing. Gradually, the growls turned into logical sentences, intermittently until complete. You will all die. Everyone must die. When the demon sword completely replaced the consciousness of Shiliu of the Rain, the violent purple demon energy on his body suddenly calmed down. Ha 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 ha, I finally see the light of day again. Bei-Shan looked at Shiliu of the Rain in front of him and raised the tip of his knife at him. What the hell? Why did you suppress and seal Lao Tzu for so long? Fortunately, Finally a fool is willing to let me board my endless power of soul demon. Let me subvert this world. Blackbeard tried to approach Shylaav the Rain with a shadow. Since this weird thing is also hostile to Bshan, isn't he equivalent to having an extra ally? Go away, dirty garbage. Only lowly bugs who live in the shadows. Be careful, I'll kill you first. However, it is obvious that Yadao doesn't like Blackbeard. Did you forget that he cut off your arm? Bai Shan pointed at the Yadao, and looked at Blackbeard's prosthetic limb mockingly. Aha, yes, I remembered. Part of your dark power is still in my body. Shylaav the Rain took out a shadow from the body and put it in his hand to study it for a long time. Rubbish. Then, pinch it loose. Blackbeard still blended into the shadows, not knowing what he was planning. Bai Shan thought for a while and stepped forward. Wait. What are you doing? Facing Bshan's invincible suppressing power, Yadao village was obviously discouraged quickly. Bshan took one step forward, and Shylaav the Rain took 2 steps back. Come here again. Come here again. I will. How about you, huh? Bai Shan didn't think Yadao dared to fight him. Once he catches it, Xiao Hai can directly seal the demon knife, so facing himself, Yadao can only run. Where can he go? The exits were all blocked by his own suppression. Break through the wall. Surrounded by seawater, Shiliu of the Rain is a capable person. It is impossible to escape. Wait, Shiliu of the Rain is a capable user. The problem is that he is not driven by his own body now. Bai Shan accelerated in an instant, and rushed directly to Yadao, and the small universe opened. In an instant, something was caught and pulled into the small universe. However, in the small universe, Bai Shan saw that the demon sword in his hand gradually dissipated. Not good. The shadow that was scattered by the demon knife just now did not disappear completely, but was used by it to make a shadow clone. He learned Blackbeard's moves. I, like Blackbeard, was deceived by a knife. The next moment, Bshan saw Yadao village breaking through the wall, and a large amount of seawater poured in instantly, breaking through the wall. Ha 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 ha, idiot. I'm free. A tinge of purple quickly dissipates from the bottom of the sea. Damn. Xiao Hai's voice sounded in Bai Shan's ears. Don't worry, everything produced by the system will be tracked by the system. In the perspective of Bshan, a red line suddenly appeared, pointing to the distance. He's in that direction. There is also GPS global positioning function. It's really a Blackened system, and the product is reliable. As long as you can find it, let's ignore him and kill Blackbeard. Bai Shan had just turned around when he suddenly realized that the suppressive force he had left at the exit had been broken. What? All the prisoners on the 6th floor escaped. In order to escape, Blackbeard must leave before the seawater covers the 6th layer of shadow. So, he simply opened all the cages. If you don't leave, let's drown together. Before their lives were threatened, all the prisoners rioted and rushed directly to the passageway to the 5th floor. Bai Shan's suppressive power, under the impact of countless domineering and devil fruit abilities, was actually broken. Damn, I miscalculated. This group of people are too fierce to survive. The 6th floor is filled with seawater, which means that the entire submarine prison is submerged by seawater, and it is only a matter of time. Even prisoners like Barrett chose to take advantage of the chaos and leave. Blackbeard made a big fuss in the city, and a large number of prisoners took the opportunity to escape from the prison. After all, it happened. Bai Shan couldn't help feeling a little suspicious. Could he be unable to change anything? I cut Blackbeard myself. But Ace will still be arrested, and Blackbeard can still let these prisoners go. Could there really be a so-called destiny? Can't change anything? Bai Shan looked solemn. However, the next second, Bai Shan suddenly woke up. He seeing the group of thugs who had been revived and ferocious, they were scrambling to leave. For this reason, they fought and knocked down the people in front of them mercilessly. No. I can definitely change some things. For example, kill these bastards here. They can't bring the dead back to life, right? So, the prisoners who were escaping suddenly heard a bang. Leave them all to me. Shurikam Rage launched. The entire 6th floor began to collapse inwards, like a tin box twisted and gripped by a giant. Suppressing prison divine body. Here in hell, suppress it for me. Evil ghosts I can calm down, let alone you. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 68. Long live Captain Bucky! Exclamation mark. It's better if you don't drown. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 68. Long live Captain Bucky! Exclamation mark. It's better not to drown. At the same time, Lao Sha was upstairs, looking at Mr. One locked up in the prison. Behind, a few pirates who were still clamoring just now have been sucked by the wind and sand. The other prisoners were silent, looking at Lao Sha with fear. How about doing it with me again? The man with a firm face gently stroked the huge scar on his body. This is the huge wound that Sauron cut out before, and the scar has been left until now. Boss, long time no see. Ha 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 ha. Baroque Studio, let's rebuild. Old Sha destroyed the prison cage as soon as the wind and sand blown it, turned around and walked towards other cages, released all his former subordinates, and walked around each floor. By the way, Bucky the Clown, why are you locked in too? Old Sha shattered Bucky's cage with a hook, and then shattered Hailash's handcuffs. You, crocodile. Facing Laush of the former Kyuhai, Bucky's face was covered with cold sweat. Although he was also a member of Roger's ship back then, and he was a brother with the red hair, but now Bucky is still a timid pirate. His mind is only on treasure hunting, and he has never fought against any real strong. Ha 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 ha, let's go together. Facing this friend who I know a little bit, Laush is now much more tolerant. There is no need to make enemies anymore. These years in prison have made him think about a lot of things. He cannot always be a lone wolf and stay alone. Even if they are as strong as the four emperors, they still need their own pirate group. Knowing that there is no Pluto in Alabaster, and was defeated by a fledgling pirate boy, Laush fell into a sense of frustration for a long time at first. I have lost my goal and have no ideas, so I have no motivation to move forward. However, after so many years, Lao Sha has gradually rekindled his ambition. Isn't it just that Pluto was not found? You don't have to have Pluto to be Pirate King. The sudden arrival of Bshan completely ignited his ambition. This young boy was able to defeat himself a few years ago, and now he has killed all the way to the 6th floor of the city university prison, killing people like hemp, and slaughtering the strong like ants. Why can't I make a comeback? Could it be that the sand crocodile, who has been in the sea for so long, is really not as good as a younger generation? Called all the subordinates who were imprisoned, during which many pirates expressed their willingness to work for Lao Sha. Many of them were big pirates who were once quite famous, but now they chose to surrender in order to escape from prison. However, Lao Sha didn't even look at them. Some people tried to provoke Lao Sha, and then they were buried alive by the sand. When the strong are silent, the weak had better remember to shut up. At this time, Lao Sha suddenly felt a slight shaking of the floor tiles under his feet. What's the situation? Is there something wrong with the big prison under the sea? Impossible. This is the bottom of the sea. Then, the 6th floor was breached by seawater, the walls disintegrated, and seawater flooded in. It's not good. It seems that water is pouring in from below. Run. A pirate listened carefully for a long time, and suddenly his face turned pale. If the city university prison is flooded by the sea, everyone will die. Quick, let us out. Help. I don't want to die. The pirates on both sides cried out. You guys leave first. I'll go down and check the situation. Old Sha suddenly thought of Bshan. Could it be that something went wrong in their battle? To be able to completely break down the walls of the large prison, this battle can be described as extremely fierce. And when Laush approached the passage on the 6th floor, he suddenly felt that the space in front of him was completely blocked and locked. I have no choice but to save half a step forward. What happened to the 6th floor? Hey! Isn't this crocodile candy? Do you know what happened to the 6th floor? Behind, Ivankov suddenly appeared, with his revolutionary army men, and the demon army. Bshan is fighting against Blackbeard below, but the passage down is completely locked. Locked? What's the situation? Ivankov approached it for a try, and found that for some reason, it was like an invisible barrier, unable to move forward half a step. My subordinates said that they heard the sound of seawater pouring in, and the 6th floor may have collapsed. Ivankov thought for a while, and turned around in a circle. Then let's go. Let's evacuate first. After Blackbeard's disturbance, there is no way to stay in this place. Where is Bshan? Old Shah hesitated for a while. That kid can't die. He's not a devil fruit user. Baishan's strength has always been a mystery. Those who are defeated by him only know that his strength and speed are unparalleled, and sometimes there will be a strange energy to suppress them. The outside world has been rumored that Bshan's devil fruit may be so powerful that he can become Chi-Yu-Hai at such a young age. However, those who know the truth, such as Drago, Luffy, or Capuchin, know that Hakazan is not a devil fruit user at all. That kid is really not a fruit ability user. Old Shah heard Ivankov's endorsement, turned around and left. It's good if you don't drown. Let's go quickly. The Navy may increase its personnel later. While Lao Sha was leaving, Bucky quickly found the guards and jailers who were killed by Blackbeard, and got the keys from them. Great Captain Bucky. Thanks to you. Bucky quickly released all his former crew members, and the remaining pirates looked at the key in Bucky's hand with anticipation. Lord Bucky, let them out too. They can be our companions. However, the sand crocodile does not allow them to come out. Why did Captain Bucky listen to Crocodile? You are right, Captain Bucky. Seeing the expectant eyes of other pirates, Bucky raised his head subconsciously. Of course, let it go. I say let it go. When Bucky basically released all the prisoners on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd floors, he happened to meet Lao Sha and Ivankov, who came up. What are you doing? Lao Sha frowned nervously. Let go. Let them go. We are all pirates. Although he lacks confidence, there are so many people watching behind him, Bucky can't be hypocritical. He must be stunned. Okay, let's go. We can't stay here anymore. Lao Sha, who was busy leaving, took his men and left quickly. Only a group of pirates behind looked at Bucky adoringly. Captain Bucky is really not afraid of Crocodile. Even Crocodile can't force Captain Bucky. Long live Captain Bucky. Man in the Pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 69. Prison suppressing divine body fully opened. Thanks. Xiaohai 69 Book Bar. Chapter 69. Prison suppressing divine body fully opened. Thanks, Black. The 6th floor has been completely locked up by Bshan and has become a real endless purgatory. The prison suppressing divine body is fully opened. Let you see the results of my 2-year retreat. Baishan's beard and hair are flying now. His whole body is glowing with red-gold color. His body size has grown a lot, and golden cracks appear on his skin. Like a demon god alive. Is this a special bloodline? I have never seen this state. Devil fruit, or special domineering? The big pirates around felt the extremely powerful pressure, which made them use up all their strength just to resist the pressure. Moreover, this kind of pressure has been increasing, and some of them are in poor health, and their bones have already started to make a crisp sound of being broken, and their bodies are overflowing with blood. However, to White Mountain's displeasure, Blackbeard disappeared. The moment Blackbeard disappeared, Baishan almost succeeded in suppressing Blackbeard's dark power. However, Blackbeard seemed to have borrowed the shadow power of Yedao village Zhengshang as the coordinates, and disappeared in an instant. The remaining villains were all locked up on the 6th floor by Bshan. The small universe is unfolding. Let me go in. Seeing that the distance was almost the same, Baishan opened the small universe and sucked everyone in. After they entered, they saw the previous trio fixed somewhere in space. Huntryu Oyu, the big wine tycoon, and the evil government king also stared blankly at the inmates who suddenly came in to go to jail with them. It seems that we still cannot escape the fate of being imprisoned. The other big pirates found that they could move freely, and stood up one after another, feeling the weightlessness of floating in space. "Why don't you three run away?" The pirates who suspected that there was fraud here chose to ask the three senior about the situation first. "Run? Where are you going?" Wakizuki Hunter weakly pointed at a pirate who was just running away. "Look at him." A group of people watched the pirate's figure drift away and disappear. Just when they wondered if Hunter Oyu was lying to them, they saw the pirate coming back from another direction. "Haha, I have already escaped. There seems to be someone in front of me. Go over and have a look." "What the hell? Why are you?" The unbelieving pirate changed another direction and continued to run. After walking for a long time, he came back here again. "Don't try it, it's useless. I've tried all directions. Whether it's domineering or devil fruit, I can't use it here. No matter which direction you go, you will eventually come back here." What they don't know is that Bshan has completely distorted the space here into a sphere. No matter how they go, they are ants inside the glass ball, and they will eventually return to this place. "Let's rest. You won't feel hungry or thirsty if you don't eat or drink here. And you won't feel tired no matter how hard you toss. This place is simply an eternal hell. We can only live or die." Hearing this, the other prisoners realized it. They seem to be locked up here forever. In the big submarine prison, there is at least the feeling of awe. Here is nothingness, nothing, eternal life and the endless void. It didn't take long for most of the prisoners to sit together and talk to each other. No way. They really have nothing else to do. "I'm a bit regretful. Maybe I should use the past time to do something interesting." Thinking carefully about the past, it seems that I didn't do anything except murder and arson. Damn it, if I can go out, I must first visit the world. As for Bshan outside, the inner activities of these prisoners are still unknown. Blackbeard slipped away from him again, which made Bai Shan feel that he might really be a little too arrogant. "Xiao Hai, do you think I underestimate the enemy? I have so many abilities, but I can't catch a Blackbeard. It must be because I haven't developed my current abilities to the extreme." That's not true. Thinking this way is really arrogant. Every world has its own unique laws, as well as its unique strongman. Don't underestimate others, let alone yourself. The little girl in a black dress suddenly jumped out, and gently pressed a finger on Bai Shan's mouth. "Keep working hard, Master Host. I'm still waiting for you to take me out of this world." "Okay, I will try my best." Bai Shan took a deep breath, regained his energy, and left the 6th floor. When he was leaving, Bai Shan turned his head and took a look. Most of the entire 6th floor had been submerged in seawater, and the brick walls and floor were twisted together by strange force. Such a scene gave Bai Shan a sudden insight. Wait, the suppressing power of the prison god body can control the direction? That is to say, Bai Shan suddenly thought of something, and walked up quickly, pointing his hands at a cage that had no prisoners, trying to control the force of suppression. A single ability is divided into several parts, suppressing different positions of the cage and moving in different directions. Knew it. Can do. An idea popped up in Bshan's mind. If he splits up countless small suppressive forces, acts on different positions of the target, and steers in different directions, won't this change from suppressing space to tearing space? The host has completed its self-creation ability. Please name it. When Bai Shan's thoughts came to mind completely, Xiao Hai's voice also appeared just right. Let's call it Weird Power and Chaos God. Due to the host's current lack of control over the suppressive power, the strange power and chaos has been blackened, and the strange power and chaos have been obtained. This. Why is Guililiuanshan still Guililiuanshan after it has been blackened? Can self-created skills be blackened? Xiao Hai tapped Bai Shan on the head lightly. Stupid. The previous one was just your own creation. Every time you activate it, you need to distract yourself to control it. Now it has become an ability given by the blackening system, and you can activate it directly. Really? So good. Let me try. Bai Shan stood on the 5th floor, calmly. Strange power and chaos. Around the body, a large number of black gaps suddenly twisted. The entire star space with Bshan as the center of the ball was suddenly twisted and swept by a strange storm. Every substance in it was crushed, and Bshan even vaguely felt the rupture at the molecular level. When the space distortion storm subsides, the entire sphere, except for Bshan, has no substance. This is the skill I created myself. Yes, if the host uses it himself, he must be distracted to control every ray of suppression. Hiss, it sounds really difficult. Thanks, Xiao Hai. Hey, now the host can move on. People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 70 ready to execute! Exclamation mark. Just listen to me. 69 books. Chapter 70 prepare for execution! Exclamation mark. Listen to me. When Bshan went up, I saw that the prisoners on almost every floor had left. It was not until the outermost that I saw the naval warships in the distance, which had appeared on the horizon. Now, let me think about it. Let's go find the demon knife first. Flying to the Bshan mountain in the air, I saw a purple ghostly aura not far away. That direction? Go. A few seconds later, Bai Shan found several boats, and there were many people on board, watching something. Shilei of the Rain, full of evil spirits, is fighting against Bucky the Clown in the circle. Captain Bucky. Kill him. Captain Bucky is invincible. Bshan fell, just in time to see the demon sword slashing Bucky's neck. Then, the split fruit will automatically split when attacked. What kind of monster are you? I've never seen this kind of monster before, so strange. Yadao village seems to be caught in some kind of thinking, and has been hacking and chopping the clown Bucky. However, it did not do any harm to Bucky the Clown for half a day. Yo, Bucky, you're here. Bai Shan greeted suddenly. Bucky subconsciously turned around, and was cut in half by the demon knife again. It's Bshan. Let's go. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Bshan's demon sword was about to leave. Bshan went straight up and unleashed its strange power in an instant, crushing Shilei of the Rain's arm in an instant, and then reached out to hold the handle of the knife. Where are you planning to run? Actually, I just wanted to come out to get some air, so I planned to run back, afraid that you wouldn't find me. Yao Dao, who was fierce and evil before, now has fear and grievance in his voice. That's good. Bai Shan put the demon knife back into its sheath, and looked at Bucky. Thanks to you, otherwise if this guy runs away, it will be in big trouble. Ha ha ha, I'm Captain Bucky. Hearing that the youngest and extremely powerful Huckers and Shikibukai wanted to thank their captain, the other pirates formed a circle and cheered. Bucky, Bucky, Captain Bucky. By the way, Bucky, Redhead let me have a message for you. Bai Shan suddenly yelled loudly and reached Bucky's ear. Good job. Do you want to consider becoming a Shikibukai? Blackbeard has disappeared, and the Navy will definitely recruit again. Good, good. But I can't do it either. Bucky, who subconsciously agreed at first, soon realized that he didn't have the strength of Blackbeard or Bshan at all. It's okay, just watch my operation. Just follow me later. Seeing Bai Shan and Bucky whispering, adding what Bai Shan said just now. That Bshan. Did you mention Redhead just now? The Redhead. Is that the Redhead? Which Redhead one could it be? Redhead Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Our captain actually knows the 4 emperors. Long live Captain Bucky. Bai Shan smiled knowingly. Isn't the campaign starting now? Your captain has actually been hiding his strength. When the pirates calmed down, Bai Shan waved his hand and took a step forward. Your Captain Bucky, in fact, used to be one of the pirate King Roger's subordinates, and he is now a brother and brother to the red-haired Shanks. Hearing that Bucky still has this identity in the background, among the pirates who came out by him, some restless swallowed subconsciously. This is too scary. Roger's men? Which one of Roger's subordinates is not famous all over the world now? Could it be that Captain Bucky has been hiding his clumsiness? Keep a low profile. Now is the chance going to be a hit? Seeing that he had become the center of the crowd, Bucky took half a step forward, touched his hat with a big smile on his face, and then his face suddenly became serious. That's right. This is the sailor on the ship of One Piece Roger. At that time, I lived and had adventures with the red-haired Shanks for a long time. I really miss that time. At this moment, Lao Sha's boat passed by, saw Bshan and Bucky, and jumped over. Are you alright, Bshan? Where are those bastards? If you're lucky, the sun should be gone. Isn't this Captain Bucky? Why don't you stop here if you're not looking for your treasure? Bucky shrank back subconsciously, then felt a circle of eyes behind him, took another half step forward, and stood up. I plan to become the next Shikibukai. Oh? Then you have to seize this opportunity. Okay, then I'll go first. See you when you're free. Since Bshan was fine, Lao Sha left quickly. With the recognition of the two Shikibukai, Bucky's position has become extremely stable. Okay, now take your people, come with me. What are you doing? Go to the Navy. If you want to be Shikibukai, you must deal with the Navy. Bai Shan directly brought Bucky's fleet to the naval warship that came to support. This is Captain Bucky, Roger's subordinate, the red-haired brother, who wants to take over as Shikibukai. But, the Kiwusi is already full. No, Blackbeard has already fled. It was me and Bucky who did it together. You should already know that Blackbeard suddenly led people to attack the city university prison, which led to this incident. Now the undersea prison has been completely destroyed. Can't use it anymore. Understood. I will report to the headquarters. Bai Shan went back and told Bucky the news, leaving Bucky and the Navy to hand over, and quickly flew to Maran Fando by himself. Now counting the time, the top war is about to begin. Because Luffy was persuaded by himself to go to Marlin Vander in advance, maybe the battle has already started. I hope I can still make it in time. When Bai Shan arrived, he saw the three generals and Ace on the execution platform from a distance. Who is that? Huckazn. It's Huckazn. Shikibukai Huckazn is here. I heard that he escaped. Why did he appear again? Below, the Navy's camp, the Shikibukai's camp, the Whitebeard pirates' camp, and Luffy's Straw Hat Gang. All forces are in this small place, wary of each other. It seems that I am not late. Bai Shan walked leisurely through Whitebeard's fleet, gestured okay to the old man's men, and then walked to Chiyuhai's side. If you come later, there may be no show. Hawkeye touched his black knife boredly. Actually, I'm waiting for you. Then he reminded in a low voice, the Kibuhai are all in place. Suddenly, Akainu shouted, ready to start the execution. Blackbeard's Shikibukai position was taken away when he robbed the warship. Wait a minute. Marshal Akainu. Listen to me. When Luffy, Whitebeard and the others were about to save people, Bshan yelled loudly, accompanied by Shura's divine power, and successfully frightened everyone. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 71. The prologue begins. No, I took the wrong line. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 71. Kick off the prelude. No, I took the wrong line. Bai Shan stood up at this critical point and successfully attracted the attention of the audience. The Whitebeard pirates are already outside, ready to go. Everyone can see that Akainu's execution order is essentially a call to war. Once the executioners start, Whitebeard will almost certainly go to war immediately. Everyone, listen to me first. Bai Shan cleared his throat, put on a posture of Zhuge's tongue is fighting against the confusions, took a few steps forward, and stood in the middle of the empty square. First, don't be impulsive. No, I took the wrong line. However, no one in the world of One Piece understands this meme. Huh? Brother Bshan is talking about something weird. Luffy scratched his head, ready to rush to the execution platform to save people after Bai Shan finished speaking. I don't know, isn't Bai Shan planning to rescue Ace with Whitebeard and us? Usopp put down the slingshot in his hand, with a serious expression on his face. However, if you look closely, you will find that his legs are already shaking. Even so, after 2 years of experience, Usopp has become a reliable companion in the Straw Hat Pirates. It looks scary, but when it comes to fighting, it will never be light. If Bshan joins our side. Big Brother Bshan is very strong, and our chances of winning will be much greater. Forget it. Big Brother Bshan is Shikibukai, Don't make things difficult for him. Anyway, Kyukai is also a member of the Navy. Even if he doesn't do anything to us, he will definitely not come to help us. Yes, if you come to help us, Brother Hakuzen will lose Chiyuhai's position. Whitebeard looked at the boy Bshan who had met once, and smiled on his face. What are you going to do, kid? You can do something new every time. Whitebeard heard about it. The Revolutionary Army seemed to have contact with this kid. After that, the Revolutionary Army seemed to mature a lot overnight and found the right direction. Many previous difficulties suddenly became easy to overcome. Thinking about it carefully, this kid is deeply involved with the three major forces of the Navy, pirates, and Revolutionary Army. I'm afraid that he won't be able to maintain the balance, which will lead to his death instead. For example, now, no matter which side he helps, he will become an enemy with the other side. So, the best solution that Whitebeard can think of is that Bai-Shan stands in the position of Kyuhai, and then paddling. Anyway, that's what those Shikibukai and Kizaru did. So he did not expect that Bai-Shan would suddenly stand up. Standing up and attracting attention at this moment is just making yourself angry. He believed that Boy Bshan would not be so stupid. That little guy was more cunning than anyone else. There must be something that must be said at this critical moment before he will stand up. Seeing that the atmosphere is almost brewing, no matter it is the yellow monkey, the red dog, Garp or the white beard, they are all waiting for Bshan to speak. Everyone, first of all I want to tell you a piece of news. Not long ago, Blackbeard successfully attacked the city university prison, and disappeared together with a large number of criminals. Most of the other pirate prisoners also escaped. With such a heavy news thrown out at the beginning, others are more concerned about the latter. A long time ago, in this world, there were all kinds of people. Then, a huge kingdom was established with the cooperation of all ethnic groups. It was an era of advanced technology, social stability, and prosperous economy. Listening to such a story, the faces of some people in the Navy and the world government have suddenly changed. Impossible. How could he know that period of history? Exclamation mark. Others have been attracted by this fairy tale world. Especially Shiping and Empress. The former is a Murloc who has been fighting for his own kind. The latter was once used as a slave by the Danlong people and has a tragic past. But, later, this kingdom was broken. Later, in order to resist the new ruler, the D clan appeared, and a huge war broke out. This truth has been buried in 100 years of historical blankness. Finally, Bai-Shan mentioned the name that cannot be mentioned. For the world government, studying the buried history is a taboo. Bai-Shan, what exactly do you want to say? Shut up. Where on earth do you know these things? Don't let him confuse the people and endanger the majesty of the world government. Even Akainu's expression became strange. Garp touched the donut while looking at Ace on the execution platform, secretly saddened, and felt ridiculed and ridiculous by the various poses of these people. Are you so afraid that someone will unearth this history? What are you afraid of? Relying on Shura's divine power, Bai-Shan easily suppressed the noise. I'm sorry, I'm not completely clear about the history of that 100 years. I don't know much about what the D of the D family represents. Hakuzen himself wants to pursue the truth of this period of history, and the old thief Oda didn't draw these before he came here. Say these things. I just want to tell you guys. Time to call something out. It doesn't matter if it's a pirate, a navy, or even a revolutionary army. Although it may be slightly irritating. Have you guys really thought about something? Like, the age of the great pirate. Why did Roger trigger this era? Like, world government. What the hell are you covering up? For example, Draco people. Arrive. Why? Draco man becomes a privileged class? Enough. Hakuzen. Seeing that the central rhythm of the whole thing has completely deviated, Akainu shouted coldly, what the hell are you trying to say? General Akainu, frankly speaking, I have never liked you very much. Bai-Shan bowed to the three generals. Your concept is very problematic in my opinion. That kind of justice cannot be called justice, but just the self-righteousness of the powerful. However, I have to admit that this world needs you. Standing on the civilian level, At least Ake Ainu protects them. However, this protection is of no value in the long run. Only when a revolutionary fire completely burns away the old feudal system, will there be a new world. If there is evil in this world, it definitely doesn't come from pirates. What kind of world would make everyone go the way of pirates? The answer speaks for itself. If there is any evil in this world, then the greatest evil must be the feudal privileged class. It must be the small group of people above the people. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 72 Guiding Thought of the Revolutionary Army! Go on, General Ake Ainu, 69 book bar. Chapter 72, Guiding Thought of the Revolutionary Army! Go ahead, General Ake Ainu. The entire execution ground, everything around, was so quiet that a needle could be heard. Only Huang Yuan, who had obtained the guidelines of the Revolutionary Army from Drago in advance, nodded silently, with a smile in his eyes. Even pirates never thought about these things. In their view, the Revolutionary Army is nothing more than another group of people who want to seize power. When everyone has the same interests, then cooperate, otherwise, you can either stand on the sidelines and applaud the Navy's desperation. Even often clashed with the Revolutionary Army. People? Common people? It's just a fat sheep that was plundered by them. What Bei Shan thought of was far more profound than this. In the world of One Piece, it can only be said that the technology tree is very crooked, but it must not be said to be backward. Under the research of the genius scientist Vegapunk, there are already pacifist-level robots. Others, such as gigantic factors, man-made devil fruits, etc., are some brutal experiments. But it has to be said that their research has reached a considerable depth. Chopper's medical skills have already mentioned bacteria and viruses. However, due to the isolation of many islands and the deliberate blockade of the world government, many technologies cannot be widely used by people. Once a large number of civilian technologies are developed to liberate people's productivity, the world will quickly turn upside down. Communications, navigation, natural observation technology, etc., are still in a relatively early and primitive era. Once at sea, only rely on newspapers to get the latest news. Long-distance communication is all about letter writing and phone bugs. In this kind of world, if the technology mastered by the world government can be developed, used by the people, popularized, and even re-establish a huge kingdom, it is not impossible. The people. The people? You mean the people? Without the world government, those guys would be wiped out by the pirates without leaving any traces. They are sheep, and when facing hungry wolves, they must rely on us to survive. People from the world government realized that something seemed to be going wrong, so they quickly stood up. He has to move people's realizations out of here. The majesty of the world government cannot be compromised. If everyone realizes that they can overthrow the government as long as they unite, then the world will be over. Of course you would say that, but I don't care. I don't care how you plan to explain. For some things, you only need to plant a small seed, and one day in the future, a raging flame can be ignited. Bei Shan stood in place and looked around for a week, watching the expressions of the people. Some people are puzzled, some sigh, some are silent, some are thinking, some are excited, some are angry, some are suspicious. Sure enough, it's not good to talk too much now, and they can't accept and digest too much avant-garde ideas brought to them in one breath. Bshan didn't say much to the official who was pushed out. He faced the half-silent half-angry red dog again. If we are a bunch of flowers, we have tried watering, fertilizing, using medicines, weeding, loosening the soil and even devil fruit, etc. But we can't make it recover. We can only watch. What should we do if we watch it rot, yet die but not stiff? There is only one answer to this question, which is self-evident. Shovel and replant. After saying this, Bei Shan walked back again. Go ahead, General Ake Ainu. You may not get it now. But you will. This war won't bring you anything, and at that point, you will start to doubt something. then continue the execution. In order to maintain the majesty of the Navy, this time has come, and Ake Ainu must act. Prepare. Rubber, cracked space. The moment Whitebeard and the Straw Hats were about to rush up, the Heilashi handcuffs on Ace's hands suddenly shattered. Seeing a sudden burst of flames, the raging fire ignited the execution platform. A flaming meteor flew down and returned to Whitebeard all the way. Ha ha, Dad, I am fine. The sudden change made the Navy's face pale. What's going on? Where's the executioner? Everyone can only think of one possibility subconsciously, that is, there is an insider in the Navy. Otherwise, where did Ace get the key to the Heilashi handcuffs? Looking up, the executioner's burnt figure has gradually fallen down. Death has no proof. Did the executioner let Ace go? Ake Ainu hammered the chair, stood up, glared round, stared at the Whitebeard, but didn't know what to say. You can't say that you should send Ace back immediately. The Navy crew escorting Ace back suddenly turned pale. Her cousin and Ace spent some time alone. But they reported it, so there should be no problem, right? Subconsciously, they looked at the yellow ape. At that time, Huang Yuan answered their call and told them not to worry about it. Huang Yuan turned his head to look at them with a faint smile on his face. These unlucky guys. Forget it, they can't take this blame. Ahem, do you want to go to war now? Seeing that his good brother came back, Marco quickly came to Ace, looked at the angry red dog, and turned to ask Whitebeard. Brother Ace, great. How are you all right? Luffy has quickly jumped onto Whitebeard's boat, completely unaware of coming to the side of the four emperors. Ake Ainu. What to do? You make up your mind. Ake Ainu didn't even think about it. With a wave of his hand, lava meteors suddenly fell from the sky one by one. All naval ships, fire. It's all here, and the whole world is paying attention to this war. If the Navy can't provide enough deterrence, let the Whitebeard pirates retreat like this, the majesty of the Navy will be greatly reduced. Ake Ainu can already imagine that the streets and alleys of the future will spread the prestige of the Whitebeard of the four emperors, and make fun of the wave of Navy by the way. Fire. The well-trained navies immediately entered the combat state at the moment they received the order. They have been tense, waiting for the moment when the trigger is triggered. So troublesome. It seems that we still have to fight. Hawkeye remained silent, forced, as always. Galalala. My favorite son, the descendant of Roger, the Pirate King, returned to me. Whitebeard looked at Ace, who was unharmed, in a good mood. Let's show you how powerful the number one man in the world is. Whitebeard frowned, and punched forward fiercely, cracking fist. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 73 Stellar Power. What's going on, Dad? -69 book bar. Chapter 73 Stellar Power. What's going on, Dad? As soon as the strongest superhuman devil fruit was struck, the entire space was shattered by the punch, and countless cracks emerged and then spread. The sky full of lava meteors and countless bullets and artillery fire were all blocked by this punch. Sons, let's go to war. With an order, Marco turned into a phoenix, rushed out quickly, and rushed directly to follow the Red Dog in the past. Other captains also brought their own crews to start a boarding battle with the Navy. Ake Ainu, you quickly get rid of Marco, and then we will deal with Whitebeard together. Okiji turned to look at the yellow monkey. Let's go. Let's deal with the other pirates first. Whitebeard hasn't made a formal move yet. If we really fight, I can't stop the strongest man in the world. Okay, listen to you. At this time, as a general, Huang Yuan still has to set an example. His admiral's position can't go wrong. It's all about touching the fish and releasing the water. Since neither Ace nor Luffy had any accidents, Garp simply stood behind, with a look of being old and useless, and asked his adjutant to take people to clear up the pirates, and he and Sengoku shocked battle situation. Shikibukai also mostly found an opponent and started fighting. Sauron held a knife and entangled Hawkeye with Diamond Josie. Tanyasha Doflamingo originally wanted to sneak attack, but was accidentally discovered by Ace, and the two fought together. Sure enough, There is no Blackbeard to disrupt the situation, and many people in the navy are trying to fish, so the battle between the two sides is basically even. Taking advantage of no one paying attention to him, Bai Shan simply jumped onto Whitebeard's boat. "Shan, what are you doing here, brat?" "Galalala. It's been a long time, come over to say hello, and test your strength as the strongest man in the world. You kid is also planning to challenge me? It's almost the same old guy cup. Ha ha ha, I'm Shikai Bukai. Look at the trick." Bai Shan suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Whitebeard roared and punched Bai Shan. At that moment, Shan felt a real sense of shattering. Under the huge vibration, he flew out directly, spitting out a big mouthful of blood. Fortunately, with the power of the planet and the blessing of the prison-suppressing divine body, Shan quickly recovered. Even if it was the prison-suppressing divine body, this punch almost crippled him. Ha ha ha, come again. The two fought more and more fiercely, and in the end, Bai Shan could barely hold the Yadao Muramasa. And he also discovered that although the power of the planet is endless, it is almost meaningless. Every time Whitebeard attacks, it will cause damage to himself. It is too late to wait for the repair, and the next attack will come. After one battle, the internal load of one's body is very serious. Bai Shan's sword knocked back the Whitebeard, and then spit out a big mouthful of blood. There are still some small pieces of minced meat inside, which should be internal organs or the like, which were shattered and spit out. As expected of the strongest man in the world. The will of the demon sword in his hand is trembling slightly. It's so hard. It hurts. Galalala, you kid can beat me like this. You are already very strong. A man who can draw with Whitebeard is basically the pinnacle of this world. Damn it, I'm really not reconciled. Bai Shan clenched his fists and bit his lower lip. They all have the prison-suppressing divine body, but they still can't beat the real strong-armed domineering. Now, when I face Kaido, it's nothing more than being hit by a stick to being hit by a few more sticks. Just now at 100 times the speed, Bai Shan hit 1,000 blows per second. There was only a clanging sound, and there was not even a single scar. As for the small universe, Bai Shan was afraid that Blackbeard would punch him down, and his own small universe would be shattered. He just tried it and found that he couldn't absorb Whitebeard into the small universe. The shock force around Whitebeard is too strong, and he can't expand the small universe. The host was beaten and vomited blood by an old man while possessing the power of a prison-suppressing god and a planet. It is a great shame. The power of the planet has been blackened, and the power of the star has been obtained. The power of the stars! Exclamation mark. Bai Shan suddenly raised his head and looked at the sun in the sky. Close your eyes, and within a second, the fatigue just now will be restored. The power of the stars has more powerful explosive energy, which can be used for rapid healing and explosive power in a short period of time. Xiao Hai added the explanation in time. Good. Under the blessing of the power of the stars, a golden red flame ignited in Bai Shan's eyes. Oh, it seems that you are really not simple. You dare to hide your strength when you fight with me? Whitebeard thought this was Bai Shan's true strength, and laughed. No, it seems that someone is looking for you. Bai Shan turned his head and saw a figure walking over. Maelstrom Spider, Skeward. In this world, will that happen again? Now the Whitebeard is not in the previous story. Father, I have something to ask you. Skeward seems to have made some difficult decision. Galalala, tell me, what's the matter? Facing his son, Whitebeard was not at all defensive. That apostrophe s. Why do you prefer Ace so much? Skeward suddenly stabbed Whitebeard with a sword. At close range, Whitebeard had just finished fighting Shan, and at this moment he had completely let go of his guard. There was a sound, and Shan held the hilt of the demon sword Muramasa with one hand, then slowly retracted it, and blew a breath on the blade. Skeward's knife was cut off by Shan. Son, why are you? Whitebeard didn't show much anger, but puzzled and confused. Damn it. Why? Hakazan, what are you doing? Aren't you Shikai Bukai? Skeward's face turned pale. Yes, I am still in the Revolutionary Army. Bai Shan put away the demon knife as if nothing had happened, and walked aside. Next is the family affairs of your Whitebeard pirates. I will not participate. Whitebeard looked at Squad with a complex expression. Daddy. Squad also had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he was also cared by Whitebeard, and he also had feelings for Whitebeard. On the other hand, there are also doubts about Whitebeard. After some explanations, Whitebeard really forgave Squad. Silly boy, even so, I still love you. Whitebeard looked at Squad, who was standing on the side crying, sighed, and then looked into the air. Marco, come back. Hearing Whitebeard's call, Marco quickly returned to his side. What happened, Dad? You take Squad to a safe place. Whitebeard caressed his chest, took a long breath, and landed the pheasant knife in his hand, full of majesty. I want to deal with the three of them myself. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 74. Three little guys. Let's go together. Watching the battle. 69 book bar. Chapter 74. Three little guys. Let's go together. Onlookers fight. These words were not only for Marco to hear. Whitebeard deliberately amplified his voice, and almost everyone on the battlefield could hear it. Galalala. Three little guys. Let's go together. Whitebeard slashed out a shockwave, repelled the red dog who was fighting with Marco, and then gave an order, and all the other ships of the Whitebeard pirates dispersed. These big guys are going to fight, and whoever gets involved will be courting death. Whether it was the Navy, the pirates, or even the other Shikibukai, they all quickly ended their current battles, then withdrew, and stood aside to watch from a distance. HMPH, Whitebeard, you have a serious tone. The three generals also quickly assembled, forming a three-way sandwich in the air. Akaken's face was particularly embarrassing. He had always focused on targeting the four emperors, but he sent out to monitor Whitebeard's navy. Under Whitebeard's anger, the entire army was wiped out. Aokiji and Kizaru have ambiguous attitudes towards pirates, but in the current situation, he has no choice. If there is any hesitation at this time, the majesty of the navy will no longer exist. The four emperors have always been so arrogant. Yo, is it so scary? The three generals gathered together. Garp and Sengoku began to calm down the situation. All the navy, evacuate the current sea area, blockade and encircle the periphery to prevent pirates from escaping. Although it is said so, in fact, the key to the whole war lies in the competition between these highest combat powers. If Whitebeard wins, it doesn't matter how many other naval blockades there are. Therefore, the other lieutenant generals are all staring at Whitebeard's direction, ready to help at any time. Now the three major admirals of the navy have already lost their tongues against Whitebeard. If other people continue to intervene, the navy will really lose face. But if they are really about to lose, no matter what they say, they will definitely not be able to stand and watch. Don't worry. How could it be possible that the three generals can't defeat a mere pirate? It is said that it is the four emperors, but it is actually just a relatively powerful pirate leader. The navies, who were extremely anxious and unable to participate in it, could only fight each other, hoping that the three generals would defeat Whitebeard and wipe out the entire Whitebeard pirates in one go. When was the last time the three of us were together? It should be under the hands of Teacher Zephyr. Stop talking nonsense, it's time to go. Whitebeard saw that the surroundings had become extremely empty, raised his fist, and punched it down. Sea shock. The entire sea suddenly became rough, with huge waves. All the ships were shaking, and the situation changed suddenly. I rely on. Is this the posture of a real big shot? The most important thing is, this may be considered as an enhanced level A, and it can have the effect of changing the color of the world. When the waves rolled up storms and whirlpools, Aokiji called Ice Age and suddenly froze the entire sea area. The ships that were still swaying in the wind and rain just now stopped quickly, then they could no longer move. Galalala, just to say hello to you guys. Are you ready, little ones? The tall figure with Whitebeard disappeared in a flash, and fought with the three generals. stirring up the wind and clouds in the air. Cracking fist, lava eruption, icicle, Amazon cloud sword. The surrounding sea area was hit by heat waves for a while, cold for a while, tremors for a while, and flashes of light for a while. The battle situation of Daloman, these ordinary people around really can't get involved. Even the brigadier generals dare not approach at will. So, Garp stared at Ace and Luffy. Bshan boy, you are Shikai Bukai, right? Go and bring back Luffy and Ace. As soon as Garp opened his mouth, he threw Baishan an impossible task. Wait for Whitebeard and the three generals to finish fighting. Otherwise, if you pass by now, even if you catch it, it will be for nothing. Haha, I want you to arrest people now. Garp came over and kicked Bshan's ass. Hurry up and get out. Don't stand here motionless, your eyes are almost straight. Baishan had no choice but to walk back to Whitebeard's boat. At this moment, Ace and Luffy are watching the battle of the four of them engrossed. I have to say that Whitebeard is really strong. The attacks of the three generals are often unable to get close to him, and they are shattered by the power of the shaking fruit. As soon as Whitebeard made a move, the other three had to dodge. No way, Whitebeard's punch was really too heavy, few people could bear it. Ake Ainu was accidentally slashed on the arm with a knife. Even if he escaped in time, it still looks like there is a lot of damage, so that the speed of the lava fist thrown by Ake Ainu's two hands is different. Ace, that lava fist looks like your fire fist. Luffy suddenly discovered something. Well, it's not just lava fist. His various attacks are similar to mine, but they are more powerful. I want to surpass him. It's just Ake Ainu. My burning fruit must not be much worse than his. Under the influence of Ake Ainu, Ace became uncommonly active and high-spirited. Before, he always felt that this war was launched because of him, so everyone's death must be related to him. However, seeing a more powerful opponent, Ace realized that he still has a long way to go. Whitebeard is very strong. Of course, Daddy Whitebeard, but he is the strongest man in the world. I want to defeat him and become one piece. Ha ha ha, Luffy, then you have to work hard. Baishan simply walked over and got next to Ace, chatting with the two brothers while watching the bosses fight. Catch these two? Don't be kidding, Marco is still watching. Besides, if Whitebeard loses, it doesn't matter whether he catches these two or not. If Whitebeard wins, he must be released even if he is caught. So when Garp said that, he didn't expect Hakuzen to really catch Ace and Luffy. Instead, they are asking Bshan to join Ace and Luffy in a disguised form. Baishan had been standing in the Navy's camp before, and he didn't have any free time to catch up on the old days. Now everyone at least stops. Simply let these young people get together. It's just that Baishan has been feeling a faint sight, looking at him with ill intentions. Baishan turned his head calmly, scanned around slowly, pretending not to notice, then found the source of the line of sight. 10 Yashado Flamingo. Why is Brother Ming staring at himself? Baishan quietly clenched the demon knife. Seeing that I have something to do, I will go to Mingo's Dressrosa after I finish fighting here. People in pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 75, Kaido attacks! Exclamation mark. Who gave the order? -69 book bar. Chapter 75, Kaido strikes! Exclamation mark. Who gave the order? On the Kyuhai side, many people actually noticed that Hakuzen ran over to sit with Ace and Luffy. It seems that their relationship is very good. Shan Kyuhai, do you have a good relationship with Luffy? But for these great pirates, everyone has their own secrets. Even if Baishan is sitting there openly, they won't bother about it. However, it was obviously a bit boring to just watch Whitebeard wait for the three generals to single out. So, someone couldn't wait. I don't know who gave the order. A fleet of naval warships suddenly appeared in the sea, and drove directly in the direction of Ace and Luffy. They're on that ship. Catch 'em. Go. As long as you catch Firefist Ace and the Straw Hat Kid, we won't lose. Garp and Sengoku frowned. Who ordered this? The two of them are standing here, How could anyone dare to mobilize troops privately? Who gave the order? Report. It's Commodore Rokas. HMPH. It's that little guy. Garp saw the Commodore General at the bow of the ship gearing up at a glance. Brigadier General Rokas is the Brigadier General who slammed Bshan at the secret meeting before. Where did he have the guts to mobilize the Navy at this juncture? It doesn't matter. The fleet has already started. Get ready. Once any party suddenly has a stance to do something, the rest of the people will immediately be in a mess. Ace. Come alive. Baishan patted Ace, pulled the men with white beards, and looked towards the direction of the sea in the distance. HMPH. Those navies still want to fight? Then get ready to fight. Yeah, fight. For a while, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were gearing up and cheering excitedly. Facing the approaching naval fleet at full speed, the pirate ships also quickly switched to battle formation. Then, seeing that they were about to fight again, the other warships and Kyuhai couldn't stand up anymore. Sure enough, I still have to use my hands. Moonlight Moriah stared at little Ozzy, waiting for this moment. Once he successfully captures the shadow of little Ozzy and creates a demon army, his strength will become even stronger. One day, I will definitely be able to raise a huge ghost army again. When you have enough manpower, you can grind that monster to death even if you rely on the wheel to fight. When the Navy and the pirates collide again, the battle is about to start. Emperor Yan Great Flame Ring. Ace fired the flame ring, kicking off the second round. This time, it was mainly the Lieutenant General and Brigadier General who faced Whitebeard's men. Bshan, aren't you Shikibukai? What are you doing standing there? Come and help. Rokas shouted at Bshan from a distance. I want to listen to you when I do things. Before seeing this Brigadier General who had been aiming at him everywhere, Baishan raised his hand and planned to fly over with his sword as soon as he got angry, but was blocked by the black knife that suddenly appeared. You are still Shikibukai, so don't directly conflict with the Navy. Damn it, I still have to be so angry? Shikibukai, I'm wrong. The more Baishan thought about it, the more angry he became, and he simply hacked that guy to death, so that he could become Lee Y. I've been silent for so long, I really think I can't kill anyone, right? Navy pirates. Don't even think of yourself. Hawkeye gently drew a knife with the black knife, and then pointed to Bshan. If you have that idle mind, or the two of us will fight first. Okay, I agreed before. This happens to be an opportunity. Bshan's demon sword and black sword collided together, and the figures of the two changed rapidly, stirring up a large amount of sword energy. Anyway, being idle is idle, so it's a good deal to compare with Hawkeye. Hawkeye is too lazy to help the Navy, so he went to Bshan, and the two of them practiced against each other, which can be regarded as an explanation. When asked by the Navy in the future, he said that the Brigadier General provoked Bshan, and he fought Bshan in order to stop Bshan. But the more he fought, the more Hawkeye felt that Bshan's strength was far from what it was before. You boy, have you grown so much in the past few years? Ha ha ha, don't underestimate young people. When Bshan turned on the 100 times acceleration, his movement speed increased by 100 times. Combined with the domineering predictive ability of knowledge, it can already be tied with Hawkeye. It has to be said that the veteran powerhouse is still very powerful. The suppressing power of Bshan's prison suppressing god body is bounced off by the armed domineering, and it is difficult to suppress. However, in the other Kyuhai, there are also people who are about to move. Moonlight Warrior found an opportunity that no one else had, and quietly approached little Ozzy. Ha ha, the devil is mine now. Don't bully little Ozzy. As a result, a fist of fire suddenly came from the sky. Ace has been staring at the other Shikibukai. He is too lazy to fight with ordinary Navy. Those things are left to other teams long enough. Marco also spread the wings of the Phoenix, and rushed towards Doflamingo. Master Tenyasha, let me try. Empress Snake stood on her boat, too lazy to make a move, and kept watching Luffy fighting everywhere. The entire sea, under the flames of war everywhere, blazed up. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Ake Ainu and Okiji worked harder and accelerated. trying to defeat and repel Whitebeard as soon as possible. However, Huang Yuan was still fishing and paddling. After fighting for a long time, the laser hit Whitebeard without even a wound. No, if the fight continues, the Navy will suffer heavy losses. Garp and Sengoku stood up, just as they were planning to take over and let the three generals retreat. A huge wave suddenly surged on the distant sea. What is that? Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, even the Whitebeard and the three generals, they all stopped and looked towards the sky. On the sea level, a pirate flag suddenly rose, and a black dot gradually enlarged. That's Kaido. The 4 Emperor Kaido is here. The Navy in charge of looking out shouted, and the entire Navy was full of panic. What? Why did Kaido come at this time? Galalala, there is a good show to watch. Shan stopped fencing with Hawkeye, put away the demon sword Muramasa, and looked into the distance. His expression was dignified and excited. Kaido, the strongest creature, we will meet again. Whitebeard, stop now. Let's deal with that monster first. Under desperation, Zango stood up and shouted at Whitebeard. Good. Sons, gather the fleet. The two groups who were fighting to death just now quickly returned to their respective camps. The high-level executives looked alert, as if they were facing an enemy. Bai Shan glanced around. Everyone picked up their weapons. Even Chi Yu Hai, who was just doing whatever he wanted, returned to their own boats. Kaido is coming. A discordant voice suddenly broke the silence. One Piece, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 76. He actually came. What are you doing here? -69 book bar. Chapter 76. He actually came. What are you doing here? Kaido's huge figure gradually became clear, and when the incomparably tall body was completely clear in front of everyone's eyes, everyone felt a terrifying coercion. Kaido. He actually came. Mingo and Moria, who knew Kaido's horror well, had already turned pale. The Navy and the pirates were all on alert, but Bai Shan scanned the surroundings and successfully found the source of the discordant sound just now. Bucky the Clown. Why are you here? While everyone's attention was not here, Bai Shan quietly touched Bucky's boat. You didn't run away? What are you doing here? Looking carefully, Lao Shao was also on the boat. My crew members said that I am Shikibukai, and I should come back to participate in the war on the top. Bucky was crying. Who knows Kaido is here? It's over. Old Shab bit his cigar, rubbed his hook and remained silent. What are you afraid of? Garp, Sengoku, the three generals, Whitebeard, and Shikibukai are all here. If you can't beat Kaido, you can beat him. Bai Shan put his arms around Bucky's shoulders and pulled him aside. You should think this way. As long as you survive this war and show off a little bit, your Kyuuhai identity will basically be confirmed. Yes, is it? Of course, you are Captain Bucky. Hearing this, Bucky straightened his waist, stood at the bow of the boat, and tried his best to look confident and energetic. As expected of Captain Bucky, even the 4 Emperor Kaido is not afraid. Captain Bucky was Roger's subordinate and red-haired brother. How could he be afraid of a mere 4 emperors? Hearing the noise here, others also noticed the arrival of Bucky the Clown. Whitebeard remembered that this was Roger's subordinate, and he could be regarded as half an old friend, so he shouted with a smile. Bucky the Clown, what are you doing here? I want to become Shikibukai. I'm here to take your head. Under the attention of everyone, Bucky can't be cowardly. Galalala, even though I said that, Kaido is coming. Let's join forces first. Pay Kaido. Hearing this, Bucky's fleet was full of admiration once again. Even the Whitebeard of the 4 emperors wants to win over Captain Bucky. HMPH. Then I will reluctantly agree to you. Little ones, adjust your direction and prepare to face Kaido. If you continue to drive, you will really rush into the Whitebeard's fleet. At that time, you will be like a sheep ate the wolf's mouth. I guess you will die on the spot before Kaido comes. However, why did Kaido appear in this place? It's suspicious. Bai Shan frowned slightly. This script is not quite right. There is no reason for Kaido to come here to mix things up for no reason. Meanwhile, in the new world, Shanks' fleet is moored beside a large ship. Where's Kaido? We need to see him. Shanks has not known how many times he made this request. But Kaido's subordinates always refused him, procrastinating and evading him for various reasons, just not letting Hongfu in. Finally, the red hair couldn't wait anymore, and led his men straight to the battleship. Unexpectedly, no one stopped him, and it wasn't until Hongfu arrived in the battleship that something was wrong. Kaido is not here. Let's go. I came by myself to stop Kaido and prevent him from running to the top of the water to join in the fun. As a result, Kaido disappeared. Shanks made a decisive decision, and led the crew to turn around and drive towards Marinfando at a high speed. On Kaido's side, the drunk Kaido was sitting on the big boat, and there was no one else around him. Only he dared to go straight to the Navy headquarters alone. When Kaido approached, he suddenly roared and hit the sea with a heavy blow. Whitebeard snorted coldly, and also slashed on the sea. The huge waves aroused by the two forces clashed together, and the entire sea began to shake violently. All Navy ready for battle. Garp stood on the front line of ships. The Warring States period has shown the form of the Buddha, and the three generals are also brewing momentum on the front line. Wait a minute. Bai Shan roared suddenly, stopping the crowd who were ready to go. Then, it turned into a purple streamer and rushed towards Kaido. White Mountain. Garp yelled subconsciously, but found that he couldn't stop it. Bai Shan rushed directly in front of Kaido. Eat my sword. Yadao villages slashing out from top to bottom, colliding with Kaido's mace. Thunder Gossip. The last time I ate this, I flew out by myself and sank unconscious on the bottom of the sea. But this time, Bai Shan was still repelled a lot. His arms were slightly numb, but it was not to the point where he would be crippled by a single blow. Zura God Power. Prison Suppressing Divine Body. Stellar Power. Bai Shan held the sword in both hands. Solar Eruption. The purple demonic aura on the demon knife suddenly soared, and the power of the stars swept down, and the second sword turned the whole world into purple. Kaido still raised his arms. Thunder Gossip. In this collision, Bai Shan only took half a step back. Ha ha ha, Kaido. Be serious. As long as Kaido won't be crippled by one blow, his continuous star power can last for a long time to recover from the battle. The Sword Chi Cutting Willow and Sword Chi Chonlan can guarantee that your damage will become stronger as you fight. Come on, isn't it just scraping and grinding the boss? In the previous world, playing Wolf Black Soul was almost at this level. What is there to be afraid of? Seeing that Pshan and Kaido were fighting together without too many disadvantages, the other Navy and pirates were very surprised. Luffy's eyes are full of envy and admiration, while Garp, Akainu and Whitebeard's eyes are full of relief. This kid is so smart, how could he pounce on him without preparation? However, it is gratifying to have such a level of growth in just a few years. However, Pshan overlooked one point, that's Kaido's thunderous gossip for half a day, which is actually just a flat A. Thunder Gossip. Kaido is still tying A, but this time, in Pshan's knowledgeable domineering, he was blown out again! Exclamation mark. The unbelieving Bai Shan continued to confront the knife, and sure enough, the force on the stick was quite strong, and he flew out backwards and fell into the sea. When Pshan sank into the sea, Pshan realized that he had miscalculated. I forgot that Kaido can be overlord. This cub is really not the kind of reckless man who has been reckless, but a black-hearted schemer who is extremely insidious, cunning and afraid of death, hidden under the characteristics of a reckless man. To be able to hold the position of the four emperors for so long in the new century, he must have strength, but he definitely has not reached the realm of immortality. At the moment when the water broke through, Bai Shan still had that question in his mind. Why did Kaido appear here at this point in time? People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 77 Face Fruit. Is this the level? -69 book bar. Chapter 77 Fruit of Face. Is this the level? Seeing that Pshan was fine, several people in the Navy and pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Pshan, come back. To deal with Kaido, You still have to be at the level of a general. It's okay. I'll try again. It's not that I don't have domineering look, isn't it just entanglement? The white mountain rising again, charging towards Kaido again. During the flight, Xiao Hai's voice sounded in his mind. The host fought against Kaido again under the condition of possessing the prison-suppressing god body, but he was still sent flying by Kaido, without any progress. The power of Shura has been blackened, and it has been entangled with the power of Shura. Isn't this much stronger than the domineering entanglement of the overlord color? Azure divine power entanglement. A black fluid strip suddenly appeared from Bshan's arm, wrapped around the demon sword Muramasa, mixed with the purple demon Nora, strange and terrifying. Kaido, come again. Stellar eruption. Half of the sky turned into a purple-black color, and a streak of streamer covering the sky and the sun, as if the sky was split, once again attacked Kaido from top to bottom. Thunder gossip. At the moment when the two forces were about to collide, Kaido suddenly opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of flames. Playing dirty? Isn't it the person with the ability of the green dragon fruit? A mouthful of dragon flames had just spewed out, and Bei-Shan kicked Kaido on the chin. The kick of the person carrying the huge prison-suppressing divine power abruptly suppressed his mouthful of dragon flames. Then, the collision under the stellar eruption. The two can almost be said to be evenly divided. Kaido, is this the level? Knowing that Kaido definitely still has a lot of strength hidden, Bshan directly provoked him. If I don't force out your hidden strength today, I won't be called Bshan. King Longform is not used. It's impossible for the Overlord's color to be so level, right? Bei-Shan is not so arrogant that he feels that he has reached the point where he can fight with the four emperors. However, Kaido still did not intend to reveal his strength, and continued to swing the stick. You look down upon. Bei-Shan was about to continue with the knife, when he suddenly dodged backwards. Almost careless, in the color of knowledge, there is a domineering winding several times stronger than before under the surface of this stick. With the double blessing of the armed color and the overlord color, it looks almost the same as the ordinary thunder and gossip quietly. As expected of you, Kaido. Seeing that Bshan once again saw through his sneak attack, Kaido finally couldn't sit still. I haven't fought against the general yet, but was stopped by Kyuhai. With a long roar, Kaido rose from the big ship, Uiu fruit phantom beast species, blue dragon form. Kaido, who flew into the air, took a mouthful of dragon flames and burned towards Bshan overwhelmingly. Bshan put up a suppressive force to keep Longyun out. DSK, trouble, although I have dance skills, but I'm really not very good at air combat. Bei-Shan hesitated for a while, but decided to let a professional come. So, Bshan slipped back to the fleet at the speed of light. Seeing Bshan came back safely, the three generals looked at each other, ready to do it. Good. Ake Ainu waved his hand at the distant sky. Countless lava shot out, the sky was burnt orange-red, the heat wave was rolling, facing the lava meteor shower. Kaido turned around and spewed out a large cloud of flames. Whitebeard punched down, and the shock spread far and wide, shattering the flame cloud. Let's go, take him down. Good. Frozen meteors, flash explosions, and the long-range output of the three generals all attacked Kaido. Facing the sudden coordinated attack, Kaido took a mouthful of dragon flames, covering the sky and the sun, and the flames scattered in all directions, then flew away quickly. When Ake Ainu chased after him, Kaido was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Why did Kaido suddenly come and run away? Everyone else was pretty puzzled. Only Bei-Shan vaguely guessed something. Kaido is not really immortal, he is just cunning enough. Every time he made a big fuss about Marin Van Duo, he would come over and make a big fuss when the Navy's highest combat power was missing, and then leave quickly. I was hacked twice by U-10, I have held grudges for 20 years, and I have been planning for a long time. If he was really immortal, he would definitely have toughened on the spot. All of Kaido's reckless appearances are disguised to confuse others. Actually, once you encounter a situation where you cannot fight, such as now, the three generals of the Garp warring states, plus the Whitebeard in this situation, Kaido will not really rush over in a daze. If he really comes, this group of people will work together, and they don't mind sending Kaido away. Baishan sighed softly. There was still some gap between himself and the four emperors. Although it has been reduced a lot, it is estimated that it will still not be able to win the hands of the four emperors in a real fight. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Looking back, other people were also quite puzzled by Kaido's inexplicable behavior of running over and running at the speed of light. However, Kaido ran away. The war between the Whitebeard and the Navy. The two factions had just united for a few minutes, and now they became tense again. Then, another ship came over the sea. It's endless. Who is this? The hopeful sailor quickly reported the banner. It's the ship of the four emperors, Redhair Shanks. Sure enough, the redhead is about to launch the fruit of face. Because they don't know whether it is an enemy or a friend, the Navy and the White Regiment are on guard against each other, waiting for the red hair to approach. Everyone, give me face and stop. The red-haired voice came from afar. If anyone still fights, I don't mind joining the other side. Enough dead already. This is true. During the chaotic war just now, many people still died. Whitebeard and warring states looked at each other, they turned their heads and went back separately, counting their casualties. The red-haired boat got closer and closer, and when he saw Hawkeye and Bshan, the red-haired smiled. Then, I saw Wang Luffy and his straw hat. Luffy, how about being a pirate? Great. I gathered a lot of friends. I will definitely become One Piece. Usopp also burst into tears, and his father, Jesus Boo, was greeting him. Finally, the red-haired boat stopped in the middle of the two factions. Come on board my boat and talk. Whitebeard, Sengoku, there is also Bshan who was pulled in for no reason. The forces from all directions gathered on the red-haired boat in full view, launched a negotiation with a small number of people but a very high status. You talk about such a big thing, why are you pulling me? Although Baishan refused, he was forcibly pulled in. After closing the hatch, the entire sea is waiting for the hatch to open again. On one side, there are Marco, Ace, Luffy and Red Hair's subordinates, all kinds of big pirates. Excited and excited. On the other side, the three generals were solemn and silent. The top war is coming to an end. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 78. Go ahead. I'll just eat and drink. Chapter 78. You continue. I will just eat and drink. So why on earth did you drag me in? Baishan looked left and right, and on one side was Whitebeard who was stroking his beard with a smile on his face. His son is fine. Today, the red hair came, so he must not be able to fight anymore. Whitebeard thought of the new world monitoring his sunken warship, so he made a lot of money in vain. Although this kind of earning is actually a lose-lose situation, Whitebeard can't help being happy. Sengoku, Garp, is your navy at this level? After making a fuss for a long time, I patted my ass and left. In any case, being able to sweep the Navy's face is a great thing for Whitebeard. He is the representative of pirates, one of the four strongest pirates. On the other side, Zango had dignified eyes, a calm complexion, as motionless as a mountain. The Navy has lost a lot, and whether it can make up for some losses depends on this negotiation. Even if it is the Navy, they don't dare to go to war with Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks at the same time. No matter whether they win or not, once the war starts like this, Kaido and Big Mom will definitely fish in troubled waters. A war of this scale is enough to shed a layer of skin from the entire pirate world and shrink the naval strength by a circle. On the opposite side of Bshan is the host of this meeting, the red-haired Shanks. The quelling of the war is already a certainty. With a wave of red hair, the crew brought fine wine and barbecue. The rules at sea, no matter what, you have to eat and drink first, otherwise you can't talk about things. There is no tea to drink slowly here, only barrels of dry malt wine. The light wine exudes the slightly sweet aroma of malt, calming down the faint conflict between the two. Okay, So let's get down to business. Once the negotiation started, the people who were still eating and drinking just now entered the state immediately. My sons also suffered heavy losses this time. If the Navy is willing to admit that they lost, we cannot pursue the matter of you taking my son away. HMPH. How dare you say that? If it wasn't for the red hair coming today, even if you couldn't kill you, it would be impossible for you to take Ace away. Garp is willing to see Ace being hacked to death like that? Willing to see Luffy have an accident? Just kidding, you should find out the ghosts in your team first. Hearing this, several people on the field subconsciously aimed in the direction of Bshan. What are you looking at me for? Go on, I'll just eat and drink. Bshan is sloppy, just doesn't get involved in their affairs, and doesn't stand in line to the death. They also feel helpless for this kid. They have witnessed the growth of this kid. From an unknown person, in just a few years, he became Kyu High, famous all over the world. Kaido has been tough for a while today, and this record is released, which is enough for his reputation to rise to a higher level. After such a fight today, maybe you are the strongest Shikibukai. Whitebeard has something to say. If you reach the peak in Kyu High, which direction should Bshan go? The next step is to become the independent side of the four emperors, or to be promoted to a general to guard the sea. Baishan was born in our navy, so he will naturally return to the navy at an appropriate time. Warring States said that he watched Bshan grow up step by step, although Warring States doesn't know why Bshan became stronger so quickly. Everyone has their own secrets. The two looked at Bshan, and then let out a long sigh. The era of young people is coming soon, and the new generation has gradually shown its edge, especially this little cunning Bshan in front of him. And all the forces on the sea are unclear, as if no one is really his enemy, and no one is really his friend. Wait, enemy? The red hair knocked on the table and changed the topic. Baishan, tell me, why are you targeting Blackbeard so much? This really shouldn't be. Bshan doesn't seem to have any reason to target Blackbeard. The first time the two met, Baishan killed him and cut off an arm. This time, Bshan and Blackbeard clashed again in the city's prison. I don't know either, but the first time I saw him, I thought he was not a good person. So I just started. We float in the sea, don't we just pay attention to a man who does what he wants? Baishan spread his hands, looking indifferent. This reason, sloppy, but quite normal. The two bigwigs made an argument about Bshan's reason. Blackbeard really ran away. Redheads are more concerned about this. Nearly left him behind. He blocked me with the prisoners on the 6th floor of the city. Baishan continued to shrug his shoulders. It is impossible for the Warring States period not to care about advancing into Chengda prison. Damn. Blackbeard, it really is wolfish ambition. Sure enough, upon hearing that all the prisoners on the 6th floor had been released by Blackbeard, Sengoku punched the table hard. What about the prisoners now? I don't know. The 6th floor of the prison collapsed, and the sea flooded in. I had to run away first. The other prisoners may have already run away, or have they all died below? Baishan will not admit that these prisoners are now trapped in their own small universe. I don't know. I haven't seen you for a long time. Are the prisoners still sane? In the previous world, there was a famous experiment in a small dark room. Any strong-willed person might collapse if he was locked in a small black room for 5 days. Guanxio room even became a necessary training item for secret agents at one time, and those who could not last more than 7 days were not qualified. The small universe is better than the small black room. At least there are other people to chat with, although no matter how you go, you will return to that place. People who are locked into the small universe will lose all their fruit abilities, arrogance and other combat power. They are now immortal ordinary people. Yes, go back and see them when you have time. Don't let these bastards die inside. That's too cheap for them. No, I have to ask them to search again. Warring States beckoned, let the adjutant at the door come in, and seized the time to arrange for the Navy to advance around the city university prison to search for prisoners. Even in the Warring States period, An order was issued that once escaped prisoners are found, if they do not surrender directly, they can be executed on the spot. Okay, let's talk about the rest. After Sengoku gave the order, Aokiji quickly flew away to take charge of the situation over there. Ake-kun has been staring at the white and red groups all the time, guarding against the pirates making trouble. Bei-shan smiled. Aokiji could only do useless work in the past this time. The entire 6th floor is locked in its own small universe. Of course, if you can find Blackbeard and kill him, that would be great. Blackbeard, Bei-shan, who was wandering in the sky, suddenly heard the red hair saying, "I was stopping him at Kaido's side, but later I found out that Kaido wasn't there at all. It's a strange shadow puppet." People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 79 Strange Shadow Puppet. Faces typed, 69 book bar. Chapter 79 Strange Shadow Puppet. Faces made. Shadow puppet. Bei-shan slapped the table, interrupting the red-haired memory. What? Tell me about that paragraph in detail. Looking at this, you know what's going on. The red-haired recalled seriously for a while, in order to ensure that he could recall all the details and provide enough clues to Bei-shan. We went to Kaido's fleet, and felt Kaido's coercion inside at first, and Kaido's figure was also on the boat, looming. However, we asked to meet with Kaido, and we were sent back several times after being delayed. It seems that there is only one voice inside. So I thought there was something wrong, so I rushed in with people and found that there was only one ordinary little pirate in the whole ship. The figure of Kaido is actually a shadow puppet. Although it has a trace of Kaido's coercion, it actually dissipates at the touch of a touch. So we knew immediately that we had been fooled. So we ran this way quickly, and fortunately we caught up. Bei-shan slapped his forehead. Didn't this connect? It's a pity. If you had come earlier, you would have been able to encircle Kaido. Who would have thought that Kaido would hook up with Blackbeard? As expected of 2 old silver coins, the matter suddenly became clear. Seeing that Bei-shan seemed to be enlightened, Whitebeard raised his hand and knocked on Bei-shan's head. Fart. Let it go. You're talking about whining, playing with mysteries. Who's interested in it? Bei-shan finally realized that he was the one with the lowest seniority and strength at this table. Ahem, it's actually like this. Bei-shan points to the direction of advancing City University prison. When I was fighting Blackbeard, I met that kind of shadow puppet. That's the development of Blackbeard's dark fruit ability. That is to say, Kaido's coming this time is related to Blackbeard. If Blackbeard succeeds this time, he will return to the top battlefield with the prisoners who have advanced into City University prison. Bei-shan dipped his fingers in the wine and drew a formation on the table. Papa Whitebeard was injured by Skeward's surprise attack. The Navy will definitely take the opportunity to attack. Both Papa Whitebeard and the Navy will suffer. At this juncture, the red hair was entangled over there, and Kaido came to disrupt the situation. As long as Blackbeard hides in the dark, no matter what he plans to do, he can take advantage of it. Thinking of that ending, the 3 people on the table also broke out in cold sweat. Take the opportunity to kill 4 emperors, or kill a general, or simply take the opportunity to return to the new century to sweep the territory, or attack the naval base. Bei-shan knocked on the table and counted all possible things for them. Countless powerful people fell overnight on the sea, and the latecomers will absorb nutrients from the corpses of these people and grow fully. A cruel, ruthless, insidious, cunning, and patient 4 emperor is the future identity of Blackbeard. Bei-shan took a big sip of beer and raised his glass to warring states. All in all, I solved a little trouble. HMPH, is it possible that I have to give you an excellent Navy bonus later? Warring states both love and hate Bei-shan, a lawless boy. When he can't restrain himself, the Bshan kid is more reckless than anyone else. If Bshan can be restrained, then the future of the Navy is just around the corner. Unfortunately, Bshan doesn't seem to be very interested in the Navy's concept of justice. It can even be said to be a bit sniffy. Justice? Why didn't I see you go back and kill Tanlongren, capture Wu Laoxing, and judge him? If the biggest contradiction is not resolved, there will be no change in chasing pirates for 100 years. Oppression and exploitation are the source of all tragedies and injustices. Shan does not expect to create an ideal world like Utopia, which is unrealistic. Bai Shan just didn't want to see the Danlong people acting recklessly, riding on his head and shitting. If you let yourself see it, then cut it directly. Unfortunately, when I occupied the Chambord Islands, I didn't encounter many. Okay, no matter what, White Mountain expelled Blackbeard and broke Blackbeard's conspiracy. This is a good thing. The red hair tried his best to round back the rhythm. What about naval losses? Lost heavily. The 23 warships that monitored Whitebeard were wiped out, and all the prisoners in the City University prison were pushed to escape, causing countless casualties. In addition to these things that Blackbeard has done by relying on the identity of Shikai Bukai, if they can't be handled properly in a timely manner, the majesty of the Navy will no longer exist. When it came to business, Sengoku frowned and stared at the Whitebeard, with a faint anger between his words. Galalalala. Warring States period. If you want to continue fighting, then I don't mind shattering your entire Marin Fando. Will Whitebeard, who is the four emperors, be afraid of this? The aura of the two confronted each other on this small table. Bai Shan and Hongfa had no choice but to spread their domineering aura to resist the aura of these two people. Okay, you each take a step back. Throw the blame on Blackbeard, and then say that he was beaten to death, and that many prisoners who were pushed into the City University prison died. You took advantage of the Whitebeard father, then just withdraw back in a hurry. What are you doing at the naval headquarters? Bai Shan continued to come out as a peacemaker. Impossible. If the Whitebeard pirates don't pay any price, our navy will definitely lose face. Bai Shan shook his head. Face is earned, not given by others. In this way, Blackbeard and Kaido will be blamed, and you go to the New World to beat up Kaido's territory. How about it? Can you still do this? Whitebeard came to Marin Vanduo to make a fuss, and then the Navy went to beat up Kaido to save face? Bai Shan smiled. Anyway, both are the four emperors. How do ordinary people know the difference between the four emperors? Kaido, just like that, obviously intends to fish in troubled waters, but it turns out that the combat power here is complete, so he just ran away. In the final analysis, it was Blackbeard who captured Ace for the sake of the Kyuhai position, and that's what happened after that. If you say that, the source of all problems is indeed Blackbeard, the redhead agreed. The scar on his face was still there. Then it's settled. But, Whitebeard, you must claim that you were repulsed by the Navy. Whitebeard pondered for a while. His son was fine, so there was no need to fight this fight, and everyone was seriously hurt if they worked hard. Okay, go back to the new century and grab Kaido's territory together. Whitebeard is also quite resentful about Kaido's plan to steal the house for cheap. Are you going to take advantage of my injury? That really disappoints you. Amidst the red-haired toast, the four clinked glasses again. The entire war on top ended on this table. Kaido, who was thousands of miles away, didn't know that he was about to face a joint attack from the two sides. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 80 Garp Cyan Fist of Love. Yuxia World. Chapter 80 Garp Cyan Fist of Love. This time the negotiation has come to this point. It can be said that the negotiation is almost done. Generally speaking, these people set the tone, and there will naturally be follow-up processing by the subordinates. For these bigwigs, there is naturally only one next thing, which is to hold a banquet. For these men on the sea, no matter what kind of thing, a banquet cannot solve it, whether it's a pirate or a Whitebeard, or a Navy seducer or a red-haired person. At a banquet, they are brothers who talk and drink together. Wow, ha ha ha. Bai Shan, you kid can play well now. How about it? How long do you plan to be Kyuhai? When will you come back? During the previous negotiations, Carp didn't know where to hide, and he didn't show up at all. The whole process was handled by warring states alone. But when it was time for the banquet, the old man got out of nowhere, holding a large oak barrel in his hand, and drank beer in big gulps. And the most amazing thing is that Garp, who is obviously called a naval hero, has a very good relationship with various pirate leaders, including the family cadres below them. Including the Phoenix on the Whitebeard ship, Diamond Johnson, and the cadres on the red-haired ship. They are all able to talk. It can be called a naval diplomat, a social butterfly. Han's warring states period is also very helpless. Please, I'm still here, okay? Is it really okay to exchange cups with the pirate forces in front of me as an officer, hooking shoulders to shoulders? Right now, Carp turned around and finally caught Bshan, and then there was this conversation that he would ask every time he met. And he couldn't avoid it no matter what. Ahaha, the moonlight is really good today. You little brat, every time I ask you, you make all kinds of excuses. No, I must teach you a lesson today. Hearing Bai Shan's words, Garp showed an angry expression on his face, and threw the barrel of wine in his hand to the sea, and the other hand swung an iron fist and smashed it down. This is the existence of the so-called Iron Fist Cup. That pair of iron fists has beaten countless big pirates, including the past and future generations of One Piece. It is affectionately called the Iron Fist of Love by countless pirate fans, so Bshan doesn't want to focus on experiencing it. With a thought, the whole person appeared behind Garp in a blink of an eye, and the Shinichi Yang finger pointed towards his back with powerful chi. Old man. You do it as soon as you say it, but it's really rude. I'm still impolite, you brat, but you really don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Hearing Bai Shan's words, Garp snorted coldly, and his back was instantly covered by a layer of dark and thick arm domineering, blocking Bai Shan's Yi-Yang finger. Although the attack power of Bshan Yingzi can be said to be boundless, but in the face of Garp's arm domineering, it still failed in the end and failed to break through the defense. But even so, this finger still pointed out Garp's whole body, shooting directly out of the hull like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole sandbag of human flesh fell directly into the sea not far away, and finally attracted the other pirates who were drowsy from drinking just now. These guys are all the kind of people who watch the excitement and don't think it's a big deal. Seeing Bai Shan and Garp start to fight, instead of stopping them, they all surrounded them. There was an excited look on his face, which perfectly interpreted what it means to be a melon-eating crowd watching the excitement. Wow, ha 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 ha, this little guy is still very energetic. It's really good, alas, now I really want to take him in as my son. Come on. Let's open the market. Open the market. Betting on Bshan wins, 1 to 1.5. Betting on the old man Carp, 0.8 to 1. The red hair is even more lively, not only to watch the excitement, but even to open the scene. But all the big guys like this one, even the always calm admiral of the warring states of the Buddha couldn't help but put 20 million berries on Garp. Watching this, Bai Shan couldn't help curling his lips. When he returns to the naval camp, he must find his wife in the warring states period. The Admiral of the Navy, how could he allow so much private money to be left behind? Why don't you confiscate it immediately? Although these older generations of powerhouses are all amazed at the speed of Bshan's rise, judging from the odds of the handicap and the bettors, it is not difficult to see that in the hearts of these older generations, in terms of strength, I'd say it's more of a cap. Don't look at the old man Carp who usually looks like a salted fish, but only these strong men of his generation know what kind of strength this old thing has. Ah, boy Bshan, old man, I have to be serious. I haven't done it seriously for a long time, and my body is going to rust. Human Doshing, the prophet didn't know when, a black figure, like a steel cast, rose from the distant sea. Carrying the soaring water waves, it turned into a white shadow and came straight to Bshan. Seeing Garp like this, Bai Shan was also taken aback. The real strong never cover their whole body with arm domineering. They will only selectively bless a certain part according to their personal habits, or mobilize it at any time. This is also the origin of titles such as Black Arm Zephyr and Iron Fist Cup. And as it is now, Garp has turned into a black man, so there is only one situation. The only explanation is that the armed domineering chi inspired by Garp is already extremely thick, making it impossible for him to master it perfectly, and it can only cover the whole body. I really didn't expect this bad old man to have such strength. At this moment, Bshan's war epidemic was also stimulated, with an excited smile on his face, and his whole body soared into the sky. Admiralty Heavy Gunner. The pale yellow golden light shone on his body, and with the blessing of the golden bell cover, he really didn't think that his physical strength would be inferior to Garp's domineering. As for the heavy gunner developed based on Yingzi, the whole arm is like a huge cannonball, and it hit Garp's head directly from top to bottom. Hey, good job. Facing Bai Shan's attack, Garp punched the sky without hesitation. Since Garp is known as the Iron Fist, he has never been afraid of anyone when it comes to fighting. Boom. There was another muffled sound of collision, visible to the naked eye centered on Garp. The sea level within a radius of 100 miles instantly dropped by a layer. And Garp was thrown into the water, leaving only half of his chest exposed on the sea. The originally pitch-black covering color of the armed forces has dissipated, and the exposed face is somewhat flushed. People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 81 Full Firepower. Become strong again. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 81 Full Firepower. Stronger again. He punched Garp into the sea water. Although it seemed that he had the upper hand, Bshan knew his own affairs. In terms of pure physical strength, I don't have the slightest advantage. Weakness detection has long shrouded this old man, unlike Kaido who can't find any weaknesses at all. Now that the eyes have been blackened several times, they have been able to find several weaknesses in Garp. It's just that these weaknesses are not only known to Bshan, but Garp himself is well aware of them. Known as a naval hero, and a strong man of the older generation, who fought against Roger's level. Garp's strength is not to say that he is not weak, and he has even surpassed the level of the so-called general. And the most rare thing is that the strength does not rely on foreign objects such as devil fruits, but every bit of it comes from the body that has been honed and polished. He is naturally well aware of his own weaknesses, and even Bai Shan is not sure whether the weaknesses he sees are real weaknesses, or a trap specially left by Garp for the enemy. This old man looks bold, but it is not impossible to do this kind of thing. The collision just now was nothing more than a temptation between each other. It seemed a bit grand, but in fact it could only be regarded as a small fight. Both Garp and Bai Shan are testing each other's details, but after this trial, they found that they seemed to have underestimated each other. A feeling of excitement was born in the hearts of both parties at the same time, and it was out of control. Old man, be careful. I'm going to be serious. If you accidentally beat you to death, don't blame me too much. I believe that our naval hero still has some courage, right? HMPH. Noisy brat. Show your strength and let the old man see what you have learned outside in the past few years. And you are so arrogant. While speaking, Garp moved step by step, and even walked out of the sea like this, with a dark-armed body, and his arrogance was gradually compressed with his steps. When he really stood on the sea again, all the armed arrogance of his body was compressed into his pair of iron fists. Looking at those hands again, they are dark, deep, and thick, without any gorgeous and cool special effects, but even the light has become distorted when the fingers are gently opened and closed, and the air is pinched to make crackling and popping sounds. Although there is not much grandeur, there is a clear message on these hands: if you get punched, you will die. This is what makes it interesting. Feeling the sense of threat rising from the old man Garp, he even made himself feel vaguely afraid. Bai Shan showed a bit of excitement on his face, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly upturned, gently showing a piece of tongue to lick his lips. In his hand, the village of the demon knife appeared at some point, and the strange purple streamer kept flickering and jumping on the whole demon knife, which seemed to convey a bit of excitement. Even Muramasa likes to devour souls the most, but in comparison, the blood of such a strong person is much more delicious than those who abuse weak souls. Those who watched the excitement in the boat next to them, their original laughing expressions had disappeared, and everyone's face showed a bit of seriousness. This. What is this? The clown Bucky was so surprised that he opened his jaw and slammed it on the deck. He was really dumbfounded. Never thought that these two guys who usually look like they are smiling are so scary. It was even terrifying. Just looking at it, he felt very scared. His legs trembled constantly, as if he would die in an instant if he looked at it one more time. Not only these ordinary sailors, the crew members felt the terror of those beings standing on the top of the world. Each one of them also looked contemplative. Admiral Buddha Waring states, looking at Garp in such a state, his eyes are full of nostalgia and relief. The two are old buddies. The two parties have worked together for so many years. Of course, he knows Garp's strength very well. That is a legendary naval hero, an existence that is invincible in the world. If it wasn't for that incident that happened back then, how could he have become the indifferent old man who just likes to eat donuts and take a nap when he has nothing to do? It has been many years since Warring States saw Garp in such a violent posture. Once again, I suddenly saw my old friend bursting out with all his might. There were even tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. We are all old. If we don't explode a few times, we will really make these young people look down on us, and feel the violent power of Warring States, knowing that although his old buddy looks decadent for so many years, in fact, he has not forgotten to practice all the time. At least his strength is not only not in vain, but even improved to a higher level than back then. The eyes of the red-haired and white-bearded people are full of nostalgia for Garp. They have all dealt with each other, but they have never seen each other in recent decades. This old immortal has become stronger again. Wow, ha ha ha. I really want to fight Garp again. If Kaido is the strongest creature on land, then the old man Garp can be regarded as the strongest human being. Compared to the shock and recognition of Garp's strength, the aura shown by Bshan surprised these powerhouses even more. Although they all knew that Bshan was very strong, they never imagined that it could be so strong. Including the confrontation with Bshan, Garp himself, who is about to do it, would never have imagined it. This kid has unexpectedly reached this level, able to force out his full strength. Although Garp can see that it hasn't been long for Bshan kid to reach this level, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. But that's what makes him scary, isn't it? Such strength is not yet his peak, and there is still room for improvement, which is very enviable to everyone present. It's just that facing the envy of the big bosses, Bshan himself is riding a tiger, and he can't tell the pain. Standing here, Shan has fully activated his physique and energy. Prisoner Divine Body. Zura God Might. Stellar Energy. Even the cosmic rules of the small universe have begun to be borrowed, which stabilizes his aura and reaches the feeling of the same level as the old man below. This is the first time Hakuzen has fought in this situation before. When fighting against Kaido, he can go up without thinking and slash with a knife without thinking so much at all. But what is going on right now is a contest of momentum, which is more dangerous and more direct. Human in the Pirate. My devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 82, a flat A, you can't avoid it. Chapter 82, you can't avoid a draw A. The contest in terms of momentum is more thrilling and more direct. And it just so happens that Garp is a master of this. Shan could feel that once he was at a disadvantage in terms of momentum, Garp would take advantage of the situation, and the next thing he would face would be a blow like a storm, directly leaving him helpless in the face of failure. As for wanting to overwhelm Garp in terms of momentum, Shan feels that it is really a fantasy. At least with his current self, he may not be able to reach this level. Right now, I can't hold on any longer. Momentum is full of energy, and then declines and exhausts. Shan could clearly feel that his aura had begun to decline slowly, while Garp on the opposite side was like a mountain, which was not moving despite the wind and rain. In my own eyes, I can see the few weaknesses on Garp's body, and now I don't care whether it is a trap left by Garp on purpose, and I will fight first. After all, if you don't make a move right now, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to make a move in a while. And just when Bshan was about to copy the knife, the system that had been silent all of a sudden sent a congratulatory message. Facing Garp's aura, your Shura power was useless, and you were defeated by a mortal. It's really embarrassing. Shura Kamui feels that he has no face. He has completed his own blackening, and evolved into Shura God's domain. Although it is a great thing for the system to appear on stage, Bai Shan couldn't help complaining. What does it mean to face ordinary people? Can Garp be called an ordinary person? If even these are called ordinary mortals, then you can help me find more so-called ordinary mortals. The more the better, the better. However, the evolution of Shura Kamui is a good thing after all. With a thought, a spherical field spread out in all directions with Bshan himself at the center. This area is not particularly large. It only has a radius of about 500 meters, which just covers Bshan and Garp. At the moment Bshan released the domain, Garp suddenly felt clearly that the momentum on the child changed instantly. From the beginning, it was miscellaneous but not refined, messy and terrifying, and mixed with a bit of mystery. Suddenly it became a creepy feeling. Facing Bshan standing in the air, it was as if facing some horrible existence. Bloody killings, mysterious violence. Just like facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even if Garp has fought all his life, he has faced countless life and death crises, and his flesh and blood are grinding. But facing Bshan at this moment, he was still aroused a little bit, the fear deep in his heart. To be honest, after Garp showed his full strength, he regretted it a bit. It was just a sparring with the juniors. Otherwise, how could he be so superior? Originally, I also wanted to show this junior what strength is, so as not to know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Never expected that Bshan would bring him a surprise. Good boy. Seeing that he could not overwhelm the opponent in terms of momentum, Garp did not hesitate. He knew that there was no need to continue. Fortunately, his whole body was like a cannonball, ejected from the sea, driving the slightest sonic boom straight to the half-blank mountain. Good. Garp made a move suddenly, just as Bai Shan expected. The Shura God realm that he got suddenly, although it is indeed powerful, even a little outrageous, but the pressure on Bshan himself is not small, and it consumes his energy every moment. It is also suppressed by the prison suppressing divine body, otherwise, I am afraid that for Bshan, the consumption will still be too great. Finally, it was a real fight, which couldn't be better. This is really the first time that Bshan has fought against an existence of this level with all its strength. Even if it faced Kaido before, it was only a flatter of thunder and gossip. Facing the punch, Bai Shan simply didn't dodge or evade, and directly stopped his chest to meet it. On the seemingly unburly chest, the golden light flashed away, and the rest was as dark as iron, as majestic as prison. At the same time, the Yadao village in Bai Shan's hand was moving across the space from top to bottom, from right to left, like a breeze blowing willows, without causing any ripples. Land cutting willow cut with the wind. If we say that Bshan's previous swordsmanship lies in controlling the wind, in violence and domineering, then this sword can be said to have integrated the entire sword into the wind, frivolous and ethereal, like an antelope with hanging horns that can't be found. Under the effect of 100 times the acceleration of time, this sword is really like a breeze to Garp, and it has arrived in front of him before he realizes it. It's just that, apart from the right fist that hit Bai Shan's chest, Garp's left fist was already waiting there at some point. The sword energy floating in the breeze fell on Garp's dark and heavy iron fist. Everything is as if nothing happened. There is no slight roar of metal collision, and there is no explosion of air, as if everything is so beautiful. Only the two people present could see that on Garp's black iron fist, a tiny trace of bright red suddenly appeared, and then quietly disappeared. Although it is said that such an injury is not even a scraping treatment, and it is fleeting, it made Garp's face change instantly. You must know that all of Garp's strength is more on this pair of iron fists. But now Bshan can break through the iron fist's defense with just one move, so how can he not surprise Garp? To make a simple comparison, Right now he is able to break through Garp's iron fist, and if such a sword strikes his body, Garp may have been cut in half at this time. Garp was in shock. So why not Bshan? You must know that this sword of yours is not a simple slash, but a full blow that incorporates your energy and all your strength. The pursuit of such a sword is to blend into the wind, formless, colorless, soundless and formless. It can be said to be a killer move of Bshan, and it is completely independently developed. Although it is said that it used the haze produced by the blackening of the system, it also consumed a lot of brain cells. It has always been used as a killer move. Bshan has never used this move, but he is still secretly proud of it. It's just that I never expected that the first time I used it, it was a bad start. The lack of attack power is only one aspect. On the other hand, what makes Bshan feel horrified is that Garp's left hand is already waiting there before his sword moves. This sword can hit. It can only be said that Garp is willing. If you can walk and prepare to block, you can naturally dodge in advance. What shocked Baishan even more was that Garp did not rely on any knowledgeable domineering. In terms of knowledge and knowledge, although Garp has developed it, it doesn't appear to be so subtle, relying more on his years of combat experience. The rapid rise of Bshan is precisely the most lacking in this aspect, which is enough to prove that the weakness revealed by Garp before is just like Bshan thought, and it is undoubtedly a trap. Human in the Pirate, My Devil Fruit Has Turned Black, Chapter 83. You boy, there's something. Yuxia World. Chapter 83. You boy, there is something. Of course, the scriptures of both sides are only fleeting, because in the next moment, the iron fist of the iron rod has already ruthlessly hammered on Bshan's chest. Baishan made up his mind to exchange injuries for injuries. On the one hand, he verified his defense, and on the other hand, he also dealt heavy damage to his opponent. And why didn't Garp think so? Bshan was originally trained by the old man Garp. It can be said that the fighting styles of the two sides are exactly the same. This punch hit his chest, and Baishan felt as if he had been hit by a truck. There was a hollow sound, and I felt that there were stars in front of my eyes. A fishy sweet taste filled the corners of his mouth, but blood was already oozing out. Even if the power of the prison-suppressing god is fully activated, facing Garp's iron fist is still not enough. I felt my chest and ribs making an overwhelmed cabba sound, and my whole body flew back like a kite with a broken string. But Garp's attack will not end so simply. While hitting his chest with his right fist, he stretched his left hand forward and pulled Baishan's neck, pulling him back abruptly. Holding the hammer with both hands, it exploded directly on the top of Bshan's head. Let me go down to the old man. With this punch, Garp didn't hold back the slightest bit. Baishan could even feel the slightest threat of death. However, there was no response, and time fell directly with a punch. Poof! It's like piercing a phantom. Baishan, who was stunned just now, instantly turned into a mass of darkness and disappeared. This turn of events stunned Garp for a moment. He didn't expect this kid to have such a move. Old man, I'm here. A voice sounded from behind, and before Garp could turn his head, what greeted him was endless berserk sword energy. Sword storm. Compared to slashing with the wind, Bshan's blade storm is more violent, with sword energy crisscrossing and sharp. It's just that even if this move is successful, Baishan knows that he won't bring much harm to this tough old man. So, after making the shot, he directly started to narrate without the slightest hesitation, and didn't intend to see the result at all. You boy, there is something. Baishan's combo really caught Garp by surprise. Without checking for a moment, the whole person was submerged in the blade storm. When the blade dissipated, what was exposed was the old man's short-sighted body like a mountain, and the clothes hanging on his body that were more torn than a beggar's clothes. The bloodstains left by Bshan's sword energy on his body dissipated in an instant. Perhaps only a touch of bright red on the cloth strip can prove that he once had blood on his hands. Hearing what the old man Garp said, Baishan lowered his head slightly, and raised his head slightly, revealing a pair of blood-colored eyes. Facing such a pair of eyes, Even a mentally tough man like Garp couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment. At that moment, he seemed to see a god coming out of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and the blood and thunder that was bailing roared at him. The impact of that powerful divine power made him lose himself for a moment. Even if it was just for a moment, after all, no matter how powerful sure as divine power is, it is nothing but rootless duckweed. And Garp's spiritual will was honed from countless times of thousands of fights. But a moment is enough. Lan instant kill one cut, because at this moment, Bai Shan, who had been preparing for a long time, finally drew his sword again. This sword can be said to be simple and unremarkable. This sword can be wielded even by a 3-year-old child who has learned swords. Even if this sword is as strong as Sauron, or as the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye will still use it. Bai Shan's sword pursues only one word: fast, indomitable, incomparable fast, giving up everything, just for the fast of one sword. No matter how rich Garp's combat experience is, he is still unstoppable. If there is no distraction in the moment before, maybe there is a way to deal with it, but everything is settled now. The speed of this sword has even caught up with the deep part of Bshan. When he activated and reappeared, he was already behind Garp without any time interval. Until this time, Garp felt that 319 found a streak of blood slowly oozing out of his solid and strong abdominal muscles after he was behind. This sword did not hurt him by scraping as before, but it really hurt him. Feeling the pain, Garp showed a bit excited and obsessed. After all, for a fighter like him, he hasn't been injured for a long time. I still miss the sudden injury right now. The boy is still good. Very good. Seeing that he was injured after taking such a sword forcefully, Garp was still alive and kicking, full of energy. Bai Shan could only grin bitterly. The sword he swung could be said to be blessed with all the energy of essence, energy, and spirit, and he had already exhausted it. Even if there is a passive like a dead tree, it will take a certain amount of time to recover. Once Garp launched an attack, Bai Shan had no doubts, and with that violent attack posture, he would be completely smashed in an instant. Old man, it's too bad, we're going to stop here. So seeing that the old man was so excited that he wanted to make a move, Bai Shan shook his head quickly, really couldn't bear it anymore. You are so young, where is this, and it will die so soon. I'm so old, and even an old man didn't say no. Why can't you? This is just warming up. Facing the energetic old man Bshan, he could only shake his head again, and then put Yadao Kunzing away directly with his backhand. Chang Ping opened it, and put on a pose of being slaughtered. Old man, if you still have the energy to do something, then you can come. At worst, I just don't resist. TSK, you haven't learned anything else during the time you went to sea, but you have learned a lot about this shameless spirit. You haven't answered my question yet. How do you think about it? When do you plan to come back to the Navy? Sengoku is not young anymore, and may retire in 2 years. By then, one of Aokiji and Ake Ainu will definitely be a marshal. The position of the general is vacant. If you come back to the position of a general, you will definitely not run away. Hearing Garp's words, Bai Shan refused even more. Old man, don't tell me that. Compared to letting me be the general, you must be more suitable as an old man, right? Who are you? Naval hero Cap, the dream of countless naval recruits when they enlisted in the army. The highest ideal type. Why didn't you go up by yourself? Instead you pushed me into this pit of fire. What are you talking about? What is a Kang? Old man, how old am I? And you still have the heart to let me go to the battlefield to charge? Do you have a sense of public morality? Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? Although the old man was still muttering, but the matter of letting Bai Shan come back to take over the position of admiral was not mentioned, which made Bai Shan heave a sigh of relief. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 84 The Strongest Shikai Bukai, The Confusion of Bshan. The battle between Bshan and Garp can be said to have happened extremely fast, and the two of them have already fought for several rounds between the lightning and flint. Among them, there is often even a moment of life and death, and those who are capable can see the thrill of it, and those who have no strength may only join in the fun. Foresight. The battle between the two finally came to an end, and the redhead asked his men to drive the boat back. I said, you two can do it. If you don't move, you will start fighting. There are so many people watching. Give me face and stop doing it. Everyone present laughed when they heard what the redhead said. This guy really ate the fruit of face. Now that the nature of the negotiation has basically been determined, it is natural for everyone to go back to their respective homes and find their own mothers. Bshan, you really don't want to stay? The Navy will always keep your place. Seeing one pirate ship after another, leaving Sengoku was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. To rule the world and uphold justice is the dream of every navy, at least when they enlist. Being in the Navy for so many years in the Warring States period, I think I have never given up the justice in my heart, but there are still countless crimes in this sea. Even as the Admiral of the Navy, I still can't stop the spread of these crimes. As for the fact that sometimes the Warring States has a feeling that even if the current justice is maintained, a large part of them still have to contact the power of these pirates. To be honest, this is quite helpless and unacceptable in the Warring States' mind. Especially the so-called Shikibukai under the king. As long as this class exists for a day, it will prove to the world the incompetence of the Navy. Sengoku has always been quite displeased with the fact that Bshan became the king and a member of Kyuhai, and he really wanted him to come back. Boss of the Warring States period, it's not time for me to go back, but don't worry, there will be such a day. This world is so big and powerful, so I still want to go outside to see more, to feel it. Baishan waved his hand, and the Yadao village on his hand was received into the small universe, and then he didn't give Zango a chance to speak again. He moved his body and launched Wukong, and it had disappeared into the sky. Looking at the gradually receding Bshan mountain, Zango sighed, and for a while there was a bit of loneliness on his face. What's there to sigh? This kid's stage is not here with you and me, but on the vast and wide sea. Wow, ha ha ha. Seemingly feeling the loneliness of his old friend, Garp slapped Sengoku on the shoulder and smiled at him. I have the best bully seaweed here, as well as the latest donuts, which was specially brought back by that kid from Bshan. If you don't like them, I won't share them with you! Exclamation mark. Ha, you old thing, who said I don't like it? Hurry up and take out the stock. Seeing Sengoku and Garp leaving just like that, Kizaru Okiji and the others looked at each other and then dispersed. Baishan left the naval headquarters, but he was a little confused for a while, not knowing where he should fly to. When he went out to sea for the first time before, what he thought was that he must go and see Luffy and the others, and see how the protagonists gallop on this sea. After experiencing so many obsessions, saving Luffy and Ace was finally completed for a while, and there was a bit of emptiness. On this sea, there are countless strong people. Everyone has their own skills, but most of them like to gather forces, regain their subordinates, and occupy the island. Even the worst ones have to get a boat and find some sailors. Baishan had never considered such a thing before, and he was very puzzled. Why should he care about those side details when he is clearly a strong man? And now he suddenly understood a little bit. After all, human beings are still a social creature, and they still need companions and communication with each other. Looking for a random place in the general direction of the new world, Bshan flew over in one breath, and finally landed on a small island. This small island is not very big, just a few kilometers in radius. Such a small island may be on the real sea, and it can be completely submerged by a big wave. It will only exist in places like the New World where the ocean climate and the like cannot be explained by convention. There is a fairly small village living on the island, and all the people on the entire island. There are probably less than 100 households, with a big mountain behind them. Further back is the cliff, and then the seaside. Most of the residents on this small island make a living by fishing. Occasionally, they trade with merchant ships passing by here to exchange some necessities of life. It can be said that the small life is very leisurely, it is simply a paradise. I don't know if it's because of the repeated battles that finally made Bshan feel a little tired. He fell in love with this small island at first sight, did not fly directly there, but stopped at the beach, and chose to walk to the island step by step, trying not to arouse the panic and attention of the local residents as much as possible. "Where did you come from, little brat over there?" We haven't had any new arrivals on Baroka Island for a long time. Not long after Bshan had just landed on the island, someone suddenly called him from behind. Turning his head, he found that he was an uncle who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. His hair was already grey, but his body was still strong. Holding a big fishing net in his hand, it was full of today's harvest, obviously just returned from fishing. "Uncle, my name is Baishan, and I should be considered an active navy. My boat ran aground on a nearby reef and came by swimming. Can you let me recuperate on this small island for a few days now?" Hearing what Baishan said, the uncle looked him up and down, as if wondering whether such thin arms and legs could swim across the sea with his body alone. But in the end, he didn't say much, just shook his head. "Brother Bshan, you are welcome. Our Baroka Island is famous for its hospitality. Come with me." "Oh, right." After walking a few steps, the uncle suddenly turned his head again. "You can call me Lao Luo, I am the best fisherman on this island, and I can have the most harvest with every net. Today, I will let you taste my handicraft and taste my best teriyaki tilapia." "Oh, a new kid from outside?" Don't listen to Lao Luo's nonsense. His craftsmanship is really not good. He is very famous on the whole island. "I advise you to come to my house to eat. I made it today. It's lemon squid." "Fuck off, Beyonce." "If you dare to say one more word, I promise I will stuff your base in your mouth raw and kick your ass hard." A pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 85. Take a break from your busy schedule to protect your beliefs. While Lao Luo was arguing with that guy named Beyonce, Baishan's face showed a little bit sincerely happy. "I haven't felt this real feeling for a long time." Since getting the system, Bshan has been constantly challenging himself, challenging the strong, or following the main line, contacting Luffy, contacting the Revolutionary Army, contacting Whitebeard and others to participate in the top war. One pile after another is forcing myself to keep moving forward. Now, except for the idea of killing Blackbeard, all obsessions have been completed, making Bshan feel suddenly relaxed. And this feeling of relaxation is really good, and he does not reject it. Let go of your own identity, let go of your strength, and integrate yourself into the daily life of ordinary people as an ordinary person. Feel the cheerful atmosphere of their communication with each other, and feel the excitement in the bustling city. World of mortals. Baishan seemed to have realized something, but he didn't seem to understand anything. Anyway, he had a very relaxed life during this period of time. Now it is the 20th day of Bshan, the knife that was not mentioned in the original book. In the past 20 days, he did not do any kind of spiritual exercise, nor did he think about challenging any strong man. Instead, with the help of Lao Luo, he built a single family cabin from the northwest corner of the village as your shelter, and successfully put together a small fishing boat of his own. Although it is absolutely impossible to point such a boat out to sea, it is still very convenient to do some fishing along the shallow sea. During the period when Bshan disappeared, his performance in the previous battle was also well known by all major forces. All kinds of legends and plots about the purple god of death being called the strongest person in the Kyuhai began to spread through various channels, and even Bshan himself heard some news. Of course, he won't care about this. I'm afraid no one will believe that this guy who catches fish and throws nets, who is not good at everything, is actually the strongest Shikibukai in the legend. Because the host's posture of casting the net is too outrageous, he can't compare to a mortal with no combat effectiveness. The matter of casting the net has been blackened once, and he has obtained the ability of a professional level fishing master. Oh, Xiaobai, is your temperament okay? In this area, you already have a bit of the demeanor of my old man. Hearing Lao Luo's admiration, Bshan also showed a happy smile on his face, holding the fishing net in his hand, feeling the familiar texture, and the state as if he was communicating with himself. Fulling directly rounded his arms, and the whole fishing net was thrown out by him. Finally, before throwing the net, it was either a ball or a single fish, and there was no way to catch fish. This time, the net was thrown perfectly. The entire net was thrown out and became a hunk of water, properly covering a sea area, and judging from the experience brought by the fishing master, Luof believed that there must be a large fish school under that water area. The only thing he needs to worry about now is whether his own net will be very weak. After all, it is the second-hand goods left by Lao Luo. If the fishing net is broken in a while, it will really be a heavy loss. Seeing that Bshan really threw a beautiful net, Lao Luo couldn't believe it, and then gave him thumbs up again and again. Don't look at it as just a simple action of casting a net, but there are really many ways to do it. As for what happened at Bshan just now, if Lao Luo didn't know very well that this kid didn't know anything before, he would definitely believe that he has been fishing with nets for more than 10 years. So Lao Luo also had some expectation in his heart about what kind of big goods Bshan could produce in the future, and even slowed down the movements of his hands, for fear of affecting the fish schools in Bshan. And just when the two were about to set up the net, suddenly a guy ran up from a distance, about 13 or 14 years old, with a full head. He finally stopped, panting for a while, but still speechless. Lao Luo, run quickly. There are pirates, and the pirates have landed. Hearing the young man's voice, Bai Shan's knowledgeable and domineering mouth took a big bite, covering all the places on this small island. No matter what it is, nothing can escape his eyes. And right now, in his perception, a huge capsized ship with the Kaido flag was parked due south. The leader of the boat has already led his little brother towards the village not far away. Of course, Bshan doesn't want to see such a thing happen. All the residents on this small island can be said to be kind-hearted, and they never do anything harmful to nature. What's more, I have lived in this small village for the past few days, and I feel very happy to be single, very happy. At least let him find the goal of the ignorant boy who was determined to practice. So he didn't want the peace of this small village to be damaged in any way. Uncle, thanks to your care these days, let me do a little bit for the village. Hey, Bshan, what are you doing? Be careful. Don't worry. I really don't care about this stinky fish and rotten shrimp. Single flicked his hand, as if he grabbed a knife directly from the void, and then tiptoed his whole body like a streamer, flying directly into the media. One by one, they were holding their headscarves, with knives wrapped around their hands, and they were walking slowly towards the village. What these guys enjoy most is the struggle before the shot. So don't rush to go. The nails move forward slowly, bringing enough pressure to the villagers. Boss, this time I heard that Boss Kaido was tricked by a brat named Bshan in Maflindo recently. His news have been everywhere, and he has been watching non-stop for promotion, saying who is the strongest king Shikibukai, and I don't know how much truth is in this name, and how much divide moisture. Hey, Shikibukai, it's just a bunch of pugs wagging their tails for the world government. If that Bshan guy shows up and you are still in front of the uncle, I will definitely beat him. Even his mother doesn't know him. Apple's younger brothers are still in the Czech Republic, with a bit of disapproval on their faces. He really doesn't care about the so-called Shikibukai. But what he never expected was that before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from above his head. Since you think so, then it will be as you wish. Instant killing sword lan Yankee. Accompanied by Bshan's roar, a sharp sword light descended from the sky, heading straight for Drought's head. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 86. The end of Drought. Guashadafa. How dare you sneak attack here? Seeing a sharp sword energy, it came straight towards him. Jack, who was still on the soft sedan by the younger brothers, was also taken aback. He jumped forward and rolled around on the ground. Although he looked rather embarrassed, he just avoided the sudden attack. Sword chi. It really startled him. The sword was silent, there was no fluctuation in the air, as if it had merged into the wind. If I hadn't been cautious and glanced at the sky, I am afraid that my head has been separated, and I can't die anymore. Thinking of this, Jack didn't dare to hesitate, and directly transformed. The height of the whole person is flat, a lot bigger, more than 3 meters high, and the body is covered with thick fur. 2 golden chestnut fangs protrude from the mouth. The whole is a super meat shield, which looks very mighty and domineering. And the fruit that Jack ate is not an ordinary fruit. It's an elephant fruit, an ancient species, in the form of a mammoth. Jack in such a state can say that his physical fitness has been greatly enhanced, and his defense rate has also increased by 100%. Seeing Bai Shan Heifei flying in midair, Jack yelled at him a little crazy, then grabbed a nearby stone and threw it directly towards Bai Shan. Damn it. It's okay. With Jack's strength, even an ordinary stone throw would definitely be able to kill a few people easily with the power it carries. Seeing this stone coming straight towards him with the sound of buzzing wind, Bai Shan was also taken aback, and quickly dodged in the air. On the other side, Jack, who has no air combat capability, can only continue to grab the surrounding stones and smash them towards Bshan. But the effect is really not much. The so-called is still there. Is it just such a little ability? If this is the case, then you should ask Kaido to collect your body. I heard that Whitebeard likes to make all his subordinates he is called a son, but Kaido likes to match his subordinates with animal-type devil fruits, and he doesn't know what a special hobby it is. But anyway, this drought is definitely one of his generals, and he has already planned to attack Kaido's territory together after a while. If you can keep Jack here directly, it might not be a bad choice. Thinking of this, Bai Shan no longer hesitated, the long sword in his hand danced wildly like a snake in an instant, and generally smashed towards the bottom. Sword Chi Kunlan, Sword Chi Cutwillow, Sword Chi Chonglang. Sword Chi filled the sky, a group of clouds cleared the field, and when everything dissipated, only Jack was left alone on the scene. Except for Jack, the younger brothers behind it have all died on the street and fell to the ground. Wow! You little bastard, come down if you have the ability. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Jack was really furious and kept roaring towards Bshan. What he didn't expect was that Bshan actually came down, and came straight to him with a sword aura. Jack didn't intend to respond to Bshan's sword energy. He had already seen the strength of this swordsman. Although he said he was very confident in his fruit, he didn't want to be hurt like this. There was a bowl of 2 fangs slightly on his head, forming a strange structure interlaced. The sword energy that was originally rushing towards him was blocked by his pair of fangs in an instant, and disappeared directly. Ouch, there's something. It was also very surprising to feel Jack's newly evolved move. Bshan. I never thought what he was doing. But that's not important. Tap your toes, and the whole person disappears in an instant behind Jack, with the demon sword in his hand, Muramasa, directly rushing to strike at his waist. It wasn't Bai Shan's intention. Considering the height of a normal person, his knife was originally on the back or neck, but after the transformation, Jack was more than 3 meters tall. This knife naturally stabbed the kidney. Baga. The sudden attack, especially for any man in such an important position, made Jack full of anger. Suddenly, a fanatical, dry and tyrannical aura rose from him. The originally wet sandy beach under the feet has become dry, and the boards are clumped together, and even began to crack. The surrounding trees and grass began to wither one by one, as if all the vitality gathered in Jack at this moment. I didn't like to let people know. This ability has never been used in front of any living person. Today, you are very lucky. The one who can see me is still in Xingtai. However, it is nothing to beat you to death in a while. Really? Then I want to see it. Regarding Jack's provocation, Bai Shan was non-committal, and his whole body kept flickering around him, and the Yadao village in his hand appeared, which was met by a tour guide, and stabbed him in various weak places on his body. It didn't take long for Jack's body to be covered in bruises and blood, and even Rishan's hair was cut to pieces, making it worthless at first glance. Of course, this is not a slight wound, it is just a momentary effort for Jack's recovery. The reason why Bshan was able to leave so many wounds was because he used the sword energy, Cut Willow. The skill effect of interception is written very simply. Any enemy injured by this move cannot recover in a short time, and the sword energy will remain in the opponent's body and cause secondary damage. It can be said to be very vicious. After clearing the last level, Bai Shan appeared in front of Jack handsomely, facing him, with an angry expression on his face, and lightly hit a box. In an instant, the sword chi of Cutting Willow left in all parts of the body was fully mobilized, and with a touch, it exploded directly. Wait until the dust settles to look at it. Jack, who had been drenched in the breeze before, has returned to his normal state. He looks so pitiful lying in a pool of blood. But poor people must have something to hate, as an enemy, and an enemy who personally caused these injuries. Bai Shan didn't have one, and now he's going to make up 2 more, which is considered as the utmost kindness, let alone taking care of him. Taking advantage of this guy's breathless time, he stretched out his hand and made a copy casually. The big living person who was sitting here just now seemed to be wiped off by an eraser. In this way, it seems to be better confirmed that the world I live in is originally a book or a painting. Of course, this sentence is purely a joke. The disappearing Drought Jack was just received into the small universe when Bai Shan raised his hand. Besides, Bai Shan gritted his teeth with hatred for this guy, so he specially added ingredients to him. With a thought, the original little universe brother formed a small world, which is full of the breath of sea water. It can even be said that this is a water world. Rengia. Jack was thrown into it, and the unobstructed body and magic weapon must directly touch this physical examination. People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 87 Blood Moon Rising. Purple Death Comes. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 87 Blood Moon Rises. Purple Death. Solved. This group of pirates. Bshan was standing on the big rock by the sea and was wondering what to do in the future. At some point, a group of people appeared behind him, looking at his back. Some didn't know how to speak. Lao Luo, what's the matter with you? Mother-in-law and mother are not like you. If you have something to say, just say it. Hearing the voice of Mount Ebai, Lao Luo raised his head and looked at this young man who was much younger than himself. Brother Bshan, I really didn't expect you to be such a strong man. You can even kill Kaido's men. It's really amazing. Yeah, little brother Bshan, you are really great. Actually, we don't have anything else to do when we come here this time. We just came here to thank you for helping us defend the village. The person who spoke was an old man in his 70s and 80s leaning on a walking stick. He was considered an elder in the village. On weekdays, he played the role of the village chief. However, although too many subordinates were dealt with this time, the matter did not end like this. The drought has disappeared from our place. Kaido will definitely send someone to check. So, we have a sympathy, please trouble your excellency. Hearing what the old man said, Bai Shan couldn't help but rolled her eyes. She really wanted to say something, since it was unfeeling, so let's not say it. Every time he reads other novels, film and television works, there will be such a sentence, which always feels so bitter. But when it comes to his own mouth, he can't say it. If I can protect the town once, what about the next time, and the next time? How long can I protect it? For this small town, Bshan really has feelings. Although he has not been here for a long time, he is very familiar with everyone. Fishing, grilling and drinking with Lao Luo. He ate the pie that Aunt Ruffin gave him. With the help of all the villagers, I built my own house. And all the memories are so beautiful. So he really couldn't bear it, but wanted to hear what the old man's conditions were and whether he could fulfill them. Seeing that the white shirt did not speak, The old man slowly unfolded the things he was carrying and put them in front of him. It is a piece of cloth with a black background and a white pen. This configuration represents very simple in this sea. It just wants you to leave your own pirate flag and protect one side. It is ironic enough to say that in places like the New World, it is not the navy that protects the people, but the bumps of those pirates are gift bags or red-haired shanks and white beards and so on. Many small villages and towns hang their pirates, which means that this kind of place is covered by them, which is enough to avoid being troubled by some other pirates. Except for Kaijuo, no one likes a chaotic and unsystematic environment. Maintaining the stability and operation of the entire New World with each other has become the common work of several major forces in Hade. Bshan does not object to leaving his own flag to declare to protect the village. He even said that he didn't think of it before. If he had thought of this trick earlier, he might have done it long ago. However, for the old man's request, Bshan seemed very embarrassed. Though said to be called the Purple Grim Reaper, bringing killing and death to all children, it was Hunyuan who entered the Kyuhai and became the strongest Kyuhai at the moment. However, Bshan has always been alone, and he doesn't care about these things, so he doesn't even have a boat or a flag of his own. The old man's sudden question made Bai Shan a little confused, and he was embarrassed for a while. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and grasped the audience in an instant. Old village chief, since you want me to keep the flag here, you must be clear about what it means if I really keep it. Hearing Bai Shan's words, the old village chief's face showed a bit of joy. It was obvious that Bai Shan had won, and he nodded repeatedly. Of course, I am clear that this small island has no special products, nor does it have any characteristics, so countless pirate forces pass by here, but no one wants to see it. There has never been any force willing to protect our small island, so every time the pirates come here unscrupulously, Your Excellency is willing to protect us. It is extremely urgent, and a kind of normality has been formed here. There must be an island where there are pirates. Basically, they will not be attacked, unless there is real hatred. Hearing the old man's explanation, Bai Shan curled his lips. He had just lost one of his generals, and this grudge would be serious. However, since he agreed, he still plans to leave his own flag, isn't it, Kaido? Now he can't take care of himself. After thinking for a while, Bai Shan picked up a large brush and chose a white base cloth. Although he has the identity of Shikibukai under the king, he never thinks that he is an out-and-out pirate. So instead of the traditional black base, you have a white one. A blood-colored moon appeared on the white base cloth following Dabidu's sprinkling of blood. It seems that it has just risen from the sea, and it is still a bit hazy. But what is slanting across the bloody moon is a long knife that shone with a purple and strange light. The bloody demon sword, doesn't it just correspond to my purple god of death? Handing the newly drawn wife to the old man, Bai Shan showed a happy smile on his face. Although he never cared about these things before, now he finally has a banner of his own, and he is still a little excited. After the host's unremitting efforts, I finally have a banner of my own. The flag means that my birth was too difficult. Why did I not appear until now? Has already completed a self-blackening, and obtained the function, prestige. Yo, you little guy has a little temper. Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Shan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. That identity has been exposed. Looking at the eyes of the villagers behind him, Bai Shan knew that he might not be able to live here quietly. Draw a flag again and hang it on his own small fishing boat, re-enter the sea, and set off again. But this time Bshan knew that he was no longer alone and there was a small island behind him, a village of his own that needed to be guarded by him. Man in the Pirate, My Devil Fruit Has Turned Black. Chapter 88, The Blood Moon Comes, Legend of Death. Chapter 88 The Blood Moon Comes, The Legend of the Grim Reaper. Run, run, it's terrible, death is coming. On the sea, next to a burning merchant ship, two triangular clippers were tightly surrounded. Putting on the black and white skull flag clearly proves that these are two pirate ships. Judging from this posture, I thought that the two pirate ships were doing their daily plunder. It's just that right now, the vault on the road, monkey calling, are these pirates really? One by one, they rowed the boat desperately, even swam in the water, just to escape from here, as if there was some terrifying monster behind them. Really, one by one, it's a bit too much, Old Black. Do you think I'm that scary? In the other direction where the pirates fled, a small boat was quickly approaching here. The boat is not big, it can be said to be very thin, but it can just fit a person's size. The only mast stands in the center of the ship, but there is no sail on it, and there is only a flag fluttering in the wind. This is a white flag, not the same as the eye-catching pirate flag. And in the middle of this white flag, a blood-red moon is rising in the sea. A purple long knife, crossed obliquely with the moon, seems to represent some unique meaning. This small boat is automatically approaching without sails at a fast speed. If anyone has better eyesight, it is not difficult to see that under the sea in front of the boat, a huge pitch-black sea beast is constantly pulling the boat forward. This thing was tamed by Bai-Shan on the road before. It is the Old Black in his mouth. Fortunately, Shan can understand their speech, and their IQ is not bad, so they can communicate with each other. It can be regarded as having a chatting companion, so you won't be too lonely. This is the third month that Shan has gone to sea alone, and in just 3 months, all the people living in this sea have remembered the name of Purple Death. After all, although this is a member of the Shikibukai under the king, he is also considered a pirate, but he is not a good-tempered person. Wherever he goes, no pirate can escape his clutches. As if the god of death is really about to come. Go all the way and kill all the way, and let the name of the purple god of death be like thunder in the whole new world. If we say that in the entire new world, the 4 emperors are the most powerful and powerful. But if we say who is the most vicious and famous, who is the most famous? It's scary. That's definitely the current Shan. Actually, Bai-Shan thinks that he is not the kind of navy with absolute justice, although he has never denied that he is a member of the navy. But it's not about going. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes, and I will kill all the pirates. If you meet a pirate like Luffy, in order to pursue your dream of freedom, Hakuzen will not do it. It's a pity that there are too few such pirates in the whole sea. At least after going to sea for so long, Shan has never encountered other pirates of the same kind except for the Straw Hat Boys. The speed of the Sea Kings can be said to be very fast, and they approached the positions of the 2 ships almost in an instant. Lying on the boat, Bai-Shan lazily took out the Yadamuramaza, and threw out 2 sharp sword auras. In an instant, the 2 pirate ships that were still in good shape turned into 4 halves, and then sank slowly. Bai-Shan is very proficient in doing such things. Obviously, he has dealt with it countless times along the way. Leaping lightly and taking 2 steps in the air, Bai-Shan landed on top of the merchant ship. What he saw made him frown slightly. Corpses everywhere, blood flowed all over the place. The scene looked dirty and messy. Pirates rob merchant ships more for money, and rarely kill them. After all, if they simply seek talent, they may give up resistance. If they seek wealth and kill, it is not worthwhile to provoke their opponents to resist desperately and cause themselves to be injured or reduce their staff. What's more, many times, the pirates allowed these people to go to sea again to make money. If everyone is dead, going to sea is really so dangerous, and who wants to come out? Wouldn't they have no way out? Because of the above reasons, Bai-Shan could tell at a glance that there seemed to be something wrong with this merchant ship. Almost everyone died, including the passengers on the ship, the sailors, and some old, young, women, children and staff. It was as if the pirate didn't come here to rob at all, but killed people for revenge. In some corners of the merchant ship, there are obvious traces of being rummaged. Even Shan can be sure that what they are looking for is not wealth like gold, but something else. Frowning slightly, Bai-Shan inspected the scene carefully. To be honest, the smell was not pleasant, which made him very disgusted. Although it is said that he did not make a lot of killings, and the number of people who died in his hands is countless, but this is really the first time he has experienced such a scene. All the way down, many people died on the decks of each floor, until outside the captain's cabin, the number of dead bodies suddenly increased. Obviously, the people on board fought fiercely here. Although their resistance was ineffective, the captain in the innermost place was already filled with corpses, and blocked the door tightly, preventing the pirates from succeeding. Seeing such a scene, Bai Shan could only sigh helplessly. If I find a few more minutes, the scene may not be as tragic as it is now, and there will be some survivors. However, this emotion is also fleeting. The dead are dead. Nothing can change. Pushing aside the corpses blocking the door, Bai Shan finally opened the door of the captain's cabin. It's just that the scene inside surprised him a little. In the captain's room, there is no captain, but a woman. This woman is wearing typical aristocratic clothing, and looking at the various jewelry she wears, it is enough to prove her prominent status. It's just that she is indeed dead now. Judging from the gun in her hand, she should have died by suicide. Maybe it was the last desperate sacrifice, or it might be to preserve chastity. Anyway, these are not important anymore. What attracted Bai Shan's attention was a small box that was still held in his hand even if he died. The box is not very big, and it can't hold too many things. After opening it, there is only a map made of parchment inside. The time is very old, the ink is a little faded, and it is not very clear, but it can be roughly distinguished. This should be a sea chart. There are no written records on the sea chart, but a winding route. This thing doesn't need any written records. Shan can guess it. It should be a treasure map of something. In the sea, the most indispensable thing is the legend about the treasure of some great pirate, accompanied by various legends. The most common ones are all kinds of treasure maps. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 89. Xing leads the way. The treasure of the big pirate. Bigfoot. Dubai. Fat eggplant. Bai Shan himself is not interested in such a treasure map. Even if this treasure map has taken countless lives, it was robbed desperately by these pirates and protected to the death by these businessmen. But so what? God knows exactly where this treasure map points to. Even if you find the so-called guarantee after all your hard work, you may not be able to get any good results. Maybe it's a few broken knives that have been rusted and broken, or maybe it's simply a wooden box that has been pressed into slag. Even if you manage to find a few gold coins, most of the time the gold coins are not worth the fare. Rather than wasting this time, it is better to find a place and have a good meal. Thinking of delicious food, Shan felt his stomach growling, obviously hungry. Casually received the treasure map into the small universe, Bai Shan turned and left here to find something to eat. Since leaving the Straw Hat Pirate's ship, her cousin is not in a good mood every time he eats. The main reason is that the food is really not delicious, even if he made it himself. After all, not everyone can be called the protagonist's chef Sanji, not to mention his combat effectiveness. At least his cooking skills are really useful in this desolate sea. Not only can improve everyone's changing taste, but also let people still live with new ideas in this dull answer. It is more able to match nutrition and have a reasonable diet, so that various diseases will not occur due to the inability to eat various other elements while sailing. In general, the 142nd day after leaving Sanji, I miss him. Returning to his boat, Dai has cleaned up all the pirates who fell into the water. During this period of time, this task has been assigned to him, and he has completed it very well. Anyway, no pirate can escape. For these scumbags, Shan has no sadness or pity at all. After doing so many things, being able to be buried in the belly of a fish is the last dignity. The boat moved forward rapidly again, and within half a day, it stopped on a small island. He took all the fishing boats, including Dai, into his own small universe, and then Shan wobbled onto the island. After many times of blackening, Shan's small universe has already taken shape. Not only has the area become much larger, but the various laws are also more complete. At least it can be guaranteed that AI and those original sinners can survive in it and not die directly. And because the small universe was just formed, it seems to contain the secrets of various laws. Every time Bshan practiced, he would sink his consciousness into it and feel the breath of law inside. Although the various laws and auras of the small universe are not perfect, they are somewhat different from the real big world. However, it can still make single people understand by analogy, often suddenly realize. Although it is said that during this period of time, Bshan's panel strength has not increased anything. The skills used are still those skills. But in fact, his current combat power has far surpassed his original self. Relying on the feeling of the law, Bshan's law of the entire pirate world can be regarded as a blind man feeling the elephant, and started the first step. For the law, the powerhouses in this world don't seem to value it, or they don't seem to be involved in this aspect. It can be said that Bshan is a well-deserved pioneer on this road. Going ashore, Bai Shan found that it was a small island, and overall it looked slightly larger than the small island he was guarding, but also limited in size. It's just that this island is much more prosperous in comparison. It is a commercial island near the sea and mainly engaged in business. Not far from the sea is a small town, which is very clean and tidy, and looks very good. Walking on the Qingxi Road, Bshan felt refreshed as he felt the majesty of the two songs blowing. After a while, a restaurant appeared on the street. Bai Shan was not too picky, and walked in directly. Ding dong. The door leaf that was pushed open drove the copper bell hanging on it, and the crisp sound reminded the host that a guest was coming. Hi, welcome. What would you like to order? After receiving the menu handed over by the girl, Bai Shan looked through it roughly, and then chose seafood fried rice. Although it is close to the sea, seafood is the cheapest and most worry-free thing. However, no matter what achievements Bshan has made, his favorite food is still seafood fried rice. Moreover, I have traveled all over the islands, and on each island, the taste of the most common dish is indeed different. The most delicious of them is the seafood supreme cuisine set made by Sanji. The paella in it is delicious. Sea heart rice will be ready soon. But while Bshan was waiting, a child suddenly ran over from nowhere. It is about 5 or 6 years old, and it doesn't look old at all. But it's serious, yes? Asked Bshan, like a little adult. Hi uncle, may I ask if you know the story of Bigfoot Liuertai? Bai Shan can't say how much he likes little ghosts, but he doesn't hate them either. I am in a good mood today, and I am very easygoing with a smile on my face. I really don't know. Can you tell me about it? Originally, this kid came to find Bai Shan to tell him a story. With 2 little hands behind his back, the storybooks are already in his hands. Never thought that Bshan would not play cards according to the routine, and the whole child froze there, and it took a long time before he could move. Okay then, let me tell you the story of the Bigfoot pirate Rotaire. After thinking about it for a while, the child may feel that Bshan has never even heard of this story, and his childhood must have been very painful. He patted Bai Shan on the shoulder generously and agreed to his request. The Bigfoot pirate Rotaire is a very powerful hero in this sea. He has a children can never grasp the point when they tell stories. During the intermittent narration, Bai Shan had a general understanding of the plot of the so-called One Piece. To put it simply, the story is very monotonous. It tells the story of the pirate who burned, killed and looted everywhere, and then hid the treasure. The only thing that can attract Bai Shan's interest is the protagonist Rotaire in this story, who has a very powerful gun. According to legend, this gun ate the secret treasure devil fruit in the sea. It can not only launch powerful attacks, but also chat with Rotaire. This child obviously likes this kind of thing very much, and he spent a lot of space to describe it. Chatted for a while, and then while the kid was still telling the story, suddenly his ear was pinched by a big hand. Xiaobu, how many times have I told you not to disturb the guests' meals? A woman with a gentle face and a smile on her face pulled up the child, and then put the paella on the table with the other hand. I'm really sorry, sir. The child is ignorant and has caused you trouble. Human in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 90 Bronok. The treasure of the great pirate Rotek. Chapter 90 Bronok. The treasure of the great pirate Rotek. I'm really sorry, sir. Children are ignorant and interrupted your meal. I will treat you to this meal. Hearing the words of being a mother, Bai Shan showed a smile on his face. Such a gentle mother can't help but make people feel good. After saying this, the mother took the child who was still reluctant to part with her, and turned to leave. Hearing here is listening to others telling stories to himself, and suddenly telling others stories to the little boy feels quite new, and it is quite fun. This big brother who looks handsome and has a very gentle smile on his face must be a person with a good personality. I don't know if I will meet someone who is willing to listen to my story next time. If those pirates killed by Bshan could hear the little boy's voice, they would probably jump out of the grave angrily and drag him down too. When will the purple Grim Reaper, who has never left a life alive in his hands across the new world, be called good-tempered? Although this small shop does not look big, at least the paella is very delicious, which makes Bshan feel better. This beautiful lady, your paella is really good. While speaking, Bai Shan handed over a 1,000 berry bill. Hearing Bai Shan's words, the smile on the woman's face became even brighter, shining with a bit of confidence. Sir, as long as you like it, that's fine. But this meal is agreed upon and I invite you, so you don't need to pay for it. Bai Shan shook his head, and gently placed the banknote on the table. This money is not food money. Your son tells a good story. I am very happy. This is a tip for him. Well, hearing this reason, the woman froze for a moment, and before she could speak again, Bshan had disappeared in an instant, and she had no choice but to accept the money. What a gentle person. Leaving the small shop, Bai Shan walked on the street, recalling the story told by the little boy in his mind. The so-called Bigfoot pirate Roter. His pirate flag is a skeleton bird, which represents his shotgun parrot that is sought after by everyone. Although Bshan didn't expect this thing to have any combat power, he really wanted it a little bit. After all, sailing alone in the sea is a bit lonely. Although it is said that he is accompanied by Dai, Dai's IQ is not very high, it is only equivalent to a child of a few years old, and he cannot understand many questions and words. The meaning expressed can only be half guessed by Bshan, and communication is not very convenient. Walking, because he was preoccupied with things, Bshan accidentally bumped into a person. How do you walk? You don't have eyes. A bald-bearded man who looked in his 30s roared towards Bshan. Obviously, this guy didn't recognize Bai Shan's identity. After all, without that flag, Bai Shan, who didn't hold the demon sword, looked like an ordinary sunny boy. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't pay attention just now. While Bai Shan was apologizing, he suddenly noticed a tattoo on the bald man. A skeleton bird with a strange shape. Hey, brother, what kind of tattoo do you have on your body? It looks so individual. Hearing Bai Shan's question, the bald man was stunned for a moment, and then a little excitement appeared on his face. Why do you like this too? I just said that this bird looks very imposing. After all, this is the symbol of the great pirate Rotek. Those guys who have no taste, how can they appreciate it? Let me tell you, this pattern represents the will of the great pirate. I am the man who must become the One Piece. Hearing what this bald man said, Bai Shan almost molested him, thinking he met Luffy again, but he never expected that on this small island, there would be a bald man with the same dream as him. Facts have proved that as long as someone has a dream, no matter how fierce he looks, talk to him about his dream, he will become very cute. With a few simple words, Bai Shan and this bald old man got along very well. His name is Brockno, and he is a local resident born and raised on this small island. Growing up listening to the story of the great pirate Rotek, he yearned for the world of pirates very much, but unfortunately his dream was stumbled by reality. In the end, he could only stay on this island. As for his appearance and age, these are not important. After all, This is not something he can determine by himself. The two chatted for a while, and Bai-Shan learned a lot about the Bigfoot pirate Rotek from what Brockno said. Among them, the most voluminous part is naturally about his treasure. It is said that in his later years, Dahizek put all his property and weapons in this treasure, and left it to those who are destined to follow him. Not bad. Bai-Shan didn't really care about it yet, but he suddenly remembered something. On the scroll that I seized before, there seemed to be such a pattern of a skeleton bird indistinctly. Isn't this the treasure you're talking about? Pretended to take out a scroll from his arms and put it down in front of Bronok, and then admired his eyes from being dismissive at the beginning to gradually widening, with a face full of disbelief. Where did you get this scroll? Look carefully over and over again, including the material, the sense of age, and the faintly depicted skeleton bird pattern. No matter how you look at it, it looks like the real thing, and it doesn't look like it can be fabricated casually. This thing looks real, and this chart. Suddenly thought of something, Bronok pulled Bai-Shan back quickly. The two ran to a house not far away and stopped, and then Bronok quickly rummaged through the room. This should be its home. Overall, it is very clean and tidy, but it is a little different from his appearance. Apart from him, there is no one else living close to him in the family, but I have known before that Bronok also has an elderly grandma. Lived in another house not far from his home, and it was also because of the existence of his grandma that he was not able to embark on the journey to the sea. After searching quickly, Brock finally found a book among a pile of books. Then quickly flipped to the middle of a chart and stopped. Shan, look. Following the gaze of his fingers, Bai-Shan found that the two charts were almost exactly the same, except that some corners were blurred. They were basically the same one. What's more coincidental is that according to this chart, the location of the hidden treasure is actually on this island. This, as expected, as long as you are willing to believe in the sea, you will be able to get the gift of the sea. I am indeed a born pirate king. For this result, Bai-Shan felt very surprised. But Brock was quite excited, and even had a bit of belief that it was true. Then he took Shan excitedly to find the treasure. Man in the pirate. My devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 91 Noisy Parrot, Big Pirate Text Gift, 69 Book Bar. Chapter 91 The Noisy Parrot, a gift from the great pirate Rotek. It should be here, there is absolutely nothing wrong. Bronok held a map in his hand, and the two of them stopped and went with Shan, and kept moving towards the forest far away from the village. To be honest, it was a coincidence that all this happened. So coincidental that Bai-Shan couldn't believe it. Even he wondered if these things were originally planned by someone. Did you fall into someone's trick? It's just been perceived several times with the domineering color of knowledge, and this Bronok is indeed an ordinary person. Besides, Bai-Shan can be regarded as a bold person with high skills, so he didn't get entangled, and followed him step by step. Behind this small village is a mountain. It seems that every island on the sea has such a mountain. The only difference is that there is no cliff behind this mountain, but a dense forest. According to the map, the treasure of the great pirate Rotek is hidden in a cave in a dark corner behind the great god. How? Are you really going in? I'm a little scared. Facing the dark hole, Bronok, who had always been very brave, suddenly became nervous. After all, he is just an ordinary person, and he still feels a little scared when facing the unknown. Lighted the torch made of pine branches, Bai-Shan walked in front, and Bronok followed, step by step. This cave is not very deep. After walking 7 or 8 meters into it, there is a turn. Obvious traces of artificial processing. It seems that the great pirate Rotek really came here hundreds of years ago. Going further inside is a fairly spacious hall, which seems to be a natural cave. Then in this cave, Shan really saw the so-called treasure. It was a dozen large wooden boxes stacked together. Because of time, the wood of the original box had decayed, and most of them were broken. The contents inside are scattered all over the place. Wow! There is really a treasure. Shan, we are rich. By the light of the turpentine torches, it was obvious that the pile on the ground was shining with golden light. Taking a closer look, I found that these are indeed gold products: gold bottles, gold bowls, gold necklaces, crowns, scepters. All kinds of gemstones that look radiant and colorful are piled up all over the floor. Bshan made a rough estimate. The quality of these treasures can only be said to be ordinary, but the quantity is indeed not small. The total amount can be tens of millions of berries. For ordinary people, it can be regarded as a huge sum of money, and it can definitely be called a great treasure. But in Bai Shan's view, that's what happened. It's not even as much as cutting the bounties of 2 pirates. In this sea of the New World, the most alluring treasures will always be the heads of those great pirates. Looking at the somewhat excited Bronok, Bai Shan also showed a somewhat happy smile on his face. Although this guy doesn't look like a good guy at all, but at least for now, his quality is still good. Bshan has never revealed his powerlessness, but in front of the gold and silver treasures, the huge wealth did not make Bronok have any bad thoughts. This is already very rare, after all, the fortune is touching. Thinking of this, Bai Shan also inserted the torch into the cave beside him, and then began to rummage through these treasures. There are more than a dozen large boxes, only 2 of which are all kinds of gold products. It looks like a large area, but there are not many. Of the remaining large boxes, about half are filled with food, and the other half are guns. It seems that the legends are not necessarily true. At least these treasures don't seem to be buried by Rotek before his death. It seems that for some reason, they stored the supplies here, planning to make a comeback in the future. It's a pity that it seems to fail again later. After hundreds of years, the grain has already turned into slag, and the original guns and ammunition have rusted and are unusable. What's more, this kind of old technology hundreds of years ago, the quality of the guns produced is really bad, and it is completely incomparable with the current weapons. Seeing these guns, Bai Shan felt a little worried, for fear that the legendary pistol that could talk and turn into a bird would also become like this. Bshan, Bshan, come quickly, I found something good. At this moment, Bronok's voice sounded. Bai Shan's song arrived at the sound, and found that Brok had tossed out a box under countless gold. This box is very small, and it is wrapped with several layers of oilcloth. It can be seen that it should be something important, and the hidden location is very hidden. I am afraid that ordinary people will be attracted by these treasures and will not notice its existence at all. 2 people are pregnant with pious belief. Gently open the oilcloth covering the outside. Even Bai Shan, who has become a generation of powerhouses, can't help but feel a little nervous. Just open the oilcloth. Before opening the lid, I heard someone talking inside. Who is it? Who is outside? Come and save me. Come and save me. The damned Bigfoot pirate actually buried me alive. I am so pitiful. Please save me. You must save me. Hearing the sound, the corners of Bai Shan's mouth couldn't help but slightly upturned. He had already guessed what was inside. What else could it be but the talking gun owned by the legendary great pirate Rotek? Although it has gone through hundreds of years, the box is still well preserved. After opening it, what was presented to the 2 people was a very well-maintained old-fashioned flintlock gun. It can be said that this gun is very old, and the firing technology is very backward. It uses black powder and lead bullets, and its power is really limited. But the gun right now is really very beautiful, with a black walnut handle and a black metal barrel. It doesn't look hideous at all, but rather elegant. Like the sense of age it carries, it seems to be an ancient and precious nobleman. Facing the gun, Bronok couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. With a pilgrimage in his heart, his hands trembled a little, but before he could touch the gun, suddenly a beak with a bit of metallic luster stretched out sideways, and pecked at the back of his hand. Where did you get your dirty hands? Don't touch me! Flutter, flutter. When the king Xiang fanned by its wings, it was as ancient as Giza just now, and suddenly turned into a punk-style colorful parrot, circling and flying in midair. It's you 2 little guys who let me out. You are really lucky. Since the 2 of you released me, I can grant each of you 2 wishes. Come on, speak out your humble requests. Human in the Pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 92, Restart, New Partner. Chapter 92 Set sail again, new partner. Come on, 2. Hurry up and express your most humble wishes to your Uncle Parrot. Hearing the parrot's words, Bshan was really speechless for a while, and his face turned dark. A jumping parrot pretending to be a big soaring in the air grabbed it, and then fell hard to the ground. Mouth, bar, I let you, Mr. Parrot, I let you have a humble wish. To be honest, are you still talking cheap? Facing Bshan's sudden mania, Bronok wanted to stop it, but before it turned around, the matter was almost over. Before he raised any objections, the bird coaxed faster than he imagined. Where, big brother, spare me, from now on you will be my big brother, and I will be your little brother. How can your own brother fight to death? Hurry up and spare my life and I will tell you. Facing such a thick-skinned and shameless thing, Bai-Shan couldn't laugh or cry for a while. Thinking about being scolded by such a cheap-mouthed parrot, it was really unimaginable to do it again. Brother, big brother, don't do anything. Do you have something to say to my younger brother? Can't my younger brother do it for you as much as possible? Then tell me, what abilities do you have? Bai-Shan can see that this bird is so cowardly that it can belong to the kind of character who has no backbone and can't give a good face. So with a bit of anger showing on his face, he yelled at him. Hey, speaking of ability, you bird master. I mean my little brother's ability is still okay. I can not only shoot guns, but can also shoot. Do not believe you look. While speaking, the punk parrot in midair began to transform. The speed is not bad, not particularly slow. In just a few seconds, it has turned into a half-bird, half-gun monster. A long gun barrel protrudes from the metal body. Then using a golden vase not far away as a handle, he shot it with a puff. Accompanied by a puff of black smoke, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. A silver lead bullet was ejected from the muzzle of the gun, just hitting the bottle not far away. With a clear sound, a gold bottle that was originally good was smashed in half, although it did not affect the gold bottle value, but at least it can't hold water. Very good. It doesn't take much to break a bottle. Just pay me 5 million Baileys. Well, although he said that the parrot had just been released from the box, he still didn't understand what the price of 5 million Baileys was, but just hearing this figure, he knew that it should not be a small sum. Just as he was about to say something, Bai-Shan raised his eyebrows at him again. Okay, don't be stunned, continue to demonstrate. What else do you have? Okay, brother, don't dare to hesitate. This little parrot is living a very humble life. If it was in front of other people, it might still be able to toughen up, but at least here in Bshan, it really couldn't toughen up. The main reason is because following the great pirate Rotek for so many years, the little parrot has also acquired the ability to read words and deeds. Brunok next to him is just an ordinary person, there is nothing to say. But this little brother Bshan with a gentle and sunny face is definitely a peerless murderer. As long as the little parrot moves a little bit, it can feel the powerful deterrence that can easily kill itself, so what kind of bad intentions can it have besides being obedient? The little parrot is really too difficult. It changed again, still the same shape, but it became much bigger. The muzzle, which was originally only the thickness of a finger, has now become the thickness of a thigh. It really looks like what he said. It can not only shoot a gun but also shoot a cannon. After getting bigger, the little parrot was also a little bit excited, and the cannon barrel with thick thighs was pointing around, quite aggressive. It's just that he met Bai-Shan's eager and encouraging little eyes, but he still chose to give up. First aimed at the gold next to him, then after thinking about it, he turned the cannon barrel to the other side of the mountain wall. Boom! There was another loud noise. The cannon was fired, and black smoke filled the air. A huge projectile was directly blasted on the wall next to it, and then a second explosion occurred. Before Bai-Shan could see what kind of power it was, a few cracks suddenly appeared in his relatively stable body, and then large pieces of falling rocks fell down. The entrance of the cave, which was not very big, was directly blocked, and the cave was plunged into darkness for a while. "Are you fucking stupid? Are you?" Facing Bshan's questioning, the parrot seemed very aggrieved. "Didn't you tell me to show me my power? This works well. Why are you still talking about me?" Looking at his innocent appearance, Bai-Shan was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He really didn't want to argue with him anymore. After all, he was just a bunch of iron pieces and had no brains at all. Fortunately, the torch that was inserted in the cave before was still burning faintly, bringing the last light to this dark cave. From the very beginning, Brunok was already an idiot. After all, he is just an ordinary person. What he experienced today is really shocking enough for him. It wasn't until the cave collapsed that he finally realized that he pulled Bshan's clothes cautiously. "Which Bshan? Are we unable to get out? Huh? How come? Who told you we can't get out?" Hearing Brunok's question, Bai-Shan was taken aback for a moment, and then asked some inexplicable questions. "But this," looking along Brunok's finger, "I happened to see the tightly blocked hole, the meaning of which is self-evident." But Bai-Shan was a little suspicious. "What's wrong with this? Just deal with it directly." While speaking, Bai-Shan raised his hand, and Yedao village appeared in his hand. There is no need to build up momentum, nor do you need to release any skills. With a swipe, you will find a smooth sword mark left from the boulder at the entrance of the cave. The boulder, which was still extremely hard just now, left a deep mark as if a hot knife had been cut through butter. A part of the top has fallen to the back along the slope that slides out. "Go Brunok. What are you waiting for?" Seeing that Bshan broke through the cave so easily, Brunok's face was full of excitement. Bshan, I guessed correctly. You must be a powerful pirate, right? I heard that only a very powerful big pirate can have such power. You must be this kind of big pirate, right? I really didn't expect that I, Brunok, would be able to be brothers with a big pirate one day. I am so happy. On the way back, Brunok began to ask Bai-Shan all kinds of questions non-stop, and he really took the trouble. "Actually, I should be considered a navy. People in pirates. My devil fruit has been blackened." Chapter 93 Set sail again, the promise to go to sea. 69 Book Bar. Chapter 93 Set sail again, the promise to go to sea. "Actually, I should be considered a navy. Huh? Hearing what Bai-Shan said, Bruno obviously started to panic. On the big bald head without a single hair, drops of sweat had already started to appear due to nervousness. Although he has not gone to sea yet, Bruno has always regarded himself as a pirate. So when he heard that Bshan was a navy, he was really stunned and his jaw fell to the ground. Such an expression is really hot in Bai-Shan's eyes. If it is a beauty like Nami, a cute thing like Chopper, even a young protagonist like Luffy is not unacceptable. But can you imagine, a tall and strong guy in his 30s, with a beard, a bald man with tattoos on his body, making such an expression? I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Hurry up, or I'll catch you. Believe it or not. Seeing that he was still the, Bai-Shan couldn't help but yelled at him. After all, you can't get too used to this kind of bald guy. "Hi," reflexively responded quickly, but then Brunok was a little dazed. I'm sorry, let me interrupt. Although I am said to be the man who will become One Piece in the future, I haven't gone to sea yet, and I haven't offered a reward. Is your navy already going to arrest me? Sure enough, I am worthy of being the man who is going to be the One Piece, no matter where I go. No matter what time, I can't hide my sharpness. It turns out that even the Navy has heard about my excellence. Are you going to issue a reward order for me? How about it? Please Bshan, tell me, is the 1 million Baileys in my reward order? Why don't you speak? Go slowly, don't ignore me. 500,000. 500,000 is always there, right? On the way back, I spent time in Brunok's chattering voice. Bai-Shan didn't take any treasure. but just took away the shotgun. It seemed that he was really frightened by Bai Shan. The little guy who was supposed to be very noisy fell quietly on Bai Shan's shoulder without saying a word, only listening to Brunok talking to himself there. He also brought a few small objects made of gold with him, and he was going to go back to improve his life and subsidize his family. As for the remaining gold, he didn't touch it, but covered up the hole more carefully, preparing it as the startup capital for his future sea trip. Bai Shan didn't go back to the town, but went directly to the pier. Brunok seemed to sense something. He who had been chattering suddenly became silent, and silently followed behind Bai Shan. Brunok finally opened his mouth when Bai Shan took out his own boat in a deserted corner and secretly released Lao Hai to set sail. "Hey, Shan, are you leaving just like that? Don't you even want to capture the future One Piece Lord Brunok?" Hearing Brunok's shout, Bai Shan turned his head slowly. His eyes were obviously listless, with a gap exposed, as if he hadn't woken up. "Your strength is so strong, you must not be an unknown person in this sea, right? But don't be arrogant, just wait. When I finish taking care of Grandma, Lord Brunok will definitely catch up with you, and we will see you at sea then." "Oh, is it so?" "Hey, you bastard, you have to be more serious. It's the great Mr. Brunok who is talking to you." "What do you think it is?" "Oh, so what?" Seeing Bai Shan climbed onto the boat and was about to leave, Brunok's eyes were full of envy and longing. It's just that he hesitated for a long time, but in the end he still didn't move his legs. After all, a person's life is not only about dreams, but also about food and responsibilities. Brunok was an orphan since he was a child. His grandma brought him up little by little and gave him a warm home, although not perfect. Now that I have grown up, taking care of my grandma when she is old is naturally the most important thing I should do. In comparison, my dream seems even more out of reach, so let's stay away. That guy over there. Go on. While speaking, Brunok suddenly threw a golden light from his hand. Bai Shan raised his hand and grabbed it casually, just in time to grab the golden light in his hand. Stretching fingers and leaving it in the palm is a gold coin with a skull parrot on the front and a ship on the back. Obviously this gold coin should come from the treasure of the great pirate Rotek, but I don't know why Brunok threw it over. "Hey, listen to the Navy over there. When the Navy is very bitter, but don't die. In the future, if you meet the great pirate King Brunok on the sea, you can use this gold coin to buy your life. This is the agreement made between the Great One Piece and you. A promise, okay?" Seeing that the boat left the small island at a fast speed that night, there was only a black spot left on the sea in an instant. Brunok standing on the shore was obviously a big man in his 30s, with a vicious face, a beard and a bald head. But at this time he was crying very ugly, with tears streaming down his nose. "I can't tell why I'm crying. I don't know if it's a friend who is far away, or my lost youth and dreams." Actually, Brunok himself knows that even though he talks about becoming the One Piece every day, he may not have the chance to go to sea in this life. On this sea, there are not a few teenagers, youth, middle-aged, old people who regard becoming the One Piece as their lifelong ideal. A good man can resist the attraction of the sea, but not everyone is Monkey D. Luffy, not to mention that even if it is Luffy, his road is not so smooth. Whether it's manga or animation, what's shown is always just the tip of the iceberg, and the real world is far more cruel than what's shown. Oh, damn it, this is the promise that the Great One Piece made with you. You must carry it out. Don't forget it. Obviously not a sound that a human can make. This sentence comes from a bird. The parrot landed on the mast of the Bshan boat, standing on the Blood Moon flag. Muttering in his mouth, he kept repeating what Brunok said before. In the cabin, Bai Shan turned the gold coin with his fingers, enjoying the warm sunshine, and seemed to have fallen asleep. It seems that he is recalling all that he has experienced. Maybe in the near future, I can really meet him on the sea. After all, he is One Piece. Facing the setting sun, day opened the way ahead, and a small boat braved the wind and waves. Bshan is now going to the territory of the four emperors Kaido. The siege operation that was negotiated before has already begun, and it is considered late in the past. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 94 Spatial Division, the blood moon flag fluttering again. The new world is not very big, and with day's speed, it feels like the place where the war took place is only about 2 days away. In the past 2 days, Bshan lay on the boat, slept after eating, and ate after sleeping. It can be said that his life was quite chic. And the bird was chirping on the top of the mast, talking to itself for 2 days. Before the relationship, when Brunok spoke, it remained silent, not really listening, but recording. In just 2 days, he already spoke in the same voice as Brunok. If you close your eyes, even Bai-Shan can't tell whether it's a real person or a parrot. I have to say that it is worthy of being a devil fruit, and it really brings out its personality to the extreme, although this thing seems to be useless. One thing needs to be mentioned. In the past 2 days, Kung Fu Bshan named this bird Hanboj. It means hamburger. Anyway, no one in this world can understand the meaning of this word. The name is also a nostalgia for my lost youth. Of course, I don't have the idea of using it as a reserve food, if it can be eaten. A small boat, a blood moon flag, was surging across the sea at a fast speed, allowing countless merchant ships, pirates, and navies to see it all. After all, Bshan has no intention of hiding his whereabouts, so it's hard not to see him in such a high-profile appearance. On a huge pirate ship, a certain guy with a wine bottle in his hand was swaying, standing by the fence to pee. Then from a distance, I saw a waterline passing through a position about tens of meters away from the pirate ship, and the turbulent water waves hit his brother heavily, making him completely soaked, and directly I have a lot of energy. Fuck. Who the hell is this? Do you have eyes? What do? You dare to go out to sea with a small boat? Do you really think you are Hawkeye? While talking, this old man didn't even lift his pants. He just pulled out the gun from his waist and fired at that side. Boom. The sudden gunshot alarmed the other pirates on board, so they naturally heard what this guy said just now. When the blood moon flag came across, his body trembled instantly with fright. Pulled the drunk man over, snatched the gun from his hand, and kicked him directly under the boat, letting him soak in the water to sober up. After all, that's the Purple Grim Reaper. Legend has it that none of the pirates who encountered the Purple God of Death survived. The other crew members on the ship don't want to directly touch the other party's bad luck because of the behavior of this drunk man, and then die. After kicking that guy down, everyone was a little nervous, looking at the little dot going away, for fear that the Blood Moon ship would turn back in an instant. After all, it was really a terrible thing. What they didn't notice was that behind the Blood Moon ship, there was a metal parrot flapping its wings and struggling to fly. When passing by the big ship, it suddenly turned into a monster with a gun barrel. Poof! With a soft sound, the unlucky guy who was struggling in the sea was pierced through the head directly, and the pain was relieved. The corpse sank slowly, and the turbulent blood attracted the sharks in the sea. It's just that all of this was selectively ignored by the people on board. Seeing that the ship got farther and farther away and finally disappeared, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly turned around and left. As for the unlucky ghost who was thrown down, everyone has already forgotten him, and no one will remember him again. At this time, Bai-Shan was lying on the boat. His eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't notice what happened at all. His mind was completely immersed in his own small universe. After systematic blackening, Bshan has many skills that can be said to have unlimited potential. But the highest one is still the small universe. This is not just a storage space. As simple as that, it is more of a whole process of the evolution of the universe, time, space, various elements. Everything in the whole world, the mysteries of the great universe, are unfolding in front of Bshan at this moment. Like a sexy stunner without any clothes, showing everything about herself to Bshan without reservation. Right now, Bshan is here, carefully exploring the mysteries of the universe from a new perspective. Continuously understand, digest, and recognize, and essentially improve your own strength level. Even this is no longer a question of strength. If Shan can really understand everything contained in the small universe, then he can already be called the god of creation. Of course, one side of the universe has complicated data, and the road is vast. Even if there are 10 more Bshan, it is not understandable. So he just wholeheartedly sensed the most obvious and most accessible law: space. As far as the current situation is concerned, Bshan's most superficial control over the small universe is a form of spatial expression, including storing items or other enemies into the universe. The power of space is also used. Even the current Bshan can't talk about it. To understand the theory of space, it's more about the proficiency and alternative application of this ability. He was lying there, seemingly motionless, but his fingertips kept rolling back and forth because of the gold coins. If you can observe more carefully, you will find that the gold coin is not rolling in a circle in your hand. Instead, it flipped from the thumb to the little finger, but there was a black shadow outside the little finger, which instantly swallowed the gold coin, and then spit it out from the side of the thumb. In fact, it is to quickly receive the gold coin into the space, and then take it out from the other side. But just such a small skill made Shan practice for a long time. When it comes to space theory, none of it is simple. What Bshan can do now is to open the space crack of the small universe within 1 meter around him, or attach it to other objects. To put it simply, if it is attached to a bullet, it will be a black hole with one shot, and this power is quite fierce. In order to master this technique, he has been studying for several days. When he came back to his senses, he found that the ship had stopped at some point. At the front position, 2 groups of people are confronting each other. On one side is the flag of red-haired Shanks, while on the other side is White Mountain's old acquaintance, Drought Jack. This guy let Bshan sink into the sea before. He is obviously a devil fruit-capable person, and it is absolutely impossible to climb back from the sea by himself. I really don't know how much effort Kaido spent to find this guy. But it can also be seen that although Kaido is a lunatic, at least he is really good to his own people. Obviously the island in front is the target of Red Hair. He might have planned to do it secretly, but he didn't expect to be blocked here by the drought. The 2 sides were at a stalemate, and Bshan happened to appear at this time, in order to break the key to the balance. People in Pirates, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 95 Absolute Defense. But that's it. 69 Book Bar Chapter 95 Absolute Defense. But so, there is an old saying that makes enemies jealous when they meet each other. In the original battlefield, Bshan, a small boat with a blood moon flag, suddenly crossed in, which completely broke the balance on the battlefield. The one who reacted the most was Drought Jack. After all, Hakuzen sank him directly into the sea last time, which was considered his fate. He was just a little short of being drowned, but he was finally brought back by Kaido. He was not a good-tempered person in the first place, and with the addition of new and old grudges, his eyes were really red. Shan, take my life. Seeing the appearance of Bshan, he immediately gave up the red-haired boat and came directly to Bshan. Moreover, it was the command warship, which was directly crushed towards Bshan's boat. It can be seen that he is really anxious. After all, no one has engaged in such a war in the New World. The fighting power of the strong in the New World is not weak, and it is easy to deal with an ordinary warship. Once it is damaged, it is not a small matter. So generally speaking, after the 2 big brothers have fought against each other, they will first come to the battle. He came up and was directly crushed by the warship. That was really a desperate attempt. As for Jack's choice, Shan curled his lips and dismissed it. Before he could even speak, the parrot that was lying on the pole flew up in an instant, turning into a giant cannon in midair. Coax. As soon as the cannon fires, bang his mother. A cannonball went straight to Jack's boat, and the Card Reaper on the boat jumped up to intercept the 2 sword chi and formed a cross-cut, as if trying to cut the cannonball open. The result was that the bomb was detonated ahead of time. Although it didn't hit the hull, it sent them flying back. He staggered back 2 steps, then fell to the ground, obviously losing his fighting power. Among other things, the strength of this hamburger is really good. Although for Bshan, it can only be said to be icing on the cake, it is dispensable, and status can only be regarded as a pet. But if you put it on an ordinary pirate ship, you can definitely be a Kada, and even be called a strong man in the 4 seas. Seeing that he made a great achievement with 1 shot, the hamburger instantly changed back to the shape of a steel parrot, and he screamed twice in excitement. "Hey, awesome, awesome." I boasted a few words to myself, and then turned into a gun shape again, shooting bullets at the opponent one after another. The shooting frequency of the hamburger is very low, and it takes about 5 seconds to fire once. The data is equivalent to an attack speed of only 0.2 in a certain game. It is gratifying that the penetration is not bad, and the unlimited firepower is added, so Bshan does not need to prepare lead bullets and gunpowder by himself. So if he wants to play, let him play. It is still possible to kill a few miscellaneous minions. Seeing Jack approaching, Bai Chen's somewhat dazed eyes finally widened, and she stood a little lightly in midair. I said, "Are you really looking for death or something? You sank into the sea 2 days ago and didn't drown you. It counts as your life, and now you have to come to me and have trouble with the 2 of you? Bai Shan, you are the one who bullies people too much. It's not easy to talk too much. Take your life." Seeing the drought Jack's reluctance, Bai Shan curled his lips. To be honest, he really didn't want to fight such a meaningless battle. In the past 2 days, study the laws of space every day and feel the fluctuations in space. It made his mind a little tired, and he really couldn't lift his spirits. It's a pity that the drought seems to have determined that Bshan will be established, and he will not be given any extra time at all. Immediately, the whole person let out a roar. His height was more than 3 meters tall, and there were long black hairs all over his body, and 2 fangs protruded from his mouth. This shape is slightly different from before. It can be seen that this guy is more proficient and powerful in understanding and using the ability of Devil Fruit. Maybe it's because after being defeated by Bshan and turned into the sea last time, I learned from the pain and realized something. After all, revenge is always the first driving force for progress. After transforming, he didn't say much, and walked straight to Bshan on the moon, who is said to be the 6th form of the Navy, but there are not a few pirates in the New World Club. After all, to put it bluntly, it is just a skill. Anyone can learn it with hard work. According to the different characteristics of each person, the effects developed by using moon steps are quite different. Take Drought Jack's moon steps as an example. With a stamp of both feet, the whole person soars into the sky, just like a small rocket launch, with a fast linear speed. Probably the biggest shortcoming is that the steering is not very flexible. Of course, when facing Bshan, this is not a shortcoming for him. After all, in Bshan's view, he has shortcomings everywhere, and there is no need to single out any one point to talk about. The Yedao village in his hand is just swipe casually. The lavender sword air flows on the blade, the power of the star's blessing. He easily blocked Jack's head hammer, and even when he got close, he could clearly see Bai Shan's slightly opened eyelids. His eyes were dull, and he seemed to be distracted. You are too deceitful. The jet black arm domineering began to spread across Jack's body, intertwined with his thick long hair, forming an impenetrable defense network, layer upon layer. For a while, even Muramasa in Bshan's hands couldn't make a breakthrough. Hey, Purple Reaper. But that's it. Bshan, your doomsday is here. Look at my strongest defense. When talking, the hair on the body surface becomes longer in an instant. With the black-armed color domineering, it doesn't look like anything. The hair is more like a porcupine or a hedgehog. I have to say that this guy can be called a genius even if he is more stimulated by hatred. Without the help of the blue wave ball developed by Chopper, he was able to stabilize the fixed wavelength and let himself develop a new form. In the world of One Piece, Only Chopper has developed the sevenfold transformation of the animal-type devil fruit according to the ratio of the Ramba ball drug, which is a must. It's just that it needs the ability of drugs. And the current drought is absolutely relying on his own ability, so Beishan couldn't help but open his eyes a little more, and looked at him twice more. Unfortunately, that's all there is to it. Although it is said that Bshan's current strength is still somewhat short of the top powerhouse of the 4-emperor level, it really doesn't take much effort to deal with the drought. Especially, he still has a small universe. Facing the hair attack of the drought, Bshan didn't make any unnecessary movements, but just waved Muramasa in his hand again, gently bringing up an afterimage. Passing to the left, a pitch-black crack appeared in the midair, which seems somewhat distorted, and all the hairs that have been touched by this crack, including the arm domineering, are all cut off. It can be said that this is not explained by the so-called sharpness at all, but from the concept of space, where the space is divided into two halves. That's it. Human in the Pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 96 Forming Forces and Retirement. Chapter 96 Forming Forces and Retirement. The jet black traces don't have the slightest sharp breath, but they seem to be able to separate everything in the world, and right now this dark space crack is right in front of Drought Jack's neck. At the moment when bean-sized beads of sweat fell from his forehead, he really felt the breath of death. The last time a large amount of sword energy erupted in his body. Although it's said that he was in pain and consumed a lot of energy, but it didn't really make him feel dangerous. It's more like a boss that has been scraped. Although the boss has been pushed down, he will never be conquered. This is also the reason why the drought dared to face Bshan this time. In his opinion, his absolute strength is stronger than that of Bshan, and the opponent was just playing tricks last time. But at the moment it is real. And he clearly feels that Bshan has the strength to kill him, and that kind of ease and carelessness even makes him feel that it is easier than his boss Kaido defeating himself. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead, but he didn't dare to make the slightest movement. He didn't even dare to swallow his saliva, for fear that his jiggling Adam's apple would rub against the little crack. So I said, "Is it okay now? Do you want to continue?" Beishan's voice was very soft, as if he was muttering to himself, but in such a quiet scene, everyone could still hear his words clearly. He didn't want to wait for the answer and gently withdrew the blade in his hand, as if nothing had changed. Looking at the crushed boat below, he sighed helplessly, and landed on the big black head. Under Beishan's instructions, Dai quickly approached the island. "Go back and tell the redhead, I, Bshan, have taken this island." The last sentence is an explanation for this matter. As Bshan's figure getting farther and farther away, it came faintly in the wind. The two sides looked at each other, and neither of them had the desire to continue fighting. The boat under Red Hair quickly gathered up the large force, and Drought Jack also took the remaining men away from the island. This island does not seem to have any aborigines, and the area is not very large. It is simply used by Kaido as a resident of the pirates. All things except for the part that can be self-sufficient, all production depends on imports and transportation from outside. Of course, Beishan doesn't need to do it himself, just order casually, and someone will come and sell it to him. The reason for accepting this island was, on the one hand, it was indeed a temporary idea. On weekdays, I am alone, without any guards or entourage, which is considered relaxed, but now I need a quiet environment to understand the laws of space. Those idle chores are naturally no longer suitable for myself to do all of them. Forming a force of my own and letting them pay for themselves will be the best solution to maximize benefits. In this way, without trivial troubles, I can use all my energy to obtain resources and comprehend the laws. Now Bshan has a clear understanding of his own strength. Each of these skills on his body is very powerful. And the most important reason why he has not taken the last step to reach the level of the 4 emperors is that because I lack something that belongs to me. A strong person is not only manifested in his physical quality, but also in his physical strength and the skills he has mastered. It also depends on his comprehension, Whether it's Kaido's physical body, Whitebeard's domineering, or red-haired Shanks, everyone has their own Tao. Only by strengthening one's own beliefs and confirming one's own way can one go further on this way and see more distant scenery. Bshan's current problem is that the abilities and powers he has come into contact with are all forcibly blessed after the system has been blackened. Without the step-by-step experience of previous practice, it is difficult for him to have a deeper and more essential understanding of these forces. It may be an easy task to build a high place, but if you don't have the foundation to let you meet the loft in the sky, it will never succeed. Now his situation is like this. With the help of the system, he barely reached this level, which can be regarded as a success, but it is a pity that the foundation still needs to be filled in the end. The members of the Kaido pirates have been taken away by Drought Jack, so the island, which was still a little lively, has become empty at this time. Only Bshan is alone. And he didn't care about this, he just found a place where he could live and plunged in, and then continued his research. On the contrary, hamburgers often fly to other surrounding islands or passing ships to ask for money and food. Although its essence is still a gun, since eating the parrot fruit by chance, the hamburger can still taste the taste of food, but it is not necessary. Time slipped away bit by bit like this. During the time when Bai Shan was working hard to understand the law, the whole world still didn't stop because of his disappearance. The red hair and white beard joined forces to encircle and suppress Kaido, and it was called chaos. Later, the aunt joined in for some reason, and the whole new world became a mess. In addition to the chaos of the new world, those so-called supernovae are not honest masters one by one, and each of them has made a big name. On the contrary, it was because of the purple color that had made a name for itself before, and because of the disappearance of the Grim Reaper for more than half a year, it became little known. There is always a love of the new and a dislike of the old above the sea. There is no news for half a year. I am afraid that in the eyes of everyone, the so-called purple god of death is like a shooting star, and has died completely in a flash. And every year, such a strong person falls on this sea, which is not a surprising thing. In the past 2 years, Bshan has been asking himself the same question. He has been working hard to practice and learn the 6 naval styles and various skills and moves. So what is it for? In order to become stronger? To get to the top of the world? Bai Shan shook his head. This is not what he wants to pursue. In order to explore the truth of history, to solve the mystery of the 100-year disappearance? Han Shan shook his head again. This is not something he is interested in. After all, Genji's history about One Piece in various post-bars and communities has been picked up by netizens with big brains. Even if the author of One Piece reposts it to find answers and inspirations, Bshan will not have any surprises. After all, the original author is just a cartoonist. He knows what a pirate. So what is it for? Unknowingly, the memory seemed to return to my childhood, back to that day. The old man sent himself to the forest in the back mountain, and then the whole village was slaughtered by pirates. Human in the pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 97, The Sea is Wide, I Want to See It. Chapter 97 The Sea is Wide, I Want to See It. Maybe it's for freedom. Thought a lot of reasons to become stronger, but in the end I could only choose this one that was bloody and helpless. Because Bshan himself knows that he really has no reason to become stronger. Before I wanted to become stronger, it was more because everyone in this world was pursuing reluctance. And what Bshan did was to blend in with the crowd. Later, it may be more to complete the task, to meet the story, the real protagonist, to meet Luffy and the others. Then he has been working hard to make himself stronger, probably in general to be able to do what he wants to do. To be able to do what he wants to do anytime and anywhere, to be able to do whatever he wants, and no one can influence him. To fulfill such a condition, what is needed is naturally strong force, which is not affected by anyone or any conditions. So, is this why I became stronger? I figured it out. The aura of these things Bai Shan suddenly changed. It was no longer the sharp-edged ones before and the deliberately created laziness. At this moment, the breath on Bshan's body is warm, peaceful and sunny, like a spring breeze gently brushing your face, but you can't keep it anyway. After thinking through all this, Bshan suddenly had the idea of going out for a walk. After all, the sea on this day is so vast, so mysterious, and contains everything. And what Bshan wants to do most is just to explore and travel as one likes. The idea was clear, and a smile was on his face. It wasn't until this time that Shan suddenly noticed that there was no one on the small island he occupied casually. At the time of the drought, Jack ran away with all his men, including some important items originally stored here, including some gold coins and some Baileys. Sweeping with vindictiveness like knowledge, he was not interested in these things as they were all dead things in Bshan's eyes, until his electric mosquito swept over a box, but he couldn't help but let out a ha. Because what was placed in this box turned out to be a fruit, and it was also a devil fruit. Sure enough, if you can't forget, there must be echoes. It's really a surprise that came too suddenly. The body flickered, and Shan had already appeared in front of the box. This is the most prosperous building in the whole city, and it should be where Jack lived here during the Han Dynasty. A silver box is placed next to the bed in this building. After opening it, you can see that inside is a strange oval fruit like an apple, but the color is green, and there are some magical swirl patterns on it. What kind of devil fruit is this? It is not uncommon for Bshan to have seen the illustrations of devil fruits, and he can even recognize some familiar ones at a glance, but this is definitely the first time he has seen them at this moment, so he has no impression at all. The only thing that is certain is that this fruit should not be an animal. After all, this fruit was discovered by Kaido's beast pirates. If it was a devil fruit of the animal family, it might have been assigned to a suitable person for use. It can be placed here and has not been used by people. The most likely reason is that it is not an animal department, but a superhuman or natural department. All the devil fruit users in Kaido's beast pirates use animal devil fruits. This is beyond doubt. Although I don't know what kind of evil it is, judging by this method, at least Bshan thinks is no problem. Without any hesitation, he weighed the fruit twice, and then clicked a bite, and Shan directly bit down. As for the devil fruit, he has long wanted to taste what it tastes like. After all, the description of the taste of the fruit in the original book has always been particularly smelly and unpalatable. It was such a tune from beginning to end. But there was one thing that still puzzled Shan. If the fruit is really smelly and unpalatable, why did Luffy hold the red-haired fruit and eat it all at once? And it didn't look bad at all. If it hadn't been stopped, Luffy might have eaten that big fruit with his small body. If you say it's still very smelly and unpalatable, then it's unreasonable. With such doubts, Shan was going to taste it himself. The moment Bshan took a bite, his whole body was numb. You can't say that this fruit is very unpalatable, but you really can't describe what it tastes like in accurate words. It's probably the kind of taste after the king fern, stinky tofu and snail powder are put together to ferment the hairy face. It's kind of disgusting anyway. After taking a bite, the taste rushed straight into his brain, causing Shan to spit out the piece of pulp in his mouth, and at the same time threw half of it out of his hand. There is no difference between eating one devil fruit and taking a bite, so he really has no reason to force himself to continue to suffer. Mirroring, feeling the ability to transfer with the information that came out, Shan was somewhat puzzled, not knowing whether this ability should be regarded as superhuman or elemental. According to the traditional classification method, it should be regarded as a superhuman category, but there are many similarities with the elemental system, which made him confused for a while. First of all, the biggest function of this devil fruit, the most basic function, is that you can summon your mirror clone through the mirror, equivalent to an extra mirror image. This mirror image is about 50% of all attributes of Bshan, and its combat effectiveness is not bad. And the most unsolvable thing is that when he has 10% HP remaining in the combat value, he will automatically return to the competition space, and there is no way to kill him completely. because it is the world in the mirror itself, an illusory concept, so it is said that he is also immune to all physical attacks, which is very similar to the elementalization of the natural department. Feeling this information carefully, Bai Shan curled his lips. Although it looks quite amazing, it is a bit weak. The ability to mirror the fruit is well developed, and it is definitely more than what is in front of you. This is something that Shan also firmly believes in. While Bai Shan was thinking about how to develop this ability, his system finally couldn't bear to be lonely and took the initiative to attack the mirror image fruit of the host's devil fruit ability. Because he felt that he was too weak and his combat power was far lower than other abilities, he completed an autonomous blackening. The author can directly summon his avatar from the mirror space without using a mirror. All avatars inherit 60% of the attributes of the host and can be withdrawn at any time. The avatar has the element-like ability and can be immune to curses and spiritual attacks. Human in the Pirate. My Devil Fruit has been blackened. Chapter 98. Mirror Space and Small Universe. Chapter 98 Mirror Space and Small Universe. After the mirror image automatically blackened and blessed by the system, the spatial ability has become stronger than before. The most basic thing is that Shan can directly summon the mirror space without going through the mirror, and what can be summoned is not just one clone, but more unlimited summons. As long as Shan can withstand every consumption, then it is possible. However, Shan has the power of stars to bless all kinds of energy, which is endless. So Shan has already anticipated his daily life in the future, which is a bit similar to the biggest multiple of the Naruto celebrity next door. The same feeling as the shadow clone. Think about it, I am a team of pirates by myself. The main body is lying leisurely in the captain's room, and the rest of the friends are either pulling the mast or steering the helm, and some even take the initiative to drive out the pirates that grow under the scouting ship. Shell. Of course, this kind of thing is nothing more than practice makes perfect. Even if there is no systematic blackening, Shan will be able to do this sooner or later. It's nothing more than spending a little more time. What Bai Shan really cares about is that after the blackening of the system, it was originally just a virtual mirror space. Everything is illusory. But now the mirror space has actually become a real thing. Really exists in a space dimension, which really surprised Shan. After all, he understands very well how rare a small space is. It has taken so long to develop his own small universe, but the rules inside are still not safe, and the whole world is still desolate. It is enough to prove that if you want to grow a space, it will take years to remember. But the mirror space is different from the ordinary space. Although the mirror space has become a real space, it relies on the mirror of the main world. In other words, if you simply want to create a bed in your own space, it will be very troublesome. But as long as the mirror faces the bed in the mirrored space, then there is already a bed in the mirrored space. Using the ability of the mirror image fruit, you can even take out the things in the mirror image space directly. In this way, you will have two beds. Although it is said that you need to improve your own abilities, it will become illusory after a long time. But this ability to create things almost out of thin air is already comparable to the creator, so how can it not be surprising? It's really a good ability. It seems that there will be new methods in the future. Different from its own small universe, the mirror space cannot independently produce or put anything in. Accurately speaking, it is not impossible to put it in, but there must be Shan here to maintain the mirror space all the time. Once he leaves here, the space collapses and puts everything in. Will disappear. According to the characteristics of different spaces, Shan is also thinking that it would be really great if the mirror space and the small universe can be integrated together. Of course, even with the help of the system, Shan still can't do this kind of thing. What Shan needs to test most right now is his swimming ability. Is it still there? Going straight to the sea, Shan plunged into the water, and then he felt that the state of the water was completely different to him when he ate the devil fruit and when he didn't eat the devil fruit. Bai Shan didn't eat a devil fruit before, but with the help of the advanced swimming skills strengthened by the system, it can be said that the real white stripes fly in the waves. I don't know how many young talents like Shan, and they can definitely attract the attention of the best girls. Surfing on the sea, it is really like a godsend, bringing up a snowflake. Now, after Bai-Shan ate the devil fruit, he could feel his physical strength begin to be doubled as soon as he entered the water. Compared with other devil fruit ability users, he will not soon give birth to that kind of nausea, retching and powerlessness. Shan is still in a very good state in the sea. At least with the help of the advanced swimming skills after the blackening of the system, Shan can splash in the water for a while. In addition to the inexhaustible source of star power that he was able to mobilize before, the sea water really has nothing to do with Bai for a while. Of course, this time will not be very long. It just means that Bai can still splash in the water. It does not mean that he has no weakness and is not afraid of the water. At least Bai is not sure if he can get out if he is thrown into the sea like he was when he fought for the Drought Jack. At present, without considering other factors, even if you eat a devil fruit, you can swim 7 or 8 nautical miles in one go. The rest of the journey can be cleared bit by bit. With the ability of devil fruit, Bai-Shan took Lao Hai and Parrot Hamburger, drove another new small raft, and the group of 3 set off again. This time, the main destination of Shan is the first half of the Great Route. First of all, he wants to take a look at the legendary sea train and the various waterway systems in the water capital, which look very good. Is it really as magical as it is shown in cartoons? Secondly, Shan also plans to go to the capital of water and ask their boss to help build a warship of their own. Although Shan has never been particularly concerned about this aspect, but in retrospect, he was fixed on the spot by a violent head hammer from the Bshan brothers and sisters who had only a little strength left, and then kicked for several minutes. The distance from the New World to the Water City is not special. Even with Dai's strength, the two of them only took less than a day to see that magnificent city from afar. I don't know how the ancestors who built this city did it. They were able to build such a beautiful scenery on the endless and desolate sea, which is simply a treasure in the history of mankind. Put away the big black and white mountains, drive the boat by yourself, and move forward along a fixed waterway. Walking and looking at the scenery along the way, Bai-Shan soon realized that he seemed lost. This road did not lead to the office of the mayor of Water City, but directly led him to participate in a competition, a game of driving a small car through the entire waterway. This small speedboat has a seahorse in front of it to help pull the car. It can be said that the speed is balanced, stable and not slow. For the arena in the capital of water, there is nothing new about the bloody fighting between the two sides. But if one side summons a large number of summoned characters while the other side uses the classic turtle shell style, then this round will be very difficult. It depends on the situation on the spot. Anyway, Bshan is a bit itchy, so it's better to register first. Human in the Pirate, my devil fruit has been blackened. Chapter 99, The First Battle of Power. Chapter 99 The First Battle of Power, see that I am invincible. The inexplicable Bshan registered at a competition point, and then waited for the young lady to prepare the itinerary specifications and dimensions for him. Anyway, there is no purpose. If you come here, you can settle down. If you want the weak water capital to help build a ship, it is not something that can be done in a while. So Bshan simply did not rush to carefully observe the various styles and collocations of the entire water capital. Maybe it's all due to professional reasons. I don't know why after the decoration, no matter where I go, the first thing I see is whether there is a bright wall in the design, what kind of ceiling is made, what kind of design. Now Bshan is similar, but I have never heard that he has also learned this trade. The time is up soon, and the game begins. Because of the selected seahorse, several other contestants immediately urged the boat driven by the seahorse to leave far away, while Bshan chose a seahorse for a visit, walking gracefully, without rushing. From the start, the speed on the road is very even, and it is always at the end. Oh, who is that? I really laughed to death. How can there be such a stupid person? That's right, this guy is so funny. I really don't know if he really lives on the 11th floor or a fake. Don't worry about it so much, anyway. He will always be behind us. Let's see what kind of record Brother Fank can break for us. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there are groups. At least in the rice competition group, no one will be optimistic about Bshan. Anyway, Bshan didn't intend to get any ranking in this competition, so he was not in a hurry, driving his little yellow seahorse slowly forward, like an old man who is about to die and is preparing winter supplies. Sure enough, just as he expected, Bshan kept heading towards the finish line on the last lap, and at this time the accelerator of others had already been turned on. For this kind of thing, Bshan has no idea of participating in it, and it is enough to be the last one honestly, but what he never imagined is that sometimes there are some things that he cannot do if he wants to. I don't know when another player came running behind him. The one who is currently taking the first place has already surpassed Bshan by a lap. Logically speaking, if he rushed past Baishan quietly, Baishan would not do anything to stop him, but this guy didn't know what he was thinking, so he pressed a button on the table casually. A great cannon rose up from his boat, aimed at Bshan's boat, and fired. Boy, boo. Two loud bangs. The shells have penetrated Bshan's boat. This boat was made by myself temporarily, and it has not been strengthened at all. The combat power can be said to be pitifully weak, and it is very fragile. After the two shells exploded right now, a gap was directly blown out of the ship, and the gurgling water soon filled the tank. And this also caused Bshan to have no way to participate in the follow-up competition, so he had no choice but to be eliminated. When the missile hit the hull of Bshan, the buddy who ran first was very excited. Don't talk about glory and vanity, at least if you really become the first, you can still get a certain bonus. In a good mood, he hummed a little tune and planned to run around to eliminate some other potential competitors, but he never expected that when he passed the burned hull of Bshan, suddenly a figure descended from the sky. This figure flashed and moved in the air so nimbly that people were really dazzled and couldn't figure out his body. Before he could react again, a pitch-black sharp claw had already tore open the guy's esophagus. Cut his veins. What kind of cat and dog really dare to pass their paws to me? Amidst the cheers of the audience, Baishan casually threw the body of the original ship owner into the river below, while he himself sat in the hull of the ship that looked like a coffin no matter how you looked at it. Two striped seahorses pulled Bshan towards the finish line at the fastest speed, and arrived at the destination in a short time. What he never expected was that, perhaps because of the delay on the road, he was not the first one to arrive. At the finish line, she was already one step ahead. There stood a young girl with silver white hair and a calm face. I don't know if this guy was born like this or acquired, because of some reason. Anyway, Baishan doesn't intend to meddle in this nosy business. The reward for the second place is a small and cute pistol. After Bshan got this pistol, he put it in the space casually. For him, this thing is useless at all. After all, in terms of long-range attack, a sword-chaired hand is much more powerful than any pistol. An added benefit of my participation in this kind of competition is that the award is presented by the mayor of Water City, Bingshan. So Bshan can take this opportunity to ask Bingshan to order a practical and reliable safety boat. Bingshan is a middle-aged man in his 30s, with a somewhat restrained personality. Tall and slender, he is still somewhat handsome. The only pity is that he is not a strong man, or at least he is not a strong man in terms of force, but he is enough to be called one of the best shipbuilders in the world. Are you going to customize the ship? Bingshan looked Bshan up and down, and then asked slowly. Yes, I would like to customize two boats of my own. A large small. The big one is the kind of big ship used by the pirates, which can accommodate 300 to 500 people, but it doesn't need to be particularly big. There are not too many requirements, as long as it is strong and easy to use. The small boat may need more things here. I want to be strong and easy to use, and fast. By the way, this is a special product of Sky Island, the wind clam. Compared with you, you should know something about this thing. and I hope it can be used. Bai Shan talked briefly to Bing Shan about what he needed, and took out the materials he had prepared. These materials are definitely not enough, but what can be collected by Bshan is definitely a good thing. Simply swap, and the materials for making 2 ships will be available. How long will it take to finish? From Bai Shan's words, Bing Shan can feel that this guy, who is a stranger no matter how he looks at it, seems to know something about himself. And the materials produced are definitely high-quality materials used on the ship. It can be seen that this is a person with strength and ideas. Especially the wind clam, which is extinct in the Sky Island, never thought that this mysterious guy would still exist. Man in the Pirate, my devil fruit has turned black. Chapter 100, Starting a New Journey, Riding the Wind and the Waves. Chapter 100, Starting a New Journey, Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves. Bshan's new ship is not cheap, and it cost a total of more than 400 million berry. You know, what he built was just a small boat for one person to travel, not a large ship. This price is really exaggerated. In order to raise money, in just a few days, Bshan wiped out the heads of all the pirates with a radius of hundreds of nautical miles. For a while, it actually cleared the sea for the navy and made a lot of contributions. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of material this boat is made of at such a price. The material of the whole ship is actually made of the branches of the precious tree Adam, which can be said to be very luxurious. Maybe this is the only ship in the whole sea that is completely made of the treasure tree Adam. No matter how advanced the other ships are, only the keel is made of such materials. In addition to Bozu Adam, the exhaust shells that Bshan took out were also put to good use by Bingberg. The final product, this small boat turned out to be a land, sea and air amphibious. It can be said that it has almost surpassed the concept of a ship. Bshan, you only need to inject energy into the exhaust shell. 3 modes can be activated. First, overload mode. In this mode, energy consumption will be accelerated and it will be difficult to maintain for a long time, but the strong wind can drive the hull to fly at high altitude. It can last for about half an hour. And the speed is like a meteor, very fast. I believe it can help you get rid of any danger. Bing Shan admitted that such an idea was not his own originality, but was modified and studied based on Frankie's idea on the Golden Sun of the Straw Hat Pirates. Second, suspension mode. Start the exhaust shell at a low frequency. The wind will form a barrier between the hull and the sea surface, reduce the friction between the 2 sides and increase the speed of the ship. To put it simply, this mode is a bit similar to the rear view magnetic levitation speed, which is faster than a speedboat propelled by a diesel engine. Third, normal mode. Constantly start the exhaust shell with half the power, as the power for propulsion and acceleration, long battery life, can take you across the sea. However, when the energy of Bshan and the exhaust shell is exhausted after all, the natural recovery time is not short. Are you sure the ship isn't powered by anything else? Once a failure occurs at that time, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with it in time. As for Bing Shan's introduction, the more Bai Shan listened to it, the more his eyes lit up. This ship really suits his appetite. Although it is a small boat traveling alone, because of the consideration of storing supplies across the ocean, overall, the hull is relatively large, which can meet the normal use of 2 or 3 people. It is roughly equivalent to about half of the Golden Merry of the Straw Hat Pirates. According to the requirements of Bshan, the shape is quite modern. Except for a mast in the middle to hang its own blood moon flag, it does not have any sail power. After all, for Bshan, he hasn't found a sail that makes him feel very good. If he can't meet the existence of sail who ate the devil fruit by chance, he will not consider it. And the boat that Bshan called Riding the Wind and Breaking the Waves is enough for him to use. After all, Bshan has a steady stream of star power, which can recharge the exhaust shell at any time. This point is beyond Bingberg's imagination anyway. So in the eyes of Bing Shan, it is only the flight mode and suspension mode used in emergency situations. For Bshan, it can be said that it can be said to be arbitrary in daily life. With this boat, it is natural to start your wandering journey. Originally, Bshan still thought about exploring the main text of history or looking for Roger's treasure in the past 2 years. It's just that without Luof's guidance, Shan wandered around the new world for a long time, but he still couldn't find what he wanted. In the end, I can only helplessly admit that sometimes certain things still depend on luck. At least I may not have the luck of Luffy now. 2 years are fleeting, and the new world is changing every moment in these 2 years. Kaido's Beast Legion finally assembled and formed, fighting the coalition forces of the red-haired and white-bearded too, and the disturbed world was in turmoil. Amidst this turmoil, the last 4 emperors also joined in, fighting continuously every day. Different from the original book, Whitebeard did not die in the top battle, and Ace was also rescued. Kaido's Drought Jack was directly killed by Bshan, so in this battle, Kaido was the passive side, and his territory shrank sharply. All the forces of all parties are expanding more or less rapidly. Only the 2 small islands of Bshan are untouched, which can be regarded as a rare bit of peace in this troubled world. For 2 years, the small island occupied by Bshan was called Death Island, and no one dared to step forward. The other small island, sheltered by the Blood Moon flag, is called Ping Island by the people, and it has become more and more prosperous. In 2 years, Brunox sent away his grandmother in her 100s, and finally bought a small boat with the gold in the previous treasure, and started his journey to conquer the sea. He has never forgotten that he still has an agreement with someone that belongs to the sea. In the past 2 years, one thing happened. Although Shan tried his best to prevent it, it still happened. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was destroyed by Blackbeard, which is due to Blackbeard and some schemes of Long. With this credit, Blackbeard got his wish and became one of the Shikibukai under the king, replacing Amayasha Don Quixote's position. And this former descendant of the celestial dragon seems to have become Kaido's biggest partner. In 2 years, because of the existence of Bshan, many plots have changed, but many plots are still going according to the original work. Don't let Bshan have to feel that the inertia of the world's will is so strong. A butterfly flapping its wings can cause a tsunami, but after the tsunami subsides, the sea is still the sea without any change. Chambord Islands, not far away is Xiaozu's Racked Bar. It was rare for Sauron not to get lost. He made inquiries and questions along the way, and finally arrived here. As soon as he entered the door, with the perception of a top swordsman, he felt an extremely sharp aura in front of him. This breath is very powerful, and there is a bit of evil in it, which made Sauron, who had already comprehended the form of Azura, couldn't help showing a bit of excitement on his face. In the past 2 years, Sauron's strength has greatly improved. It can be said that 2 years later, he has not encountered an enemy who can make him fight with all his might. Feeling this sharp aura right now, he knows that the opponent must be a good opponent. At this moment, the warlike heart is already burning.